We're live.
We're live. We're live. We're live. I'm alive.
You're live, Wham Bam.
Well, see, look, I couldn't be special and get the VERRF2020 shirts like y'all folks.
Oh, well, it's interesting that you mentioned that because you can order these VERRF Goes Virtual shirts on Teespring. I'll put the link in the YouTube chat. Back to you, Walter.
Don't put it back to me. This is the pre-show. This one's on y'all. I've got my 2-hour slot. So I do have questions about this because I see all of and I'm not on YouTube. I need to go to the damn YouTube channel. Let me go pull it up. Come on.
Remember to turn on the YouTube audio as well. I mean, so you can hear both at the same time.
Let me. Well, I don't want to hear the YouTube audio. I want to mute that.
You do know what you're doing.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I do not. I'm absolutely clueless as to why is this showing me somebody else sitting here talking. Somebody wearing a Sting shirt.
Sting shirt? Do we want to know what you're watching? Do we want to know your browsing history, sir?
I just grabbed a YouTube video out of this sheet that I was sent. So that's probably not the right one.
No, that's not the right one.
What's the YouTube? Somebody put it in the chat here so I can go see it.
I got it.
Never mind. I got it. Somebody already did it, and I just wasn't paying attention. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm muted. Okay, so that's what they see. They see Shane's ugly face. I was just wondering.
Damn.
Love you, buddy.
That's all right.
You know that. You're still in Lady Lake?
Yep, I still am, surrounded by all the old folks because I'm still the young kid on the block.
Snowbird season. It's getting to be snowbird season.
Dude, I'm just gonna hibernate in my house. Everything outside of my house is scaring the out of me, so I'm just hiding out. I'm gonna start bunkering down. I'll start ordering groceries and just have them all delivered. I won't even step foot out of my house.
But yeah, it's and up where Vicky and Chris are at up there, it should be like changing colors like crazy, right?
I went for a walk this morning, and our Virginia creeper is just starting to turn red. Are you familiar with Virginia creeper? It's a vine.
You, right? You're the Virginia creeper.
I'll creep on you. We have these vines that will cascade off the trees, and it turns bright red in the fall, and it's beautiful. And if you look at the Virginia state flag, there is red vines around our seal, and that's Virginia creeper. Fun fact.
Yeah. We don't get any of that.
Well, I'm not getting any color change up here. The leaves are the weather patterns have been wonky again in the fall. Usually if we get some rain in the fall a good bit, the leaves stay around and they do the colors, but we haven't had a whole lot of rain lately, at least where I am, and the leaves are just falling. They're not even changing color.
We don't need any more rain. I will say that. It can stop raining here. We had week before last, we had 11 inches that week. Last week I had 7.5 inches, and I think yesterday we got about an inch yesterday. So we don't need any more rain. The problem is we do need fall. I don't know if Shane is ready for fall in Lady Lake down there, but we need fall here in Wakulla County. Because I walked outside this morning, it was 80 degrees and 95% humidity. It just took your breath away when you walked outside this morning.
Took your breath away. It was just suffocating. It's like breathing through a wet paper towel.
We always called it like breathing pea soup. What was that? What was the there was a movie one time where he had to actually breathe in a liquid. They put him in a tank.
The Abyss. The
Abyss. Yeah.
I love that movie.
I'm like, Floridians would be used to that. It wouldn't be a problem. It's like walking outside.
Yeah, I spent 1 week in Tampa for work, and people wanted to like walk from the hotel to downtown, and I'm like, no. I said I'll be soaked by the time I get there, and I'll need to change because I'll sweat through all this. Get a cab, or else I ain't going.
Y'all need to come to Florida though. I mean, really and truthfully, the going to IRF and to MRF is fantastic. I enjoy the trip. The problem with Florida is it takes me 5 hours to get anywhere. It takes me 2 hours just to get out of my state. Okay. So if I'm going to IRF in Maryland, it's 16 hours. If I'm going to Goshen, Indiana, and you look at it and you're like, oh, that's not the same. It's 16 hours. It's a 16-hour drive for us to get to either one of those shows. And I enjoy the crap out of them because I meet great folks like you. But it's just a long daggum way. And for people in Tampa and Miami and I'm in the top of Florida. I'm in the Panhandle. And it takes that long. So I can just see Glenn and those guys, how far it is for them to drive.
Hey, Walter, that tells me you live in the wrong state, man. If it takes you 16 hours to get anywhere, that's a problem.
Well, no, but because I don't have neighbors and I like that. And the thing is, there are other places I would love to live. Wyoming, middle of nowhere, Alaska, like up in like Nowhereville. I would love to live in those places. I just don't. People are, like I said earlier, people are ugly to one another, and I just don't like that. So I just assume not be around a lot of them. Not you and Lauren. Hey, congratulations on your new house. I hadn't got to talk to you.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you. Technically, we're moving farther north in the state, which you would think would get us away from people, but actually it doesn't in this case. So
yeah, we're going to be a lot closer to like all the things. It's going to be insane. Instead of it taking 20 minutes to get anywhere, it's going to take 10 minutes to get anywhere, which is super exciting.
What I'm kind of excited about with that whole thing, though, is while it is closer technically, also within about 45 minutes, you can be in the middle of nowhere with nobody around you.
I got you. Now, question. They're not on the YouTube screen, but can everybody hear them? Because Shane's not on there either. So when they're talking, can people hear them?
It should be.
No, I'm on. Their camera is not. It's muted. They need to turn on the camera.
Yeah,
No,
so I'm updating the website with the links so that people have easy access, which means I have to be really up close to my computer, which means you would see like right up my nose. So instead, I have the camera.
That could be a fun view.
While I finish that really quick, and then we will pop on.
No, that's fine. We don't mind up close views though. I mean, we really don't. I was telling Vicky earlier, we keep up on Facebook. It's not the same. It's not the same to see a video of somebody and it's better to talk to folks. I was excited to be on here. I'm glad Vicky was on here. I miss talking to you folks. I want to go back to doing, community videos and stuff like that. Just time, I found out I don't want to be a YouTuber for a living. How about that?
Fair enough.
Because it's way too much time. I am editing a video, and anybody that follows me knows I've been saying I'm putting this video out there for a month now. But I installed an electric dog door through my wall, right? It's, I don't know, 2.5 hours worth of video footage of me cutting a hole in my wall, reframing it out, putting this dog door in. And I'm probably 10 minutes into editing it because I need to cut it way down. And I just, oh God, it pains me. Every time I open up the video editing software, this depression washes over me.
That's why I have about 6 videos on my personal YouTube account. And all I was trying to do is time lapses. Video editing sucked the ever loving life out of me, and I'm done with. I can't. It's not my bag of tea.
Some people love it, Chris.
Yeah,
some people can do it all day. It's like me writing code. I can sit down and write code all day long. Some people look at it and go, "How can you do that?" I'm like, I enjoy it. I enjoy it very much so. T-Gall's playing on
the
chat.
There
they are. Look at them faces.
Oh, I had to get all purdy for you, Walter. I've got day 2 earth hair going on,
I got you. Yeah. You need to do something about that, man.
I know. It gets a little crazy second day when you just been focused and then you crash. It's an issue.
McGuire's makes some stuff that you could put on there and then buff off. It'd make it look really nice.
I gotta tell you, for the longest time, I have been looking for something other than having to shave it. What the hell is she doing?
I got it. You talk or not. We have 2 dogs who are doing their own thing, which is terrifying because one is only 6 months old and she likes to chew things.
Listen, I started watching you guys when you got your first MK3, and I'm noticing that your printer are expanding back there. You have printer mating season, or what's going on?
Multiplying faster than Catholic rabbits, Walter.
Yes.
Faster than Catholic rabbits.
Oh gosh, yeah, there's another Prusa behind the camera that is Nick's Mini, and then we've got a Mini back here, 2 Mark IIIs with the MMU, and then the original 2, which is now a 2.5 without an MMU.
Well, sweet. Chris, is your computer okay? You spit coffee all over your computer or something there?
I came real close to giving the monitor and the keyboard a coffee bath. Yes, thank you. That was that was probably. I thought I was going to at least coat my hand, but I held it back.
I got on Amazon yesterday and I searched for brain to mouth filter. I couldn't find one. They were out.
It's
So
all
never
good.
will. And should you find a way to make one, Walter, you will make billions.
Oh, don't you know? Don't you know? Guy came to me with an idea yesterday or Friday at the football game. He came, we have gridiron seats, so we always sit in the same place, and he always walks past us, and I've known him a long time. And he came to me with an idea, and he's like, I need you to 3D print something for me. So he sit down and he explained it to me. I said, well, first off, you need to find somebody that knows CAD to design it. He goes, oh yeah, I got that person. I said, then I can 3D print it and you can promote it. He goes, okay. He said, we're going to get rich. I said, just hold that thought, because if that's the case, I'm all with it. I'm all with it if we don't. But it's a really neat idea, and I'm not going to discuss it because then somebody will take it before we get there, and I'll be like, oh, I shouldn't have said it.
Whoa.
But okay, so I want to ask. We got 13 minutes. Is that what we're working on?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So we got 13 minutes.
And 110 people watching.
Because I'm working on. I've got a 500 cube Hypercube Evo I've been working on for a week, and I keep printing parts and messing up, and yeah, it's really fun. But what are you guys working on? And I wasn't on yesterday, so I didn't get to see any of that. So let's start with Nick and Lauren. What are y'all doing right now? Because I noticed y'all moving, and Nick, you're doing your thing. Lauren, what are you doing?
So I actually closed down my shop. Yesterday was my last day for anybody to make purchases in my shop, which was insane. And now I have, I think I haven't done the official count, but I think I have 400 Magic Band covers to make, which is more than I've ever made at one time, which is a little overwhelming. So that's basically going to be my life for the next 6 to 8 weeks. And I'm also learning how to use a laser cutter, and I'm going to start getting into using a CNC. So I'm kind of trying to expand my knowledge.
So my question though, and I'm going to try to make this quick. You closed down your Etsy shop, but you're getting into other things that you could sell in your Etsy shop.
Yeah, so it boiled down to making things for Disney trips and people making things Disney related wasn't really making me happy anymore. I felt like I couldn't expand and learn new things because it wasn't necessarily what my shop base was going to want to buy. So I figured a clean break would be good. And maybe at some point next year when I've learned how to do new things and I have new inspiration, then maybe I will reopen.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nick, how about you, bud?
I am, so before the whole move thing, I was actually working on starting up a podcast called Let's Rochambeau, where I was going to bring people from both sides of an issue together and not trying to convince anybody. It was just how to have a real conversation about the issue as opposed to just throwing things at people, one another. Because I do believe that there are still rational people in this country. And Walter, you and I are great examples of this. We don't always see eye to eye on stuff, but we can have rational conversations where we can say, hey, I see your point. That's great. I hadn't thought about that. And you can say, hey, I hadn't thought about that either. And it's not that you change my mind or I change yours, but we both come away with a little bit different perspective. I don't think that's happening anymore.
It's not. And that yeah, I mean, that's just a deep subject though.
Yeah.
But it goes,
no.
it goes
That's
goes
why it
further.
hasn't happened yet. because it's a lot.
Yeah, it goes further than not being able to have a rational conversation.
Oh, I know.
Because that is a whole lot deeper thing. All right, so I got to move on, Nick. Sorry, we got to.
No problem.
And I'm not driving this train, so this is a non-engineer driving train. So what is it? This is the Tesla train. It just drives itself. All right, so Vicky.
Yeah. All right. Well, with the pandemic, I did go through a creative lull, and Lauren did help entice me out of that little slump. So I have been printing and getting ready for the holiday season on my Etsy shop. I do a lot of little Christmas ornaments and stuff. But I did get to ride the coattails of my past creations during the pandemic. I'm going to try to change my camera here real quick to the back rear camera. So up on my wall for Maker Faire 2019, I did, that's 132 hand-stitched plastic canvas pieces, and then I 3D printed the frame to make sort of like a stained glass. So it was, just trying for Maker Faire to bring crafting and 3D printing together. I made a second one, and it got accepted into 2 art shows, which was exciting. And then the pandemic came, so the attendance to those art shows weren't what was anticipated, but somehow it sold. So it was the most expensive, biggest piece that I've sold, and it made me feel like a real artist, not just a 3D. Wow. I mean, I guess 3D printing artists are artists too, but it just really made me feel like a real artist.
Vicky, I have always said I would pay top dollar for that. That is an amazing, awesome, fantastic thing you created. Because it's not what it appears, and that's what's so cool about it. It's just wow.
I'm still overly in love with it. It's been around a couple years, but I still stare at the stitch work. And so, if I do fall ill with COVID, I'm hoping to quarantine here so I could just lay up and look at it.
Well, I will tell you, Vicky, I love seeing you and your family go camping and stuff like that on Facebook. Our youngest child is 18. She just turned 18. She'll graduate in May from high school, and we'll be, I'm not going to say kidless because we still have grandkids, but we will be kidless. And those times that we watch you live through now, because I show my wife all the time and she's like, oh, I remember we did that, and that type of thing. And I love it. I love being able to keep up like that. All right, Chris, what are you working on other than VERRF? Because I know that's y'all all work on this so much. I mean,
yeah. Let me get rid of my background. This will make it a little bit easier. So, this thing right here, this is the you can see it's the 45th revision of this little thing. I didn't print 45 of these, but this is for a friend of mine. He wanted a holder for his light torches outside. And they don't fit his little metal pieces that currently hold them. I have it in there upside down. So this will hold his lights in his metal holders that he already has. So that's something that I've been working on, a little Tinkercad design. And then the other thing I've been working on, and you might have seen this, Walter, I've been playing with some topographic maps. 3D printing them off of a website, and I threw these up on my Etsy shop. This is Pacific Northwest, and then I've got this is going to be San Francisco Bay Area, and then most importantly, at least to me, the home of VERRF, the Greater Chesapeake region.
Those are cool, man.
And, kind of hard to tell on here. I'll do a little bit of an angle view, see if you can kind of see on this, but.
Hold on, let me get my 3D glasses out.
I mean, you can kind of see, there's some definite, scale to that. Yeah, I see over there, Smarty Pants. But that's that's what I've been playing with.
Now, question: you're painting those after you print them?
No, that's all plastic. That's
okay.
They're all 4-color prints, and I'm slicing them through Prusa, just using their change color at a certain layer.
I got you.
And just put, I got 4 spools up top, and then it prints for 2-3 hours, and then it starts beeping at me, and then I know I need to come run down and pop out one and pop in there's the Rona. And and then we did that too. I'll say we have I shut the door a second ago because our puppy, our Corona puppy, he was going crazy upstairs. I didn't want to hear him barking. Let the wife and daughter take care of him. But yeah, that's the other thing we did.
Yeah, this one was chewing on things outside of the studio, so we are holding on to her so that she won't.
She wasn't. I blamed her for chewing. It was actually Morgan who was drinking out of the water dish. It just sounded like Rona chewing.
See, I'm gonna go ahead and grab Perry waffles because puppies are good for ratings.
Right? Boost those ratings
Who
early.
doesn't love puppies?
I'm not bringing my dog over here. Not happening.
I'm not going to pick up the big one.
The big one's on the floor.
She weighs
Yeah, we just got a new dog, and y'all might have seen it on Facebook.
Yeah.
I have never in all my damn life. I mean, come on. We had a Pekingese before, and she had long hair, and she shed. But I have never in all my life that I showed on Facebook was half a day's worth of hair. Wasn't even a whole day. Okay, that's every day.
Yep. Look, we're moving. I'm not looking forward to moving the couch because I'm pretty sure we're going to find a whole nother dog underneath there.
We have a massive sectional, so it doesn't get moved ever because it's
well.
huge.
I will tell you, and I've got a video coming on it because I didn't buy an expensive one, and this thing rocks. I got a Goovy, right? The robot vacuum.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best damn thing ever. I set it to run at 2 o'clock. It's done before we get up, and the floors are clean. I don't have to sweep hair every day. I just empty a little bucket.
They even have one of those things now. One of those, I don't remember whose it is. I think it's actually probably Roomba. But they have the one where it docks and it empties its trash can out inside of it.
Mine docks, but it doesn't empty.
Yes, except we would have to empty it into like a 96-gallon trash can.
Right, exactly. I will tell you though, it gets less. When I first got it, the first few days, the thing was packed full of hair because it would go under the couch, like you said. I mean, stuff blows everywhere. You got central heat and air; it blows around. So it would go under things, and it would just come out, and it'd be just packed in there. And then all of a sudden, it's just getting less and less every day. It's just that day's worth of fur. So it's getting better. All right, we got 2 minutes, according to
2 minutes.
Yeah, we do. I mean,
I think it's hilarious that we've got 2 minutes, but Shane is putting in the group chat 10 minutes, 6 minutes, 4 minutes. He always seems to be about 2 minutes off. Is there a time change between where he's at and where you're at, Walter?
Look,
well, my clock down here says 9:58, the same as what his says on his screen.
Yep.
So
see, but Nick, that's if people actually paid attention to the chat, you would notice that it would actually be in order. Okay,
right.
You're just reading the history and everything else.
Does that require me paying attention?
As soon as he put, I don't know about y'all, but as soon as he put 6 minutes in the chat, I'm like, 6 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on.
I will never put 6 minutes in chat again. And that's recorded now.
I mean, and that's great. I mean,
did we hit live?
What's that?
I said, did we hit live?
Really? Really? You really want to go there?
Before we go live.
We're down 1 minute to 1 minute before I'd see my first guest, right?
Yeah. Well, look, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna duck my camera out of the way, and Walter, I'm gonna let you have some fun, and Shane is gonna be your cameraman and director. I think he's gonna get ready to bring in Reza Toymakr3D, and I think we're gonna start seeing some cool 3D printed stuff here in like seconds.
Okay.
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Yeah, for Nick's
do we have
time
Dougie
clock,
Fresh? Damn. All right, it's 10 o'clock. We got to go, fellas.
All right, I'm out of here.
The show is officially started, and we're going to kick it off. For those of you who have the misfortune of following me on Twitter, you're going to understand exactly who this person is. 1 second. And so I'm going to introduce him. He created a great video that we're going to play over here. So let me bring in our first guest, Reza. And actually, as far as the virtual shows go and everything else, and even the actual shows, Reza is from India, and he's the first person from India who's ever attended one of the virtual rep festivals.
Welcome,
Reza.
Reza.
Can you hear us?
We can't hear you.
Your microphone and speakers are working, sir. If you shake the mouse lower left-hand corner, there's a microphone. There's a little up arrow. Make sure the right microphone is selected. Oh, it's still there. But you know what, though? I have a video of yours, and I am going to play it while we try to work out your microphone, okay? So, yep. Yep,
Okay.
now we heard you. Hey, sir. So I'm going to play your video for you on my side, okay? We're going to start that in 1 second.
All right, now we're waiting on Shane.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Not hearing video audio.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything either. So
All right, 1 second. Let's try that one more time.
Okay, hi
about
Reza,
now?
Indonesian. I'm
Yep.
from Toymakr3D. Me and my friend run Toymakr3D.com. Toymakr3D is a platform where I share my work. Maybe most of you don't know about me because this is my first time in East Coast Rep Festival, so thank you for the opportunity. In this time, I want to share our project. So what we do, we are making high quality toys for 3D printing, especially for FDM printer. So what's special about our design? First, of course, pliable. Second, can be printed without support. So you don't have to waste your plastic for support material or waste your time for clean it. Third is full color. You don't have to paint it. You just need to change your filament for each color. And then strong print result for durability, and the last is resizable. You don't need specific screw or bolt. You can print how big you want. And now I'm going to show you my latest project in CAD software. These are my 3D printed toys collection. They are fully articulated, no support and full color. This is my latest project, G1 Transformer Blitz Wing. I designed it in Shaper 3D, fully articulated. It's also available for free. And I use 3 types of joint on this model. First, ball joint on his elbow right here. As you can see, the design is very simple. And then the ball joint is printed horizontally like this, so this part is not easily broken. The second type of joint that I use is the swivel joint. I usually use it on the thighs. The design is very simple, like this, and the upper part printed horizontally. This lower part printed like this, so don't need any support material. Then I also use hinge joint. I usually use it in front skirt. Here in front skirt, the design is like this, also very simple. And this model is already in full color. I have separated one part for one color, and each part can be printed without any support. Then I will going to show you how I export the STL file and how I print it. Then for naming the STL file, I add color info for each file. For example, if I want to print the yellow parts, just type yellow, and you can print all yellow part in the same time, like this. Very easy. This is the print result. He has some articulation, like he has is on the ball joint at the shoulders, bicep swivel, double jointed elbow, wrist swivel, also abdominal crunch, and waist swivel. Also he has double jointed knee and ball joint at the ankle. Also the side wing can be moved. He also include his weapon, his sword, and his gun. And again, this figure is available for free. You can download it for free if you want. And here is with little bumblebee. For bigger toys, for example like this picture, I use different technique in making the joint, because regular ball joint will not work properly and will not be able to support the weight. So I designed an anti-loose joint to fix it. There are two types of anti-loose joint. First, pin joint with additional screw. Second, ball joint also with additional screw. Because there is a screw there, the joint can be tightened and do not easily become loose. This is how I make anti-loose joint in CAD software. For example, this is my other project Dragon Lord. It has 31 cm in height. I applied anti-loose joint in some part, like shoulders, elbow, hip, knee, ankle, and abdomen. For the ball joint, the overall shape is like common ball joint, only I add screw right here, and how it works is that when you tighten the screw, it will push ball joint and cause additional friction on it. And for the knee, the shape is different, like this. The principle is the same. When you tighten the screw, it will push the lock part right here, and it's gonna clamp this part to keep it tight. And to print the screw, I cut it in half, like this, and print it horizontally to avoid layer cracking. And this is the print result. It is already in full color, 31 cm tall, fully articulated, It has articulated hand with individual fingers articulation. The neck and the jaws can be open, and the leg can be articulated like this. It also has wide swivel, and the spikes also articulated. Here is how anti-loose joint works. If I loosen the screw, the joint cannot hold the weight of his leg, and if I tighten the screw back, the joint is back to normal. So anti-loose joint will keep the joint tight and make him possible. Here with my other 3D printed toys figure, Vortex V, and the other figure, Space Defender. So yeah, that's what I can share with you. How does 3D printing help me realize my hobby? If you have any further question, I am in Zoom or Discord chat room. So thanks again for VERRF team for the opportunity, and see you.
I don't know about y'all, but that was fantastic. Reza, those are fantastic models, buddy.
Yes, thank you.
Everybody in the YouTube chat is very, very impressed with what they just saw.
Yes, thank you.
So, you're the only person doing the design. So you're a one.
Yes,
person?
I am. I am the only one designer on my website, and
Wow.
my friend doing website. So I design and he make a website for me.
Okay. Yeah,
we are only 2 person run this.
Those are very cool, man. I wish you all the luck. You're selling some of your models?
Yes, can I show you some screen sharing?
Right now we're running a little bit late.
Yeah, okay.
But you're going to be in our Discord channel, correct?
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
And your website is Toymakr3D. That's
Toymakr3D.com.
Yep.
Yes.
I already put the link in the chat, and everyone's going crazy. But for you guys who are watching, if you have any questions, feel free to hit them up in Discord.
Yes,
okay?
I'm in Discord.
Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. And you have a wonderful day. And thank you so much for joining us, because I know it's really late over there. So thanks. Have a good one. All right,
Bye.
Walter. Next, we have Gina from OctoPrint. We're going to bring her in.
I will tell you, I'm going to say this right now before you bring her in. Maybe she's listening, maybe she's not. This is probably the most excited I've been to talk to anybody since I started 3D printing. I don't know. I was pretty excited when I met Luby at MRF. So, you know. But hi, wie geht's?
Gut, danke.
No, I don't, and that's about the extent of my German. That's all I've got.
Oh, that's no problem. My English is going to keep up, I hope.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will. How are you?
Fine, I think. Yeah, more or less. It's a bit. The cold season is starting here, and I'm already feeling it a bit in the nose. So, but otherwise, everything is all right here.
We spoke about that earlier. It's parts of the United States are getting cold already, but it's not where I'm at. It's still very hot here.
Okay.
I'm very excited to talk to you. I watch all of your videos. You've been doing OctoPrint for a long time, and I don't know, Shane, was there something that she was showing, or am I supposed to talk with Gina?
Well, you can talk for a little bit, but want to schedule a little bit. And Gina, just so you know how it works, when you're ready, I'm going to press a button, and then you're going to see a countdown timer there, and that's how much time you have. And the show will basically be all yours. Okay, I'll put you up so it's like you're on the main screen and everything else. You'll see the clock still, YouTube won't. So, and then when it's cut and close, I'll just return to this view. Is that okay?
Yep. I also have.
Sorry, Walter, what'd you say?
I also have a presentation that I wanted to share, and I'm hoping that, yeah, I should now be sharing my screen with you. So when I get on, I would be great if that.
Go right ahead.
It's only a small one, but yeah.
Okay. The show is yours.
It's your show.
Oh, I'm already on.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so then, first of all, it's a huge honor to be here today, and I just want to do a quick look, a very brief look rather, at some of the new features that I've prepared for OctoPrint. But first of all, maybe for those of you who do not even know who I am. Okay. Who am I? So I'm Gina Haubge, also known as Fusel. I'm a 37-year-old software engineer, 100% nerd. So I've always been a bit on the geeky and nerdy side as long as I can think of. And I'm also the creator and main developer of OctoPrint. For those of you who do not know what OctoPrint is, which I'm told there are still some of you out there, it's this web interface for your 3D printer that you can just install a small piece of software on your Raspberry Pi, and then on a Raspberry Pi attach that to your printer, and then you get this whole full-blown web interface to control all aspects of your printer and the ongoing print job, and you can also install plugins and all that. And yeah, it's become fairly popular. And what many of you out there also don't seem to know is that I'm actually working on OctoPrint full-time. And it's also pretty much only me working on OctoPrint. And I'm 100% crowdfunded. So this project is done by me for the community, funded by the community. And it's been going for like this in this crowdfunding. Mode of work, so to speak, for 6 years now, and I've been working on it for almost 8. So yeah, that has been quite the adventure, I have to say. But let's not talk about me so much, but rather about what is coming up in the next release of OctoPrint, which I hope to be able to still put out before Christmas. So first of all, there are a bunch of improvements that I've prepared for the software updater plugin, which is bundled with OctoPrint and which is what you actually use when you update any of the plugins that you have installed in OctoPrint or OctoPrint itself. And those of you who have been following the development a bit more closely will know that OctoPrint for a really long while now has had a concept called release channels, which allow you to get access to review versions or future stable versions, so release candidates, and help to test them and all that. And so far that was limited to OctoPrint itself only. Well, so with 1.5.0 that will change, because I've opened up the release channel feature for third-party plugins as well. So all the plugin developers out there will now have the possibility to also offer you preview versions of their builds and allow you to help test them and all that, which I know a lot of plugin authors will be very, very happy about. I've also heard a couple of times now that people are a bit annoyed sometimes here and there about getting swamped with update notifications. So starting with 1.5.0, you will also be able to disable individual notices via this little bell icon next to the entry in the software updater. And in order to combat some issues that we've had with abandoned plugins or with plugins that ship with broken update configurations, the 1.5.0 will also allow to pull in so-called configuration overlays from plugins.octoprint.org to fix those in place for all of you, so you do not have to manually fix anything on your end, but we can just do this centrally and without you having a lot of work when, for example, a plugin's maintainer changes. What else is coming? So thanks to some work by Jim Neal, the man with the many plugins, you might have if you run OctoPrint and run some plugins, you probably run at least one of his. The next version will also have an integrated time-lapse player right inside your time-lapse view. A small limitation of that will only work for MP4 time lapses, which have been supported since OctoPrint 1.4.0 and are also supported on OctoPi 0.17 and future OctoPi versions. But yeah, it's pretty much only one click away if you already record your time lapses in MP4 format. And my voice is going away right now. Great. Yeah, so that was a pull request by Jim, and yeah, huge thanks for that one. I think a lot of people really like this feature. And something that I hope will help a lot of people in the future with any kinds of issues that they experience during updating OctoPrint, or when they install plugins that somehow cause huge issues with their install or something. OctoPrint 1.5.0 will ship with a neat little recovery dialog that is separate from the main UI that you usually see. So if you cannot access that anymore, you might still be able to access the recovery dialog, and that will allow you to safely restart, shut down OctoPrint. You will be able to restart OctoPrint via that thing in save mode. So if you have a plugin, a third-party plugin installed that's giving you trouble, you can just go to the recovery page, restart in save mode. The plugin will be disabled. You will be able to uninstall it again. You can also access your backups. So if something has gone really down the drain, you can just create a backup, download the backup, and then rebuild the image, and then restore from backup and be happy again. And all of that is, of course, authenticated, so not everyone will be able to do that, but only people with admin access. So you will be redirected to a login dialog if you are not already logged in order to access all this functionality in the recovery dialog. And that's actually all that I wanted to share for today. So thank you all of you for your attention. If you want to, if you want to follow OctoPrint on Twitter or want to follow me on Twitter, that's OctoPrint3D and Fuzel. I will also put these slides up on octoprint.org/slides. And if you want to support my work and be part of the many who help to crowdfund it 100%, then check out support.octoprint.org. And that's it.
With 10 seconds left to spare.
Yeah, it's German efficiency and all that.
And I'm really sad because I've been wanting to talk to you for a while. I was hoping that you would make one of these, the VERRF or MRF, in the US and actually in person, but that would be difficult for you. I'm going to tell you now. I mean, it's one of those where starstruck people would be swamping you the entire time.
Yeah, which in these times of Corona is probably not that good of an idea. I actually was supposed to go to MRF, but then Europeans were no longer allowed to travel to the US. And frankly, at that point I also decided myself, maybe that's not a good idea right now with all the pandemic and all that. So, yeah.
All right. Well, Shane, I mean, I want to say bye to Fuzel. I may contact you on Twitter, Gina, because I would love to discuss some things about OctoPrint and let the community ask you some questions as well. Other than that,
always happy.
I mean, Shane's driving this train, so I'm just kind of sitting there. Yeah, Nicholas just told me I'm fanboying. I got to quit. I'm a developer, so I'm very, very. Yeah, it just makes me happy to talk to developers that do things like you do. All right, sorry, Shane.
No, nothing to apologize for, and it's not my show. Gina, are you gonna be hanging out in the Discord area? So if people want to reach you directly.
So it's still, I'm probably going to be there for another 3 hours, maybe something like that. Then I'll have to take care of dinner or something. So I'll just be idling around. If people want to ask questions, I'll be there.
Yeah, it's that pesky little thing, eating. Don't worry about it. But Gina, I'd like to thank you very much for coming on and sharing all that great information. And if anyone needs to reach you, they can jump into our Discord channel. They can reach you at Fuzel, FOOSEL on Twitter, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So much for your time, because I know a lot of people have been, just waiting to see what type of news you brought to us all. Yeah, Walter's one of them. I'm sorry, Walter, is there anything else you want to say, or,
No, I mean, I just admire what she does. I really do.
Everyone does.
I mean, just for what the product that she has put out as and I want to say as a community service, because that's what it is. Yeah, I mean, people support her, and I hope that more people can support her. I absolutely. I mean, it's just like Marlin firmware. It is community supported. And if you use OctoPrint and you haven't donated, or and I'm not saying on a monthly basis, if you haven't given anything for that software, shame on you. So.
Okay.
Gina, I'd like to thank you very, very much for your time. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Not a problem. So next up, we have Tessa Nesci and Patrick
Giambavo.
Thank you. See, that's why I have you here, so you can actually pronounce people's names. I am so horrible with it. So bring those two in, and we will.
Bye, Gina.
Bye,
Bye,
Gina.
bye.
Have a good one. Thank you again.
Okay.
And let's see. We have something. Yep. Nope.
I see Sparky Faces is coming. Patrick, the ninja guy's coming.
How do I turn? Why is my camera on?
Nope. No.
Usually the mic connects first and then your camera.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There's Sparky.
There we go.
Since your camera came up first, you get to go first. So how it works is I'll put it so the screen's just on you, but you'll see my screen still. There'll be a timer. So that's how much time you got. All right. And then once it's done, I'll pop into this and view again. Okay. So with that, my dear, the show is yours. Nope.
Hello? Sparky Face? Hello?
Who, me?
Yes, it's your show.
Oh. You were talking to someone else. Okay, cool. All right. Well, I'm at SparkyFace5 or /SparkyFace5, wherever you want to go. I hope you can see this screen. Basically, I'm everywhere: Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Twitch, all those places. And I do 3D designing in ZBrush. And this is the most recent one. I'm not sure if I can share my screen. I'm not familiar with the program.
You can. I think it's down at the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. This one.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, cool. So there's my screen. Let me just not do that. There's my screen there. That's the model I created today. It's just the Earth. It's not completely print friendly yet, but I am creating one model every day for 31 days of October. So I'm putting about an hour or two into each of these models. You can find that at my Instagram. All the models get updated there. And also my Patreon for $5 supporters. They can get access to every single one of these that I'm making this month. Back to ZBrush, I started in 2015, and the first model I made after a tutorial was this one. And I made that for, I don't know if you guys remember, Apyro Design and Heather 3D Pink Mafia, but she loves Winnie the Pooh, so we made that for her. And from there, we sort of kept going with more fan art with Pinky and the Brain. And things like this, game sort of design, some organic sort of things. And yeah, more recently, I've been playing around with some extra tools. So this one I did only sculpting tools. There was no like Boolean functions, no taking away from anything, just adding on as if you had real clay. This guy's pretty funny looking. excuse me. I did this one as a challenge with a friend of mine. We got a concept picture off the internet and we both tried to interpret it in our own way. This was the beginning of Sculptober. So now in October, this month, I've been doing Sculptober, and yeah, one model every day. So there's not a lot of time going into them. They're not completely 3D printer, no support sort of models, but getting close to it on some of them. I've lost what I was up to. This is the model I'll put out tomorrow. It's not finished. It's got 2 parts to it, but it's currently like a washing machine or a dryer. I'm very nervous in case you can't tell. Where's my screen gone?
You're doing absolutely fine.
I have. They're the prompts for this month. So I'm up to number 11, shrink. And I'm just trying to find my, how do I get my screen back? I've completely lost all my controls here.
If you're trying to exit out of the screen share, move your mouse up to the top of the screen and it will say exit screen share.
Oh, it's on that screen. I can't actually see it. Okay, hang on. Stop share. All right, cool. So you're back on me. All righty. So recently I got myself a resin printer. So testing designs is quite interesting now. I'll see if I can, I don't know if you can see that in any detail, hopefully. But there's a sunflower and all the seeds in the middle. Just seeing what's possible with the resin printer is quite interesting. This one is a bottle, and I've designed the bottle to be empty, and then I added resin inside and cured it with a light to make it look like it's full of liquid, even though it's just a completely solid 3D print with resin, with 2 colors, just, yeah.
Yeah.
What else? I do commissions every now and then. This one was for a Twitter user called Renaissance Tinkerdork. He's got the best name, and hopefully it's focused. It's a squirrel. It's a squirrel in armor. Huh. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I'm up to at the moment. I do stream on a regular basis every now and then, which sounds funny, but every now and then I go on a regular streaming binge, and then I have some time off. But, so you can catch me at YouTube and Twitch for the streams. I'm most active on Twitter for social media, and all my interesting prints and models tend to end up on my Instagram.
Okay, great.
That's pretty much me. Done.
Okay, and everyone can reach you via multiple social media at SparkyFace5. And are you going to be joining us in our Discord channel?
Yeah, I'll be in Discord probably for another half hour. Then I have to go to bed because it's quite late.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for staying up and sharing what you do. For any of our viewers that are watching right now, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Tessa on our Discord channel. And with that, I would thank you. And we are going to have Patrick up next. All right. So Patrick, same thing. You're quite welcome, Tessa. Thank you. So Patrick, the way it works, I'm going to hit a button. There's going to be a countdown timer right there on my screen. Okay. So once you get that will give you an idea how much time you have. Okay.
Okay. You got good audio?
Yep. Yeah. We can hear you just fine.
Okay, cool.
All right. You ready, sir?
Yep.
The show is all yours.
Okay, I still see you.
Yeah, no.
Don't pay attention to YouTube. Pay attention to the Zoom chat because there's a delay. It's gonna mess you up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, I'm Patrick from Ninja Robot. I've met a bunch of people. I've been at the at VERRF before, both last year and the first one. I've also been in a couple MRFs. Just wanted to come on, talk about some of the things that have been going on this year. Big changes, we moved. So I'm no longer in Long Island, New York. I'm now in Sinking Spring, Pennsylvania. It's a beautiful little town and very excited to be here. It's also allowed me to incorporate. We incorporated in around 9 months ago, just in time to shut down. As soon as we put everything together, got everything up and running, had to close. But now we're back up and running, and I got some things to talk about. First, I'd like to talk about the machines that I've been working on for the past couple of years. I call them HMCs. That is not the right view. It stands for Hackable Modular CNC. I built these originally as CNC machines, and then I saw the smoothie board available, and once I saw that and how many inputs and the modular design of that, I started, why can't I make a 3D printer and make it a laser engraver and do everything in one? And then I found out why. It's not easy to do, but I was able to get it done. At this point now, these machines have basically become my two workhorses when it comes to 3D printing. I also use them for milling, CNC, and laser engraving. So this is the machine I used to laser engrave the skateboard that I'm giving away. If you go to my Twitter page, Twitter at PGRobot, Twitter at PGRobot, you can enter to win that. So quickly about the machines. They're built with a modular head design. Sorry about the camera jitteriness. I hope you can still hear me. They're quick release. So once you disconnect your power cables and your connections, which there are quite a few of, quickly undo the clamps. This one sticks a little. No. They gotta be on there secure. Anyway, not as quick as I said. Quickly undo the clamps. And you can mount another head on it. To build it strong enough to do CNC milling, I had to over-engineer the thing slightly. So the x-axis by itself weighs 13 pounds.
Wow.
Come on, work with me here. I figure today it's gonna mess with me. Anyway, quick enough you can go to a routing. The main bed is magnetically attached, and you can bolt any type of vise, anything you want to it. This one over here is basically the same machine. It just has the cases. I use this one more for laser engraving because I have a protective shield on it. This one also has a case, but it's harder to display with it. Yeah. So some of the stuff I've been doing with it, we'll go over to here. These were laser engraved with the machine. Let me turn. Uh-oh. There we go. Camera's upside down, apparently. So it gets some pretty good detail. It's a 2.5 watt laser, so it's not massive, but it gets the job done. Other things that have been made on it, from milling, made the maze. from Westworld, and this is a box I milled out of, I can't remember the word. It's not teak. I can't remember the type of wood it was. Anyway, and then it can even machine aluminum. This little car I made. I had a really cool Stormtrooper head I did in 3D, but I can't figure out what I did with it. It also prints pretty well. It's my large scale benchy. It's got a couple little missteps in it, but the layers in that I think came up pretty nice. It's upside down, of course. And then is he Phil? He used to be one of my favorite test prints. I used to print him all the time. And this is in Proto-pasta. The other thing I've been using it for is practical 3D printing. So there's certain stuff I've been doing for work. This was printed. This is the taillight housing for a 1965 Chevy pickup. And then after that, it was mounted with a lens. And the final versions of these got mounted in a car that went to SEMA. The other thing I've been using the printer for is things like this. This is an exhaust manifold flange for a 1933 Cadillac engine. I can't see the timer right now, so if I'm going over.
It's unfortunately, yeah. I was just about to. I didn't want to sit there like, nope, sorry, stop talking. Unfortunately, yes, but on the bottom of your screen, it does have your social media. For Twitter, it's at PG_robot, correct?
PG at PG_robot, and then the Instagram and what's it called should be there at the bottom also.
Okay. And also, you're going to join us in our Discord?
Yep, I'll be there.
Perfect. So if any of our viewers have any questions, head over to our Discord and feel free to ask Patrick all your questions. And with that, sir, I'd like to thank you very much for joining us and taking time out of your day. I am going to bring in our next group, and it's going to be a pair of sponsors. We have 3D Chameleon and Walter, do you want to say? Yep, since you have the shirt on.
Wait, hold on. Let me turn around here. Thank you, ma'am. No, just got to show the shirt off for Peter.
All right. So we're just waiting for Wham Bam, but how if we do this? Since 3D Chameleon is all ready to go, I'm going to put a timer up. You will sit there and see it. And for that lot of time, the show is yours. Okay?
You okay?
All right. You ready to go?
Yeah. Yep.
The show is yours.
Thank you. Well, welcome to the virtual Rep Rap Fest. I love this.
Right?
Yeah. How you been?
I've been good, man. I got and I don't. Do you have a presentation you want to show for 5 minutes?
I don't have a presentation. I'm going to do a talk and show some things. And
okay. Well, I do want to ask you. I asked earlier because I enjoyed your Chameleon at VERRF last year, and hopefully you're going to talk about it here in a minute. I was asking about the iterations. What has changed since then? So.
Oh yeah, it's a brand new design. Literally, we introduced the version 1 last year at VERRF. We showed it off at MRF last year, but then we introduced it at VERRF. And while we were, since then we've literally sold thousands of these things, which actually blew my mind. It's really cool. But we ran into some issues. A lot of people had found it difficult to install. So we thought, well, maybe we should kind of listen to them and make some modifications to it. And eventually it got to the point, my partner Dana, who unfortunately can't be here because of COVID, but she's always on me about making it simpler, making it easier, making it she wants the 7-year-old to get it to work, right? so I listened very carefully to everybody's feedback and literally rethought the entire thing. So what we're introducing today is actually the new 3D Chameleon Mark II. And this is it. It's basically a 4-color extruder, but it only uses 2 motors, right?
Wow.
So it's got the electronics, we have our own electronics now. We have our own, this is a limit switch that actually triggers it. But the idea is that this can literally be added to any 3D printer out there without modifications to the printers. It's completely standalone, or it can be integrated with the machine. This is the really cool thing. Let me flip over to my other video, my camera here, and you can see the I've got the Prusa Mini here printing American flag. Pretty cool. This is actually integrated completely with the printer. You can see it on the back there with our classic 4-color into 1 Y adapter. Printing using Prusa slicer. That's completely integrated into the Prusa Mini, which is, we announced, when Joe announced this machine last year, you know, they said they weren't going to support the MMU on it. And we immediately said, we'll get ours working, right? So that's the result. It's a gorgeous installation.
That is cool.
Yeah.
That is, Peter, you're right.
The other thing that we did is, you know, Creality keeps introducing their machines. So we made the installation even simpler on it. You literally use our Chameleon as a replacement extruder mounted in the stock existing, you know, extruder location. And, you know, through that Y adapter, you know, you now have a 4-color ender. So here's their new CR6. We have it mounted up on top in this case. This is a little bit different because a lot of people wanted to maintain the existing extruder. Maybe they have a special hot end, or maybe they have a special, you know, dual gear extruder or something like that. So in this particular case, we're using the Chameleon simply to load through those tubes the stock extruder and unload it, which then takes us over to the Prusa Mark III, where we have the stock extruder. And again, we're using it just like what Prusa does in their MMU 1 and 2. We mount it at the top, but we then go through our 4-in-1 adapter into the stock hot end. So very flexible installation. This is the install on the Ender 5. And then here's a Delta. I like this install because the entire thing is hidden inside here, up in the top there. Again, that's mounted exactly where the stock extruder was. So very cool installation.
Are these for sale now?
These are actually, you can order them right now. This new model, we're actually starting to ship on November 15th. But on our website, we've already updated it to reflect that. So yeah, it's awesome.
Dude, the new design and the way that you're so adaptable to different printers is awesome, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be difficult to keep up with the amount of printers out there. But on some of them, if it's a 30-30 extrusion or whatever, I mean, that's pretty simple to incorporate into. But man, Prusa Minis and just into stock extruders, that's some amazing stuff. It really is.
Yeah. We're real proud of the way it worked this year. And this is my print I did yesterday. And yeah, I have it's like an 1.5-hour video on YouTube of this live print. So if you want to go watch that, you can.
Yeah, Fernando DSK made that one, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Now, William, are you going to be available in our Discord group?
Yep. I'll be on the Discord later on after this is over, and you can always find us on Twitter at 3D Chameleon, at 3D Chameleon.
Awesome.
And obviously 3dchameleon.com.
Perfect. Now, if anyone of our viewers wants to ask William any questions about the Chameleon, feel free to jump on over there and ask away. Next up is Mr. Solomon from, hold on, I'm trying to read Walter's shirt again.
Wham Bam.
Wham Bam.
Wham Bam. All right, sir. So when I hit the magic button, the timer will be up on my screen, okay? And at that point, it will be your show, okay?
Okay.
Ready?
I guess so.
The show is yours.
Okay. Hi, this is Peter. We've got a lot of news for Wham Bam. I don't know how I'm going to get through this in 5 minutes, so I'm just going to wing it. I have some notes. By the way, for those of you who are on the Discord or wherever else, if we're having a couple giveaways of a slap mat and a t-shirt. and we're giving them away for the best question, the best shared user story with one of our products, or any great suggestion of what's the next innovation Wham Bam should be bringing to the market. We also are offering a discount for the next 3 hours in honor of this event. And there is the discount code, very easy, VERRF2020. And you'll get a 20% off discount from anything you buy on our site. Some of the news, we have finally set up US fulfillment. It took us a long time, but that's effectively working now. So USA customers get a quicker turnaround for order and much cheaper shipping, and it's just working out wonderfully. A couple small snags, but I think it's a great system. We have opened up another office for Wham Bam just for customer support and ordering, and hired some customer support people. So we're trying to get rid of the backlog of messages and get into a just-in-time answering system. We have a whole bunch of European distributors for people who are not in America, so we'll probably post that list again here. And then as far as product updates, there are a lot of new things coming out, some that I can't tell you until we launch, some that I can. Most of you know us already for our flexible build system for FDM, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. Our most recent launch was the flexible build system for resin, which basically is, a very high strength magnet that was created to resist resins and alcohol and solvents. With a very strong specific 3M sheet behind it that gets mounted to your build plate, and then a flexible plate with a specially etched engraving. It's very, very fine. You get a really beautiful surface, but this helps you get first layer bond. It's a super strong magnet. Pinch your fingers if you're not careful. And I'm going to show you, let me just put on a glove while I'm talking. I'll show you actually me popping it off. Unfortunately, I started a print last night. I had to interrupt it because it wouldn't be done in time for this cast. But I'll show you how I'm going to pop this off. Let me just grab a slap mat. There's some resin in one of the pieces. So there it is. I put it on the build plate. I printed on the build plate, obviously. Wham Bam. I took this whole thing off the machine. This was on the EPAX. I put it into my anti-cubic wash station, all together like this. You could put the whole head in. You could take off just the build plate. You could take off the parts. But I wanted to show you this working. There's a little pry tab right here. I'm going to take that off. You'll notice that I printed the parts. One of them with supports. Sorry about that. One of them with supports and one of them flat to the base. And I'm going to flex these things. There goes the first one. And here's the one that was full to the base. Unfortunately, it's full of resin. Really, really beautiful bottom surface. This is really a huge innovation because it allows you to print now giant bases flat to the print surface. You don't need to lift everything with supports. It's going to reduce your print time incredibly because instead of printing something tall at an angle, you can now put it straight on the base. It turns around your cycle time because you can swap out just with a second build plate if you want to while you're cleaning your parts. Let me get rid of this. And it's really an innovation in the market. I can't print without them. I've been experimenting with these for the last 8 months and I can't get around them. We're also launching a few new sizes for the resin kits. We have the Mars Pro and Nova Beam coming. It should be out in a couple weeks. A new Saturn, unfortunately, Elegoo, for their Saturn, they made 3 different build sizes. Anycubic Photon Mono X and Photon X, as well as SainSmart KL9. We're doing it for the Kellen machines, the 400 and 500, the KDS box, the Frozen Transform, and Peopoly Phenom Noir, adding to the ones that we already cover, which is really nice. We also just are launching a new little accessory for the hotbox and for 3D printing in general. This is a LED light bar. I have this one plugged in. Let me just turn this on. Basically, yeah, it's blinding. Let me just show you inside the box. So basically, it's an LED light bar, USB connect with an on-off switch. Our hot boxes now are built with elastic bands, so you can actually mount this right in the hot box. But it comes with some other attachments, so we're curious to see how people might mount these to your X gantry, above your printer, anywhere you're printing, or even in resin printers. This is a $12 MSRP, so real inexpensive upgrade. That's going to be on our website any day now. We're also doing new FDM kits. We have Ultimaker 3, S3, and S5 coming out. We have some real cool build surface innovations I can't tell you about yet. And then we have a patent pending innovation that I think is going to rock the world to help upgrade almost any FDM printer. And all these things are coming out over the next few weeks, as well as a huge Black Friday sale. So
great. That's awesome. And that's I'm sorry, that's just like so much information in 5 minutes. So you did great. Now, for both of you, you're going to be available in our Discord groups?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. And you both have your own rooms in there. So if any of our viewers want to go in, ask any questions as far as the things that you've seen today, feel free to jump in there and ask away. Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much for your time. I'm going to move things along a little bit. I'm going to bring in our next exhibitor, Mr. Pickens.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi. Yep, I can hear you. So,
Walter,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to press a button, the magic button. It's going to count down a time. That's how much time you have, and the show will be yours, okay?
Sounds good.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
The show is yours.
Hi there. I'm John Pickens. I've got a design for a powered face mask to solve the problem of people who have to work in hot environments with a face mask on. In these troubled times, a lot of people say, oh, I'm not wearing a face mask. Well, you know, if you're working in a restaurant or in food service or lots of different situations, you have to wear a face mask. And in a hot environment, such as working as a cook, it's impossible to wear a face mask. You're rebreathing your hot air. So this is a design that I came up with. It's open source. It's on Thingiverse. And basically, it's a frame that's 3D printed with parts that are also 3D printed. It's I printed it out of PETG. It's shaped so that it fits onto a standard baseball cap, like so. So there's, if you see in here, this is shaped to envelop the brim of a standard baseball cap. So it just slides right in there. If I could do this, I'd be dangerous. I don't know. Anyway, so it slides in there and creates a seal so you can wear this thing like a baseball cap. It uses a standard USB 70 by 30 millimeter squirrel cage fan with the USB thing. You have to lengthen the cable because these things usually come with like a 1 foot cable. And so let's put the thing on. So it uses these reusable shopping bags are made out of the same stuff that the standard face masks are made out of. So you sew a shroud that goes into a groove on the face mask design, and it uses PETG sheet that's used for thermal forming, and it comes with the little peel off things on it. So you get this stuff. It's about $1 a sheet. You cut it in half. That makes it, these come 12 by 12 inches. You cut it in half. It's 6 by 12, and it fits. That's the shape of the thing. And of course, I just bashed it. Anyway, so you put the thing on like so. Hook it over your ears and plug it into a standard USB battery bank. And looks stupid, but it works, man. Keeps you cool. Doesn't make too much noise. The little 10,000 milliamp hour standard battery charge will run for over 8 hours. And that's pretty much it. It's a Thingiverse thing. I can show you, how do I share screen? Let's see. So I designed it all. Can you see the screen?
Can
you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I designed it all in OpenSCAD and made like basically primitives, little sections, and then assembled it in 3D Builder. So this is all open source. 3D Builder isn't open source, but at least it's free for everybody. So you can see this is PETG, these are PETG. The green parts are TPU because you have to create a seal for let's see. See, here's the parts, PETG. There's like a screen. These are the seal parts. This is the bag, PETG face shield. And here's, you cut up the bag, make the little shroud to go around the thing.
John, we're not seeing what you're trying to show us.
Sorry. Okay. Well, then I'll just go back to video. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, and no problem. I just wanted you to know you were.
Yeah. Okay. Let me stop the share. All right. Well, anyway, so that's it. It's free and open source. Works pretty nice. I'm a 63-year-old asthmatic. You know, these young kids don't really have anything to worry about with COVID-19, but I'm of the population there where if I were to get it, I'd probably have a bad outcome. So, you know, I can protect myself. You know, you guys don't have to wear a mask if you don't want to, but I can wear one. And it's a good way to allow people to really protect themselves and not have to worry about hot temperatures. So that's about it.
All righty. Well, man, you fit all your presentation right into your timeline.
I tried to.
and even shorter. You know,
Right.
he got in well before. He had about a good 15, 20 seconds. Now, John, if anyone wants to reach out to you, what's the best way?
It's a Thingiverse thing. If you look up Happy Face on Thingiverse, let's see if I post this. There we go. That's the link on Thingiverse there. So.
Okay. And you're also going to be available in our Discord, correct?
Yes.
So if any of the viewers have any questions for John, please feel free to jump on over there. I'd like to thank you for your time and showing that off, because that's great, man. That's really good.
Thank you, guys.
Up next, we have sorry, scan everything right. So we have Kevin Volo, who is kind of like pitch hitting for Peopoly right now. So he's going to talk about his experiences with Peopoly and their printers. Now, so Kevin, just so you know, in a moment, I'm going to sit there, press a magic button. You're going to get 7 minutes. For that 7 minutes, the show is all yours. Okay?
And I will hit my timer as well, because I will.
You'll see this clock on my screen.
Excellent.
Yep.
I like that.
All right.
All right.
Ready?
You, buddy.
You bet.
Show's yours.
All right. Hey, I'm like he said, my name is Kevin Volo. I have a channel on YouTube. It's 3D Printed Props, where I make props, helmets, weapons, geeky things like that, some everyday home items, but mostly I stick to props and things like that. My channel has mostly been using FDM printers to create helmets and different things. I've got some behind me. I've got a few on the table here. One of my first projects that I ever worked on was this Red Hood helmet that I did on an FDM printer. This was done on the first thing I ever got, what was it, a CR10, the very first one they had out. And I do a lot of things like adding LED and wiring and really sort of bling them out so they look as cool as possible, I hope. And of course, with FDM printing, you got those layer lines. Something like this took me, oh my goodness, just days of sanding, priming, Bondo, sanding, primer, Bondo. Crazy amount of time. And there's still some layer lines in there that no one else can see, but I can. And it drives me insane that I can see them, because there's one right there. But this is something that, hopefully now that we've got these larger resin printers, we might be able to not have to deal with all that sanding. So for example, I was lucky enough to pick up the Peopoly Phenon L, this huge resin printer that I have been loving. I've got it in about a month ago. The box is enormous, which was really cool. Set it up, got it going, and was really just really surprised at how big it was. This thing, I've seen some other videos. Clay, Uncle Jesse, he's had a really amazing video. Take a look at his channel where he highlighted it. I put up a video where I did an unboxing and a first look. And over the next few months now, I'll be having more of these videos out. But I'm sort of moving my channel more towards doing resin printing just because of the ease of cleanup and what you can do with them. So for example, the first helmet I printed, I'm going to be reaching around for things on my desk. The first helmet I printed on that Peopoly, the Phenon L, was this guy right here. It was this Iron Man helmet. And this is actually a helmet that is part of a full suit that I sell over on my website, 3D Printed Props. And it is, I mean, it's glass smooth. I mean, I will do some sanding in the back. I'm not sure how much detail you can see here, but of course we do have some supports structures here. I'm learning on where to put the supports, but this took me, whereas a Red Hood helmet would probably take about, I think that took me 6 days. I printed a very fine detail and very slow. This took, all of it took 30 hours and it was finished. Very minimal sanding. I will still put some work into it because I like to have things glass smooth. So I will wet sand this thing and I will get this thing totally glass smooth and painted. But so you can print these gigantic things, total time savers. Now, if you're doing this for a business, if you're selling things and you need to get things out quick, it's fantastic for that. If you are just a hobbyist, but you really want to be able to try new things like I like to do, you can't beat being able to print something like this, full resin. Again, this is available on my site too, 3D Printed Props. I'm not even going to sand this because it already looks battle damaged, right? Because it's the Mark I. I'm not even going to sand this. I'm just going to start painting it. I'm going to throw some primer over it, and that's it. So between being able to do things like this, being able to do things like this is like the first blade from Supernatural. Huge fan of that show. The amazing detail you can get into the prints, big or small, is incredible. And whereas before, when I was using my Mars, I've got an Elegoo Mars, that was the first one I had, I would have to split this up into maybe 4 or 5 parts, right, put them together. So for example, I printed this out. This is the Colt from Supernatural. And this barrel is like 3 pieces. So that took a lot of time to Bondo, to spackle, to sand, and get really nice and smooth. Whereas now I could print this whole barrel piece in one shot and save myself half a day of sanding, Bondo, drying, and still get that incredible detail on it. Because whereas I've printed things like this that are one big full piece, I've also printed things that are much smaller, and you still keep the detail. So I've been really enjoying, it's my first Peopoly printer. I've been loving it just because of the size of prints. I mean, to see this thing, like, here, we'll recreate it. To see this like coming out of the resin vat like that, right? And it's just staring at you. I mean, it was pretty cool. I was pretty excited about it. And I have a few other big ones, but they're drying right now. There's some other helmets, but they're full-size Iron Man helmets that I was able to put base plate and that. Sorry, go ahead.
I have a question for you because I have a small resin printer myself. I have a little Creality resin printer, and I've been thinking about moving up to the Peopoly or one of the other big format printers. But how hard is it to scale up your cleaning and drying operation? Nobody ever talks about that. They talk about the detail and all that stuff, but you got to wash these. You've got to cure these.
The funny thing is, I actually have The first video I did is this unboxing, and that's up now. The next two cover things like ventilation, cleaning, and workflow. Because the biggest thing that changes is your workflow. You know, I'm not going to buy some gigantic ultrasonic cleaner for this. You can't buy a huge pickle jug to put this thing in and slash it around. So how do you do it? So that has been the biggest thing. I need to get more Wham Bams or something. I've been, so I can put this thing out. But that has definitely been the biggest thing for me is the cleanup. Be prepared for it to be a little bit more difficult cleanup. But keeping things neat.
Well, we're out of time. I'm gonna take over Shane's job this time. Thank you very much. Are you gonna hang around in Discord so people can holler at you?
Yeah, and I'm also up again at 11:30 talking about my channel.
Okay, well, how do they get what is your channel? How do they get
it's on YouTube. It's 3dprintedprops.com. That's also the website, and pretty much all my social media, Instagram, Twitter, everything, 3D Printed Props.
Okay, so Mark couldn't be here because he's down with the sickness. You are here representing Peopoly. So
yes.
That's fantastic. And next up, and thank you very much. If y'all want to get in touch with him, he'll be in Discord and he'll be back on at 11:30.
Thank you.
So next up, we have Willow Creative.
Hello.
Hello.
Can
How
you
are
hear me?
you?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
The way this is going to work is Shane's going to put a timer up here in just a minute. You're going to be in focus, and it's going to be your show. You can tell us all about you. And if there's some time, then I may talk to you a little bit after. You ready?
For sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey,
the
everyone.
show is yours.
Thank you. I am Willow Creative. I'm a cosplayer from the Netherlands, a full-time cosplayer. And I do a lot of my work with 3D printing as well. So that's why I'm here today. It's really nice, actually, that it's virtual this year, because I wouldn't have been able to join all the way overseas. But now I can show you a couple of my props that I use 3D printing on. And I also use a lot of mixed media. So 3D printing can be a core or mechanical part of my props, but not actually the focus of the entire prop. And mostly what I wanted to show was my Illidan Warglaves. You can see one right here. I'll grab one here. This was printed with my Delta printer that you see in the corner over here. It was modified. It's a Anycubic Predator, currently known as Anycubic Delta D printer. And what I did was I replaced the pillars so I could print a lot larger and make these awesome blades in one piece, because my printer now prints almost 1 meter tall, and that's absolutely perfect for these kind of transparent prints that need to be printed in one piece. And it's printing right now one of these one-piece blades. These are completely hollow, printed with 0.8 diameter nozzle in transparent PLA. And then it's coated with epoxy. You can tint it, for example, to make it a lot stronger and smoother, shiny, glossy. You can sand it, you can polish it. And then because it's hollow, it's really easy to put lead strips in it. And for example, for these Warglaves, this is one piece that is printed from the printer. Very lightweight. Of course, when you break it like this, it's gonna snap, but that's what the epoxy coat is for. And all this gets drilled out with a hot knife, so you can nicely finish it. Because this is acting as a support while it's printing in basement all the way up. Right. It's really nice. Look at that.
That's amazing. I have a big Delta behind me as well, and I use it for tall printers. I have the TiVo.
Is that a TiVo?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Electronics have been changed, so it runs a duet Wi-Fi. But
yeah, I was like last year I wanted to build this printer, like a really large Delta, because the Delta is nice and stable. And I had two options. I had the TiVo Little Monster, and then Anycubic came out with their new Giant Delta printer. I was like, I could pick either one.
Yeah.
And I instead went to go get a Predator, because it was just easy to get in my country, a lot cheaper as well. Like if I wanted to import a TiVo Little Monster into the Netherlands, it would cost me at least more than $1,000. So and then the Predator comes in at like 400 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Predator's a little different in setup, but I managed to work it out by some extra polishing, extra sanding and everything. And So that was really nice, and I'm very happy how that worked out. So that was one thing I really developed 3D printing for cosplay. And right now I'm just trying out a lot of new things for 3D printing, which includes mechanics with Ichthus Ichthyodur filaments. And I want to make more resin prints as well, and see what I can create with that, and see how many different types of props and applications I can use it for. I'll be getting one of those Peopoly venoms soon as well. And I really hope I can make some really cool stuff with that.
Well, I'm sure you can. Just looking around your room, I'm sure you can make some really cool stuff with it.
Yeah, so I'm a full-time cosplayer, and I sell mostly 3D prints for my web shop on Etsy, for example. This is one really popular option. I offer like 15 different types of models of horns that people can add to their skull masks, and all order separately. And it's a really nice, easy alternative to making your own skull or resin skulls that are really heavy, because this is all in one. This is a little bit over a pound, including the horns. Yeah. It's super easy to wear. So that's what I make my money with. Is I'm doing this full time right now. I'm very happy with all the stuff I get to create and develop. And I still get enough time left over to try and innovate some things, and mostly with 3D printing, because it gives such a diverse range of possibilities that you can use for your for costumes and all kinds of stuff. So that's really nice. Let me see what else I got in here. Most of these masks, except for this one, only the goggles for this one was 3D printed. Most of these masks all 3D printed. And this one's also really nice. This is like a small version of the big Warglaves I showed before. I tried a couple new things on this one with epoxy. As you can see, it's really nicely smooth, sanded, all transparent, so the LEDs shine through it really nicely.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking forward to try a few more props with this technique, and try and do it a little bit more. And this is a mixed media prop over here. Most of these symmetrical parts are 3D printed in lightweight PLA, which is sold by Colorfab in the Netherlands, but they also ship abroad, international, everywhere. It's a foaming filament, actually, so it expands while it's printing. And the higher you print, like the higher temperature you print, the more the foam expands and the lighter it gets. So with one roll of 750 grams, you can print up to 2.5 kilograms worth of prints for it, but it's still gonna weigh only 750 grams in total, which makes it really nice for these large props, and it also prints really smooth. And I got like a working mechanic in it. Yeah, so it rotates.
Yeah.
And it's got a different toggle for that, so it doesn't eat the battery while it's on. And that's one of those things that I really like about 3D printing for costumes, because you can just have so many possibilities. You can have moving things, and having things designed just the way you want it to be is just such an advantage for this kind of industry.
You know, we have another man here in New York, is MidKnight Giant. He makes massive weaponry in 3D printing, and I just think it's so cool, the incorporation of electronics and LEDs and how you do things. You come up with designs like that blade that's going off, the LEDs are going off in the background there. That's just amazing that you did that.
Yeah, it's a real eye catcher, especially at events.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, that you did it with an FDM printer is even more so amazing. Even though
I can't wait to try resin print, large scale resin printing for this stuff as well.
That's what I was wondering. I mean, because you're getting the Peopoly Venom, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know the build volume of that, but when you're able to do clear resins, even if you have to have a little glue line to put two pieces together because they're not quite long enough, I think that will absolutely cut down on your time. Your preparation time?
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, because
resin is so much easier to polish as well.
Oh yeah, no, most definitely. and you won't have to do all the epoxy work and stuff that you have to do now.
Yeah, I
think-
had to do a lot of play with the settings as well to avoid as many bubbles and spacing between FDM prints, and so I'm really interested in seeing how that's gonna go. And so I do have like a little resin printer right now, Elegoo Mars, of course. Everyone's got one by now, I think. And it's really interesting to see how it works, and it's really introduced me to resin printing and what I can do with that as well. Because before, as a cosplayer, I sometimes needed custom gemstones and all that kind of stuff. And you would always have to cast it with a cast resin. But that stuff is pretty tricky to handle, and you need a mold for it, of course, and a master that needs to be polished for it. And for this costume behind me, for example, I made a resin glass bottle, which would be impossible to cast, but I printed it, and of course it's a little small because it doesn't otherwise fit in my Elegoo Mars printer. For Peopoly, that will work out better. But it's really nice to see what you can do with this, and I'm really excited to try out some more stuff with this.
And
custom,
the community is very excited to see what you're going to do with this. I mean, really are.
Yeah,
I was hoping it would arrive
in
before
chat.
this weekend, but unfortunately, no.
Shane, I had never heard of you before today, so I will start following you. I will start seeing what you're doing. Shane apparently is a fanboy like I was of Gina a while ago. I see him smiling in the background back there. So,
oh no, I'm just like letting her just let Willow go, man. She knows exactly what she's doing. I love it. The fact that
I love making all the crazy stuff. So
Yeah.
that's definitely where you should go for me.
And even your Warcraft sword back there, that's been featured in how many different sites and everything else? It just deals
a
with
lot of them. Yeah, people love them.
Yep. And then your new project with the Lycan from Underworld, the werewolf.
I'll be making a werewolf based on Van Helsing, the movie.
Oh, Van Helsing.
The world's werewolves are a little different, yeah. The Van Helsing werewolf. Yep, for Halloween.
Yep. The claws came out awesome.
Oh, yeah, I got that here. Real quick. The claws are the 3D printed Gary Fay Creations base, so you can have big claws, but still have that articulation in the fingers.
All right. Unfortunately, that's the time. And believe me, I would love to sit here all day. I could literally do
No
that.
worries.
Now, are you going to have some time to join us in our Discord group if anyone has any questions? Because
I'll
I
be
know it's
sitting
running.
on Discord for the rest of the day. Yeah, and you can tag me for Willow Creative in there if you have any questions.
Willow Creative?
Yeah, and all my social media, of course, is also Willow Creative or willowcreative.nl, also
That's
for my
awesome.
website.
I'd like to thank you very much for taking time out of your day, and especially with the time differences and everything else. And I'm definitely going to be rewatching this part a few times because I'm
It's
just
awesome
absolutely
to be here.
amazed. I'm
Thank
just
you
sitting there
very
like,
much.
but thank you so much for everything.
All the cool stuff.
Definitely. Okay, so with that, we will bring in our next guest. One moment.
not this guy. I know this guy.
I'm waiting for his microphone's on.
Oh, I'm on. Can you
we
hear
can
me?
hear you.
We can hear you.
We
All
just
right.
can't see you.
Can't see me. Uh-oh.
No.
That's a bummer.
You're
Your name.
there. We go.
Hey, it'd be helpful if I turned the video camera on, wouldn't it?
Hey everybody, this is Dan from Slice Engineering.
Hey, y'all. How's it
Hey,
going?
Dan, Shane's going to put a timer up, and you've got, you can tell us all about your stuff, and then I can ask you dumb questions after.
Sounds great. And then you can boot me when I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah.
boot him now. Boot him now. Boot him now. Go ahead, Shane. Dan, you're live, buddy. It's
All
your
right,
show.
I'm live. I'm on YouTube. That's amazing. It's kind of funny. I had I don't know, probably a year ago or so, met up with somebody that was a customer of ours, and he was like, "Oh my gosh, you look just like you do on YouTube." And I was like, "That's an unusual thing to be told." I'm sure you hear that all the time, but yeah, it's kind of a funny thing. But the Willow's presentation was super cool. We follow her on Twitter, and I'm just always super impressed by the stuff that she prints. But anyway, so hi, I'm Dan. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Slice Engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer. So is my co-founder, Chris. You guys may have seen him at VERRF last year. He gave a presentation on the build platform, and we had our our little booth right next to the entrance. We sponsored the lanyards last year. Sad there were no lanyards this year, but we will be doing some little swag pack stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen Alien 3D's been posting in the Discord about sending out swag packs. So sign up for those, register, and you'll get a little bit of sliced swag in those boxes, which is kind of fun. All right, so what else? What do we do? If you guys haven't heard of us, we make precision components for 3D printers. Anything that you want to upgrade, you got an issue with heat creep, for example, our hot ends are fantastic for that. We make nozzles. Everything we make, we try to fill a niche that either nobody else is quite doing, or we're going to try and sort of step up the game to the next level. That's what we do. We, like I said, are mechanical engineers, so we do a lot of thermodynamic stuff. That's sort of our focus, is thermodynamics. That's what we do. You've probably heard of our hot ends, the Mosquito. That's kind of what's on this banner back here. Got a big picture of the Mosquito Magnum, and then over on this side, I'm going to do my best Vanna White right now. That's a thermal image of the Mosquito hot end, and you can see. Thanks, Walter, for the the assistance here. So, yeah. So essentially, the technology behind our hot ends, both the Mosquito and the Copperhead, is what's called a bimetallic heat break. And so, as opposed to a monolithic heat break where everything is one material, it's all machined out of one piece. Our heat breaks are assembled out of dissimilar metals, copper and steel. And so what that does is we've got a copper section in the bottom and a copper section in the top, and that's where you want the heat to be uniform in the hot block and then dissipated in the heat sink up above. And then the steel is a relatively poor conductor as compared to copper. And so you don't get heat motion up through the steel portion of the heat break as much as you do it being dissipated through the copper. So the composite construction, people have been using composites for thousands of years because one material doesn't always give you the best properties as a combination of two different materials. So that's essentially was the bit of an aha moment behind the original Mosquito. And then we've carried on that technology with the consumer-focused, more sort of a budget-friendly Copperhead line of hot ends. And we launched those on Kickstarter back in January, and then started shipping them in March. So we're pretty excited about that. Walter's got, is he about to pull out a Copperhead? There he is. So
I just got the pieces. I don't have everything.
Okay. You don't have it assembled or anything? Oh, you just got
No, I didn't have it assembled. I got a Mosquito assembled. I don't have.
All right, cool. Yeah, so one of the nice things about the Copperhead is that it's very modular. So if you look on our website, there's like a chart, and I forget how many printers we have on there, 30 maybe different 3D printers. And depending on what exactly you need and how you want to set it up, you can buy different parts and sort of build it like a Lego kit onto your 3D printer. So it makes the upgrade super easy, and it also makes it just applicable to a lot of different printers, which is nice. All right, what else do I want to say? I want to talk about, we launched at a RepRap Festival 2 years ago, which was pretty awesome. So just big shout out to the community. I've always wanted to do something fun in a fun industry with my own company, and the 3D printing community has allowed that to happen. So a little over a year ago, myself and my partner Chris went full time. We now have 8 people on the team, and that's all because the 3D printing community has been super supportive and bought our products and helped us continue to innovate. So thank you to everybody watching on YouTube, everybody that is in the Discord that has supported us either by buying products or just promoting our stuff, retweeting, sharing, liking, etc. All that helps. We've got new products today coming out. One is the new Bridge Master nozzles. We gave one of those away yesterday. We're giving away another one today. You may have heard of our vanadium nozzles, which are a tool steel nozzle that have a lifetime warranty against abrasion. These Bridge Master nozzles are a copper alloy nozzle, so it's the same alloy that we use in our hot blocks in the Mosquito and Copperhead. So you get that uniform temperature distribution from the hot block all the way down into the nozzle, and that allows for maintaining print temperatures. And if you're doing a lot of cooling, getting a lot of cooling airflow because you want to have a nice bridging performance, like if you're printing that top section of the benchy on the roof, you need a good bridge right there, especially if you're making a big one. The Bridge Master helps with that. They've got a carbide coating on them, so they're actually quite abrasion resistant as well. So we've had people print kilos of CF PETG through those nozzles and not have a problem with wearing them out. Other thing we're launching is plastic repellent paint. We launched that, I guess, about a month ago, but we're talking about it a lot today. I'm going to be doing a build platform talk about it in just a little bit. And then the last thing is the mosquito liquid. So we're expanding our line of mosquito hot ends. We're adding a liquid cooled version. And so we've actually got we may have a giveaway of one of those later today. So that's a big deal. That's what we got going on. We got discounts all week long. I've got a build platform presentation coming up at 11. There should be a link in the YouTube and in Discord for the discount. So go check that out.
Well, Chris is in the YouTube chat. He said he's taking notes of everything everybody asked about.
All right.
That's all there. Dan, thank you, buddy. I mean, we're got 8 seconds. You were right on time. I appreciate it. I look forward to talking to you some more. I'll get in touch with you on the phone because I got some things I do want to talk to you about. You're going to be in Discord. Y'all going to be hanging around.
We're in Discord. We got tons of stuff going on in Discord. We got to give away every hour on the hour. So hop in there and talk to us in Discord.
And I think this is the end of my time, and they can get you at Slice Engineering, and everything's available for sale there, and got all the news. So this is also the end of my time. So I'm ending it with
so sad, Walter.
I know. I got to get off here. So I'm going to get out of the way, and I'm going to let Shane take over. And I think he's going to start off with Hartford Community College. Thanks, Dan. We appreciate it, my friend.
Thank you, Walter. We really appreciate you jumping on as well. Let me, I'll pop up my video again real quick. Thank you so much. If you want to hang for a little bit, we don't want to kick you off, but I know you might have other things to do, but thank you so much for being a part of this with us today.
I do. I think I'm going to go throw y'all up on the TV so I can look at y'all's beautiful faces in large 4K color.
Sounds good, buddy.
I might swing back in later on. Shane, thank you for all you're doing. Lauren and Nick, who are off in the background, and everybody else, thank y'all guys. I do appreciate it.
Not a problem, sir. Thank you very much for joining us today and bringing your own unique style and flavor to the show. And I'm sure later on, I will not shout out a certain home application I know you have as far as turning on and off your TV and your lights. So you'll be
I've got it muted right now, so we're good.
Yeah, right now, but later on you won't. All right. So
thank you.
Next, thank you, sir. We have Dave. Sorry, we have David from Hartford Community College, and he's here to tell us what they do there. Now, sir, you have what's going to happen is you're going to see a timer on my screen, okay? And I'm going to stay on with you. But if you're just curious on how much time you have, it will show right up on my screen here, okay? So the show is going to be yours. So how about if you tell us what you do there at Hartford Community College?
Yeah, but first, welcome from Bel Air. I mean, the home of ERF. So we really do miss not having everybody here on campus.
I know. Yeah. We miss being there. I mean, because that place is great, nice and spacious. You have so many people there, and the area around there is just beautiful, nice, quiet, peaceful place.
And last year was so great because I really got the students involved, not only the current students, but former students came by. It really blew their minds when they walked into the gymnasium to see that place full like it was last year. They had no idea what it was like, So as you can see, my backdrop is a picture from last year.
Yep.
And am I able to share my screen?
Yep. If you move the mouse button on the Zoom window, you should see share screen. If you're going to play a video, make sure you tick share computer audio.
No, it's just a PowerPoint, and then we can talk. You can ask questions if you want. Let me make this big so everybody can see. So what we do is, I won the school, I should say, not me, an NSF grant
about 3 years ago to put together an additive manufacturing program here at the college. Just down the road from us is APG, which is part of the Army research facility down there. So, they need people to work in their additive manufacturing labs. And then the industry around the area, of course, supporting that lab, have 3D printers and additive manufacturing. So we're supporting that. And you can see from this screen that we have 5 courses. And we kind of look at, we did what's called a DACOM, which is in academia, really asking industry what would they like for us to teach students to be ready for a job for them. And so we got a couple things going on. You can see in one of them, ENGT 225 is a new course. We're looking at the metrology of 3D printing. How do you know you printed what you said you print? When you're in a life critical situation like aerospace, you want to know you printed what you said you were going to print. So that's been a very interesting development program that we've been doing with a company. That's their job. And so they're helping me. I have subject matter experts coming in and helping us develop the course. And then the last one that I'm working on currently with a consultant is what we call a capstone project. So students would leave class sort of like an internship situation, work with industry people. And not only are we talking about hard skills, we're teaching soft skills here. What does it mean to be a contributing employee? And then a theme that I'm setting this whole course on, it's called leveling up. What do you have to do to get the next level job? And so that's what we're looking for. And you see in the background on the table, different types of printers. Our course, the very first course, Intro to 3D Printing, the students have to put together a kit, and that's their printer. No textbook or anything like that. They take that home, and it's really, if you've ever seen the article out on the internet, the 16 stages of frustration for 3D printing, we laugh. We go through that I go through that every semester with all the students. But it's really very interesting to go through and watch their eyes just pop up, and when they finally get to print something. And so you can see these are different printers that I have. I am currently putting this Syntrek powder bed printer together. It came in a kit like 3,000 pieces. So different stages of build there. But the lower right is about where I am. I'm putting the wiring into that. Let me see. And then all the different phases of kits that we have. When I started the course, we were putting together the wood PrinterBot Simple, and which was just phenomenal. It is a great teaching tool because you can put your nose right up there and get burnt. So, I could show the students everything what's going on. So you can see we have a resin printer. We have most of our printers are FDMs, and we have the large 6-foot or 4-foot Folger Tech in there, and we got a couple U-print printers. So the whole idea is to be able to expose our students to the different technology printing out there. Plus, when we go into ARL, the Army lab, they have the metal printers, so we can actually expose them to a lot of different technologies. Mm-hmm. And actually, and these courses are the intro to 3D printing courses open to the general public. I actually had a student that her job was art restoration. She worked down in the art gallery down in Baltimore, and she came back and I worked with her and we restored some plaster artwork down in the down in the museum. So we're working with Direct Dimensions and Owens Mills, the scanning. There are scanning experts. So we're developing a course on scanning. So it's just it's for me, it's just been a great, fun, work of passion to work with the kids with that.
Now, with the students, do you have them, is it more geared towards like 3D manufacturing in, say, the field of like engineering or maybe architecture, or is it just a broad, like kind of like background into additive manufacturing?
It's mostly the background. I mean, I'm trying to educate these. So engineering technology is the like engineering technician versus engineering. So these would be the people like us who just work on the machines. I, as an engineer, I would give them a print file and say, okay, print it. And then they'd be responsible to say, okay, it's not going to print, or I had some problem, take it off, do all the post-processing and those types of things.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. In a way, though, I'm kind of jealous because, I mean, growing up way back when, it's like we didn't even have any of this stuff around.
No.
And like, I even wish I can go back, like get 10 years younger just so I can stick around longer to see where this great technology is going to end up.
Yeah, it blows my mind. Because of the grant, I had the opportunity to take a course at MIT on additive manufacturing, and I thought I knew a little bit about additive manufacturing, and it turned out I know nothing. It's just so much out there. And being an engineer, it's like you got to rethink your thinking, because now you can build things in so many different ways. And being as old as I am, it's just like, I got to rethink it all. So it's really interesting to talk to the engineering group at the college and really tell them, hey, you got to rethink this education. I mean, I don't take a block of metal now and make it something. I make something into something,
Exactly.
So yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, and then the advancements in the different material, as far as metal printing. We just had one person on. They were talking about filament that expands into foam.
Yeah, I know. I was on there. I mean, I was watching, and I said, "Oh, I got to find out about that."
Yep. It's ColorFab who makes it and everything else. And that I'm just sitting there, because as my co-host was sitting there, I'm like sitting there, freaking out over it. Because 5 years ago, or even 2 years ago, you would never imagine that. In that short amount of time, here you have a brand new material that you can do world of wonders with, and it's only going to go from there.
Yeah, it's all about materials, as we know, and we actually revamped our material course. A student came in, a retired engineer, took the intro to 3D printing class, and we got talking. I said, hey, you really should be my adjunct teacher. And so we revamped that whole course that start looking at materials that go into 3D printing.
All right.
Oh, this has been fun. You guys are doing a great job. I mean, I had nothing. I didn't know what to expect, and this is just blowing my mind.
Well,
Not that I want to do this again, but
well, I mean, it was the weird thing is it was either this or nothing, and we're very happy with this. We would have loved to have it in person, but things happen regardless.
Yep.
And it's just, it is what it is type of thing. But I mean, having it this way, just have it's all together, and also being able to bring people from all over the world. So now, are you going to be available in case if anyone has any questions for you?
I'm going to be hanging in the Discord for a while. So,
and if they want to reach you, they can just tag you at David Antol.
Antol. Easiest way to find is go to Harford Community College and either engineering technology or 3D printing. My name will come up on both of them.
Perfect, sir. I would like to thank you very much for your time today and telling us what you guys do. It was very informative, sir.
Have fun.
You have a great day now.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
Where have I seen you before? Deja vu. How you doing, Kevin? You're back. I thought we locked the door. All right, so now I don't need to go over the whole spiel with the magic button and all that with you, but this time around, you're here to talk about yourself.
Yes.
Okay, so are you ready?
I am ready.
Timer's on. The show is yours, sir.
Right.
And after you be Matt.
All right, thank you. So hi, my name is Kevin Volo, and I have a YouTube channel. It's called 3D Printed Props, and you can find me there. You can find me on my website, 3dprintedprops.com. All my social media is 3D Printed Props, so you can just check me out on all those. I'll get that out of the way right off the bat. I work on props using FDM printers, and now a lot of props using resin printers. I've got tons of them stacked on my desk here, trying to, hopefully I don't knock anything off the table. I love making pretty much anything. I love making helmets. I love making weapons, figures, you name it. I dig doing this stuff. Something I've really been getting into lately is really mixing media. So I'll be using something, I'm going to show this, probably one of the latest helmets I did that I'm really super proud of, is this helmet from Apex Legends. I love the game. I play it way too much. But this helmet, to me, really has a lot to do with how I like to make stuff. So this is FDM printing. This is resin printing pieces of it. It is natural material. So this is some, real leather or whatever it is, kind of skin, snake skin or alligator skin that I got on eBay, cut and made. The tassels are foam. The black straps are just that sort of nylon strapping you get on eBay. This is a piece of extension cord I found. I wrapped with electrical tape. I mean, I just sort of, didn't come with this. I got this on DO3D. Didn't come with this piece, so I designed it in Fusion and just printed it on my FDM printer. And this is what I love to do. Find different ways to use 3D printing to make something that looks kind of cool. And a lot of times that has to do with just mixing the pieces together to get this. So and finding happy accidents. So the eyes are, the lenses are used, are clear resin printing, but it's all foggy and weird looking like that because I tried some new technique and it ended up looking very cloudy, but I liked it because her goggles or their goggles look like that. So I said, I'm going to keep it. Now I like to do that kind of stuff. I also like to do the little hose part, the little extension cord part just fell off. So you didn't see that, but I thought I did.
We didn't see anything.
I also love to do figures now, especially with resin printing. The figures you're able to do in the detail you can get. I unfortunately can't remember who did this model, but it was over on ArtStation. If you go to my channel, my YouTube channel, and I did a video on this, the links are in there. So there's stuff like this. And then here's more of this mixed media stuff that I love. So this is the, the eye of Agamotto or whatever. So we got some LED in here. Again, this is free over on Thingiverse. But then I went ahead and I just sourced some different types of leathers and some fabrics and made the necklace for it so that I could put it on and embarrass my son when I go out. The base, simple base. This is the Broken Nerd did this. But it's sort of mixing things together like that to get the look that you want. When I was in the Peopoly part, one of the things I talked about is, again, using these new large-scale resin printers. So this is on the Peopoly Phenon L, and it's a full-size helmet that I printed out in 30 hours. And I'll have very minimal surface work to do, and you can actually get this file over on my website, and I'm gonna have a coupon today during the con here that you can get, and it's just 3D printed props 1020. It's for 20% off everything on my shop, and that's over at 3dprintedprops.com. Just head over there, and I actually got a BOGO helmet sale going on now too, so you can pick up any helmet, buy one get one free. And that's what I like to do. That's what I like to do. Today, after this, I'm going to go down and actually start painting this first blade from Supernatural that I've been dying to finish.
Nice. You actually have a fellow prop maker, Uncle Jesse. Kevin's stuff is so amazing to see in person. And I will agree with that because I did sit there and see you last year at the show. I was the, way too old person to be fanboying over you, but I was.
God. And this is a helmet I know he really digs. This is the Red Hood helmet. This is FDM days of sanding and priming.
All right, that is awesome. And again, if anyone wants to reach out for you, have any questions or anything else, how's the best ways to reach you, sir?
You can go over to the site 3dprintedprops.com. You can email me from there. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, same handle. And again, remember, head over there. There's a sale, coupon code, and pick up some cool files. Thanks
Awesome.
a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Kevin. You've been great. Next up, we have Matt, who I seen last night, and I remember everyone going crazy, like just completely losing their absolute mind over your stuff, sir. And I was one of them.
I'm in good company this morning.
Oh, you're in the right spot, sir. Okay, so how this will work is, in a minute, I'm going to press a button, and there'll be a countdown timer. You will have 5 minutes, and when that happens, the show is yours. Okay.
Right on.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
The show is yours, sir.
Thank you. My name's Matt Nicholas. I go by Les Angliers Kiri online. If you look for a big red and white circle with a gray pig in the middle of it, you'll see me all over Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and now YouTube. That's me. I do commission art pieces for people's private collections, primarily replica film props, as you can see behind me from Stargate. We've got the Horus helmet and the Anubis helmet, and we've got a Serpent Guard helmet kicking it right next to it. So yeah. Whoop, I fat fingered the button.
I do it all the time.
Oh yeah. Let me see if I can swap the camera around here. This is a piece that got finished here not too long ago that went nuts online. This was actually sponsored kindly by Filamentum. And so we did a 1:1 scale geisha head from Ghost in the Machine. Absolutely gorgeous model. I have it linked on my social media where I posted it. The whole face is articulated and opens. And it was interesting. It's beautifully designed. Everything on the underface is pegged. So the whole face clicks in separate pieces. Makes it a lot easier to get everything aligned, but even with that, it's a lot to fit into the face. But yeah, that's been one of my favorite projects so far this year. And I figured we'd touch on this piece. Thank you all so much yesterday. I was just really tickle pink to get the attention and get the invite to VERRF because of it. It was a labor of love. I'm afraid, I don't know too many people who aren't Tim Burton fans, but it's not until you start working on a piece and you start really looking at reference material that you start noticing all of the little details. And with Burton pieces, it is stripes. So many subtle painted stripes between Jack. And I did 3 Burton pieces all together at the same time. And I think I'm okay with not painting stripes again for quite a while. But the main base for this file, it's available on my Mini Factory. This is my own remix. It's got a Jack that I found with a different head on it, a custom Jack Lithopane moon. The moon was redesigned by me and sliced to be a box, and so that way it's its own separate piece to hold all the lighting. And then all of the pumpkins that are lit, everything was painstakingly drilled up from the bottom. But we cheated. A lot of people were asking me how I did it. Fairy lights. Itty bitty little fairy lights. But that being said, even with printing the sucker hollow, to be able to drill through and not drill through the tops of the pumpkins, and then all of the front faces of the pumpkins were slowly carved out with a custom tip I built for the soldering iron, just to be able to get the lights to come through. So it was a bit of a labor of love, but I'm really happy with the way it came out. On the bench for the moment, you see Ecto 1, it's coming along slowly but surely. And it's a monster at 12 3/4 inches wide. And when all's said and done, it'll be, probably just a hair over 3 feet long. Hopefully that'll be done here in the next few weeks. So yeah, hopefully folks check me out on the social media. If there's anything that you're itching for your own private collection and you're not sure if you can build it, feel free to reach out. I'd love to build it for you. And if anybody's got any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
I'm just trying to like regain my focus because I had to mute my mic because I'm like, especially the Ghost in the Shell, the geisha woman there. That's wow. That's absolutely amazing. And then, I could sit there and be like, oh, wait, what about this and this from last night's show and everything else? But literally, I would keep you for at least 2 hours, and I highly recommend for the after VERRF to catch the replay of VERRF After Dark because, you had a group of guys and gals just going crazy over your stuff, sir. The amount of work and detail, and I know you didn't show it, but the Ecto 1 there, that thing is huge. Because you showed it last night, try to get a good scale of it.
It's pretty good size. If you look on YouTube for the Edge, I was featured on there a couple weeks ago, and we did almost an hour-long shop tour. So if you want to see more, that's definitely the place to go.
They're still.
Okay, now are you going to be around in the Discord group?
I am. Yeah, I've been hanging out in the prop section. It's been a little quiet. Keep me company, folks. If you got questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Oh yeah, I'm sure no one's going to ask you anything at all. And I've seen David Hewlett post and comment on the Stargate things, man. That stuff is amazing. And you, sir, need to get out on social media more and more streams, more YouTube, and show off all your amazing stuff.
We're working on it. The YouTube channel is growing. There's going to be some basic 101, 102, 103 level tutorial stuff just to kind of help folks out. I see a big need for it. Folks keep poking me for it, so it's coming.
All right. I am very happy that you took some time out to join us today. If anyone has any questions for Matt, go to the prop section of our Discord group, hit him up, and believe me, you're not going to run out of questions to ask this guy. He has so much stuff. And hopefully he'll post more photos in the Discord group with it. Thank you very much, sir, and you have a wonderful day.
Thank you for your time. You as well.
You're quite welcome. You are welcome anytime, sir. All right, next on the chopping block, dun, 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 we have the wonderful folks from G-Create. Their microphone is muted and the camera is muted, but they'll be online in a moment.
Hello, we're coming in.
Hi, guys.
Hi. Hello.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just slightly losing my mind over here, but that's the norm.
As long as it's slightly.
Slightly. Well, see, I mean, that's why I take myself out of the camera view so I can just go off in the corner and just go. All right, guys, if you have been paying attention, in a few moments, I'm going to hit a magic button. There will be a countdown timer. That is how much time you have. And during that time, the entire show is yours. Okay.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. So you guys ready?
Yeah. Perfect.
All right. The show is yours.
All right. Well, hi, everyone. We're G-Create. And first and foremost, thank you so much to the VERRF team for putting this event together. 2020 was clearly not the year that I think anybody anticipated, but the fact that this team was able to make this still happen virtually is really wonderful. So thank you for making that happen and including us. We've been up to a lot this year. We created a short video that we'll be kind of talking over, just giving you a quick run through. So here we go. Can you see the screen? Yep.
Yep. Yep.
All right, so we're based in New York City, and during the height of the pandemic, we were keeping pretty busy. This is Penn Station during a rush hour, Canal Street. I think a lot of you can relate to the scene from your towns. We printed thousands of these 3D workstand shields that we donated. It's a really great design, and we were able to print them very quickly. Of course, the beautiful Prusa shields, which we printed a lot of here.
I think over 10, 15,000 in the end. It was a lot.
So that kept us busy for a while, but also
we've been obviously R&D and testing with 32-bit boards, TNC 2130s, Marlin 2.0, an awesome touch screen, which has been it's been great. We launched an SSR, a separate SSR relay for heated beds, Photech relays. Obviously working with Slice Engineering, testing out their Mosquito Magnum hot ends and the Copperheads, which are great. Had a lot of great results with them. Building even bigger printers for our print farm. We get a lot of print services requests that are bigger. So for VERRF, we actually decided to 3D print the P-38 Lockheed Lightning RC plane by 3D lab print. Sorry for the quality of the video. The compression was terrible. But the plane had a lot of parts, which we actually decided to print it at twice the scale. So it's 200% because of our printer size. And we actually can also combine a lot of the parts. So the parts are really cool. They're not solid models. They're just basically a lot of faces. So the settings are very important. We ended up doing like a 2.24 layer height with obviously no infill. And so that just prints a lot of perimeters, and you can kind of see a lot of the interior structure that was designed into the parts, which is really neat. In the end, it was a lot of fun to print, a lot of printing.
Yeah.
I think some of these parts were 2, 3, 4 days long of printing. But yeah, in the end, it was really cool. So here you can kind of see and simplify just some of the settings and some of the, here you can see the interior structure. Yeah, and we ended up printing in PLA. We didn't want to do PETG because this is mainly just a model for show. So we printed them all in cold acrylic. And this is on our GMAX 1.5 XT Plus, so one of our last models. And I think we had 10 or 15 printers going for these parts. And here's another part.
2.
Yep, another part in the GMAX 2. It was just going and going. Yeah, there's a kind of a close up here. You can see some of that detail from the same wing that you saw earlier. But yeah, these things are definitely took a while. This one is actually one of the lower wings. It's not one of the taller ones, and it still was it still was a couple days. And with the cold acrylic, it's nice because the parts, we put these kind of corner feet on to make sure the parts really stick to the acrylic, and then you can just pop it off without having to let the bed cool down or requiring heat or anything.
Saved a lot of power too.
Yeah. So yeah, and then the interior structure on these is really neat. So there's a lot of kind of channel ways for motors and things like that, but also just to increase the structure. So here we have Kaomi is actually cutting away some of the support there, some of the kind of corner feet that we call them, and trying to puzzle and piece together all the parts and figure out where they go, which was fun. But this is before we started doing any of the actual gluing. And so of course we needed a lot of clamps,
lots of tools,
binder clips and things, which was fun. And rubber bands to hold pieces together, wax paper so that the parts won't stick to the table. We printed these kind of PLA tabs, and that's actually what held a lot of the parts together. And of course, for our adhesive, we used 3D Gloop, which was great. We learned a lot on how to use it. As far as you really need to make sure you have a lot of coverage, but also gloves for sure. And just make sure that we use binder clips for these particular parts, but we wanted to make sure that the parts really stuck together well as they kind of cured, if you will. And here you see in this particular one, we put kind of binder clips on the top, but we ended up using those rubber bands all around it just to make sure they stuck together well.
Glooping is fun.
Yeah, and then obviously it takes a couple hours for them to really kind of set up, but over the course of a day or two, they'll really harden. And here you can see the two, the left and right fuselage. And by this time, we kind of made it over to the propellers. So this is kind of the covering for the props. And then actually one of our teammates.
Yeah, Kaomi, he designed the propellers.
He had a lot of fun kind of learning it in SolidWorks and things. So
he did a great job.
We ended up printing them with kind of red tips we thought would be kind of cool. So here they would just put like an M600 filament change command in at a certain height. And there you can kind of see the propellers and the tips. Yeah. It was cool. And then these actually ended up, we made like a little holder with a 608 bearing so they can kind of spin, which was cool. And then of course we read the instructions again and realized we had to cut parts out that we didn't know at first.
Change things a little bit.
We made it much easier to assemble after we cut these out. And then yeah, we found a tire and kind of hub on the Thingiverse. We actually ended up recreating it to make it a little bit higher res. And yeah, so didn't quite finish.
we're almost there. And eventually this is going to be hanging in our entryway. It has about a 10 feet wingspan.
Yeah.
Yeah, just 10 feet. Eh.
Yeah, just 10 feet in the end. So
yeah, so it'll be hanging somewhere around there.
yeah, so we thought it was kind of a fun project. We'll switch back over to where is it? Where'd the Zoom window go? But yeah, that was basically the end of the video.
If you move up, you'll see a little tiny bar exit. Yep.
There we go. Let's go back to our video.
Yeah, I can actually. You want to kill the screen sharing, right?
Yeah, I just want to go back to video.
No problem.
Perfect.
Because actually, you guys nailed it right on time.
Excellent.
So, if anyone has any questions about your printers, are you guys going to be available in our Discord channel?
Yes. I'm logged in under GCreate Anna, but we'll both be on that.
Yeah.
So
awesome. And for anyone catching the replay and they want to reach you, what's the best way to get in touch with you guys?
we can be reached. All of our social channels are at GCreate3D, and the best email is info@gcreate.com, and both of us are constantly on that.
Yeah.
So
Awesome. Thank you so much to both of you for taking time out of your day and for showing us that plane is absolutely amazing. And
thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you.
oh no, our pleasure. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. And with that, I will bring in Elijah, who actually has his camera up and going. And can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can. Hi,
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. So Elijah, just so you know how this works, okay? In a minute, I'm gonna press a button. There'll be a countdown timer on my window. During that time, the entire show is yours, okay?
Okay.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, pretty much. I just got like a new chair, so if
Whoops, I can restart it. It's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, we can see it just fine. You're fine.
Yeah, no, I just got a new chair, so if you see me fidgeting around, it's just because I don't exactly know how to sit in this correctly yet.
I know the feeling. 47 years, I still can't sit correctly.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyways.
sir. The show is yours.
All right. Hi, I'm Elijah Horland. I've been to a couple of maker fairs before. I don't think I've ever been to a specifically 3D printing fair. I'm doing a couple of things. I really want to show you the most interesting rep I have. But before I get to that, I'm just a couple of things I'm doing right now. Is I'm in the middle of I did this like last night or something, and I fell asleep in the middle of it, which explains why there's just two boards hanging off the side of this 3D printer. But this is a KD200. It has like a proprietary KD200 board, which I believe, yeah, it's this one. And I'm switching it over just to a Ramps 1.4 because, good God, it is hard to find any documentation on like how to use the KD200, and I just want to use the Ramps board. So there's that. I have a Prusa back there. Can I switch to? I have a handheld camera, but I need to share my screen in order to use it because it's actually a handheld camera that I built. Can I just quickly switch over to that? Or just
I'm
share my
not.
screen.
You can share your screen.
Yeah. Can I?
You move the mouse button below, and there's an option there for screen share screen.
Yeah, here it's this. It's this. So can you see like the? It's a bit. Oh shoot! It's laggy. I didn't think about that.
Okay. It's quite all right. Don't worry about it.
So back here. Oh no, my headphones won't reach. No. Right.
Almost so close.
Back. I have to like. I feel like I'm aiming a gun. Okay, this is not gonna work. So I'm just gonna explain it. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. I didn't expect it to be this laggy. How do I stop? I'm not. Okay, it's over on my other screen for some reason. Back there, I have like a Prusa 3D printer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I ran into a problem with, oh no, my headphones got unplugged. You're on speaker now, which means you might be able to hear an echo. Everything is going wrong. I have a Prusa 3D printer back there. I had an issue with it, which was that it was extruding sort of like, it would extrude a ball and then it would be extremely stringy, and then it would extrude like a ball and then it would be extremely stringy. And I would have like I don't know what the problem was, but I basically just went in the list solving each problem. And it's really interesting when you have to take apart everything. And also for some reason, I didn't know that the Prusa had automatic bounds detection. I don't know how I missed that because I built the Prusa from a kit. I should have known that I didn't put any switches in there. But right. Once you like learn how a 3D printer like functions on the inside, for example, with the Prusa, I just sort of even though I built it with the kit, I just assumed the internals were like magic or something. I didn't quite understand how it works. But after a couple of times of taking it apart and putting it back together, it's you know, it's actually just easier to understand like what went wrong in a printer, like why something happened or something. Anyways, I only have like 2 minutes left, so let me get on to the thing I want to show the most. And since the handheld camera's laggy, I'm just gonna have to move my webcam, which is a bit awkward. But this, what you're seeing on screen, the thing with the plates and the pancakes, this is a pancake printer. It's a pancake bot. It prints pancakes. Here, I printed. The butter isn't quite as melty as I want it to be. I don't have time. I printed the VERRF logo with the pancake bot. It's tasty, but since there's no eating rule, I'm not going to eat it. Just kidding. I'm just going to eat it off screen. Here, how it works is it constantly sucks up air. While the pancake batter is in here, it constantly sucks up air, which just prevents it from leaking out. And you have on-the-fly pressure adjustment when you're printing. So it, like, you know, it's more of a musical instrument than an actual, like, office tool, because I've had to edit it manually while it's printing. Because while it's printing, you can see during the infill it needs to be a bit thicker, but when it's doing the finer details, you need to turn the pressure down. And also, I lost the cap, so I 3D printed a flexible film with this little cap over here. I don't know. I just thought this was a really cool printer, and it technically has Z adjustment because there are 3 things. I can put it on low for printing, medium for I don't know, medium printing, and high for idle. Yeah, that's about it. And the griddle heats up, and it's cool. And I just wanted to show it off because it's the most unique printer I have. I still have 20.
And you can eat what comes out of it.
Yeah, you can eat. Well, I mean, you could technically eat what comes out of your normal 3D printer, but yeah, I just
but it's that whole digestion thing that would be a problem.
I mean, if you have pica, that just comes naturally to you, just eating what comes out of your 3D printer. But I don't think a lot of people who watch this would have this. Oh, also, I didn't mention something. I have a duck. Ignore the news. Ignore the news. Ignore the news. I need to. Hey, is that time? Does that name?
No. It's okay. It's okay. Show off the duck, because I'm just thankful you didn't smack your head.
Yeah. Sorry.
One more time. Do it again.
I actually got this on the set of Mythbusters Junior. Sorry if I sound a bit panicky. It's that I started just rushing through it so that I wouldn't run out of time.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. But I'll tell you what. Go ahead.
One last thing. I actually recently found out that my wall has metal in it. I didn't know. I just thought that was cool. This is a box full of magnets. I thought it was worth mentioning because I thought it was cool.
Not a problem, sir. Now, are you going to be joining us in the Discord after this?
Yeah, I'll be. If anyone has any questions about the pancake bot, or just if I was speaking too fast and inaudibly,
you were fine, sir, as always.
Yeah,
now, for those watching the replay later on, if they want to get in touch with you, what's the best way?
The best way, if they either my Twitter, which is at notabombunky. You can also just find it by, I believe you can find it by just Googling Elijah Horland. If not, you can DM me on Discord and ask. Okay. But Twitter really is the easiest way to get in touch with me.
I know that.
If they're the voice channel, do I just join like the E3D voice for Discord?
That would be their own, because the sponsors have their own rooms.
Yeah.
So if you or any of our viewers would like to, if our sponsors are in there and doing like a little presentation or a talk or whatever, they can, viewers can jump in and talk to them and everything else. Okay?
Okay.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your time. Next up is Jacob, if you can hear me.
Do I just leave now, or?
If you can, if you want to, you can just hang around and watch Jacob.
I can watch the stream from YouTube.
He's almost there. You go. So you are the right way. How are you, sir? All right. Your audio isn't coming in. Do you have the right microphone checked?
It should be.
There you go. Now you're good. Now you're good. All right, sir. So if you just happen to watch this before, I'm going to hit a button on that. There'll be a countdown timer on my screen. And for that allotted time, the show is going to be yours to talk about whatever you like. Okay?
Okay.
You good to go?
I think so.
All right. The show is yours, sir. Go for it.
Hello, my name is Maker Jake or Jacob, and I like to make 3D printing videos on YouTube. And I was a Tinkercad advisory board member for a year, a couple of years ago. Now, I love 3D printing, and I've been doing it for a couple of years. And I also try to use the most of Tinkercad. So, one thing I made is I've been doing stuff in code blocks. So I made this little basket, which is generated by using series of code, and then it generates a bunch of rectangles and then puts them in there and then rotates them, and then it makes a 3D printed object. I also have a dual extruder printer. So I made this little jack-o'-lantern for Halloween, and each of the little parts are just spheres that have been stretched apart, then rotated around, and I used an SVG file to make the actual face of it, because I don't know how I would do that in Tinkercad. I also use Fusion 360 for a lot of, I'd say, like more complicated parts, because I try to use like a mix of both of them, because Tinkercad can do stuff while Fusion 360 is just a lot better for, I feel like, for rounded things. So I made this plant pot because I bought this plant from IKEA, but the pot I bought was too large. So I ended up having to design this little plant, and I printed it in a marble filament because I believe that it would look nice, and it's really a nice thing, and I have it on my computer. I also sometimes will do functional parts because, sometimes just doing trinkets isn't that fun anymore. So I printed this little business card holder, and whenever I go to like VERRF or Maker Faire, I always put my business cards in here so that way I can just easily pull them out. I also made this little iris mechanism in Fusion 360, which I think is pretty cool. So it has the 6 different like little parts. And then as I spin the outer disc, it like pulls them apart, opening it up. This was pretty hard to get to actually work because I had to make sure that it was able to stay as one part while still being separated from itself, so it didn't get like locked up. And I made this little print in place gear system, and I used a dissolvable filament because I was trying to test it out and see if it actually worked. So I'm able to get all these gears to actually mesh with each other and spin relatively freely inside of the actual filament. Now, for my Maker coins last year, I made them out of this 2-color print using my dual extruder, and each part actually spins inside of itself.
Oh, nice, like a gyroscope.
Yeah, and it was print in place, so I didn't have to pause the print, and I was able to leave it. I made a larger one. It turned out relatively well. There is some like bleeding of the 2 parts, but that's somewhat expected for a dual color printer. And then I did buy a rainbow filament a while ago, and I printed this little castle on a rock because I wanted to like show the gradient of how it starts very like tan, but then as the print goes on, it gets to very nice vibrant red. I also have an X-Acto knife, and in order to keep myself safe from actually stabbing myself,
see, now that's what I need.
I found this little cap. So then I can just put it on, and whenever I like store it away, I don't stab myself whenever I try to find it.
I constantly do that all the time.
And I also printed a handle for it. So it's like a little lightsaber from Star Wars.
Nice.
I made that in Tinkercad. And I also did a lot of like PPE printing because, coronavirus was a big problem and I wasn't really doing much. So I decided to, use my printer's time and some filament, and was able to print a bunch of masks and ear savers.
When you had up your Maker coin there, Chris jumped on because he was showing that he had the same exact one that you did as well. Yeah, he has your coin actually.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold up. There he is. He's showing it now on camera. He has your coin. Nice. All right, sir. Are you going to be hanging out with us in the Discord channel?
Definitely.
All right, so if they want to reach you, they can just find you on there. And for those who are going to be watching the broadcast later, if they're going to reach out to you, what would be the best way to get in touch with you?
I'm on YouTube at youtube.com/MakerJake, and that should be where you can also find all my other social media accounts, like my Twitter and Instagram.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for spending our time, and I'm sure that you're going to get a lot of questions. If you scroll up through the chat a little bit, you have some fans that are watching you as well. All right, you have a good day now, and enjoy the rest of the day's show or whatever you have. Next up on the chopping block, we have Jason from MACRObot. Hello, sir.
Hello. I'm here again.
Did I butcher your name completely?
Pardon?
Did I butcher your name again?
Oh, no, you got us. It's MACRObot .us is our website, and we also have a Discord server ourselves, which you can find the link to in our channel on your Discord server. So and some other social media stuff, but I don't have that all memorized at the moment. I'm a little nervous like everyone else. So
you'll do absolutely fine. Just focus in on me and ignore the words going across your screen.
Oh, I'm not even looking at that. I've got a quick thing I wanted to say before we get into the fun. We're dealing with the combat robotics. Obviously, this is some pretty energetic stuff. So I wanted to give a quick safety warning. We start just like other parts. Just like other parts of the 3D printing hobby, these robots can be dangerous. We're very serious about safety and have lots of procedures in place. Some of our bots are drawing as much as 350 watts, about what an average 3D printer uses, and the parts get hot enough to melt plastic or skin or cause other serious problems. We are extra careful around the LiPo batteries we use because when they're shorted, or if they're shorted, they can even weld steel. And they can also cause serious injuries and fires if mishandled. We use an armored polycarbonate box that is bullet resistant for where we have our fights. And the softest thing that goes into the box are the people's arms as they're putting the robots in. So we have physical weapon safeties, and we're very careful to make sure, because you'll see that these bots are very energetic and can really injure somebody if they're not careful. But like any tool, as long as you treat them with respect, then you'll be fine. So
right. Nope, that's some very important safety notes, sir. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'll hit the magic button. I'm going to put you so the camera's just on you. So whatever you need to do, you're good to go, and you'll see the timer on my side. Okay.
I'm gonna just share my screen because I've got our premiere video ready to go and all lined up.
Okay. It is all you, sir.
Is it gonna share?
Yep.
Okay, I am screen sharing. Okay, here we go.
Is it supposed to be audio in the video?
Yes, that's not sharing.
Okay. Now, what to do is stop the screen sharing, restart it, and make sure you have the option for use computer audio, because that will pipe the video and the audio from that. Okay, so exit out of it. Yep. Okay. Now restart it.
And
then towards the bottom
share
of the screen,
computer sound. Got it. Yes. Yep. Okay. Sorry about that. There is
no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay, there we go. And I will start this again because we have wonderful combat sounds as well.
Perfect.
And a little bit of music. The bots that are currently fighting are Surf Waxalot, which is the bot with the axe on it, and the other one is called Floor Scraper. And the weapon's being so fast that when it's not broken, that it works gyroscopically, and you saw it gyro dancing. But he lost his weapon in one of his hits.
Tessa, can you turn on the video? Turn down the volume on the video a little bit so people can hear you better.
There we go.
Yep.
But yeah, since the weapon was knocked out of alignment, he's rubbing, so he can't actually spin it up at this point. What just happened? I just go back. There we go. Nope. There we go. On the screen. Sorry about that. These are two control bots. Both of them obviously have wedges instead of active weapons. So they're trying to get more points by pinning the other bot. But the lower bot, which is called 10-bit, is not really, it's very hard to get unless you get them on the side. The other bot is, I believe, West Virginia is the title. He's a very sturdy bot. It's actually being driven by one of our youngest drivers, who's 12, and I believe Swiss Virginia is a high school student. And as you can see, having a low wedge is dangerous sometimes because you can get stuck. And I believe he's stuck again under the polycarbonate. Yeah. Our fights have a standard 3-minute time limit, and there's a timer that you can't see on this screen, but up above the arena that everyone can see. This is Michael Bolton in blue versus a bot called Fingerbutt. An exciting name. the articulating lifter on the front of the beige bot is actually done, I believe, with just one servo, and he printed it as a single piece. Michael Bolton got high-sided. It's called doing the thing. He really can't get down from that position because of the way his wedges got him up, unless the other bot's kind enough to hit him. And there was a count out. And that's Cruella versus name of that other bot. Kerfuffle is the name of the other bot, and Kerfuffle is driven by one of the members of the University of Maryland Combat Robotics team. And I can't remember who the driver of Cruella is. They're a new competitor. And he's actually using I should say Kerfuffle is using a brushless motor to power power that little saw blade, and it does. The saw blade's made of, I believe it's ABS and PETG, which is actually cutting the other bots, doing damage. I do know that Kerfuffle's driver actually was recently out with Team Malice at the filming of this season's BattleBots TV show. And we had, in our earlier competitions, Mini Malice, driven by one of Team Malice's people. I believe she's planning on coming back in December for our event then. for each of the fights, we have 3 judges, and the judges. This is Black Ice versus. I clicked the button. Black Ice versus a bot called Peopoly, which is a wedge/flipper. Black Ice's driver is, I believe, in high school, and I think Peopoly is in college at the moment. And Black Ice has won one of our previous tournaments and has placed very well in the other ones. This is his second bot design. I think Peopoly. I think that's his first bot design. I could be mistaken.
Hey Jason, it's hard to hear you again. This got a little louder. You might want to turn the volume down on the YouTube just a touch.
Okay. Easy enough to do.
Yeah, there you go. I can hear you better now.
I've got about 6 screens open on my computer at the moment.
You're not the only one.
And I believe that one, that one went to a decision, and Black Ice won. The red bot is Squirrelicane, or the red and black bot is Squirrelicane, which is my bot, and the other one is Danish Inquisition. And this is where you get to see some carnage. I'm only running it at about a 1/3 throttle. And the fight is called early because the batteries became exposed. And this is Kerfuffle versus Swiss Virginia in the next bracket. Round 2. Oh, like I was saying, we judge on 3 categories, one being damage, and you only get points if you score visible damage and only a little bit. But the other 2 categories are how well you control the other, control the match, and how well you're controlling your bot. So the control bots, if they can pin the other bot like Kerfuffle is doing, or push the other bot around like Swiss Virginia is, you get more points for that, and that's judged subjectively, but we check to make sure all of our judges are coming up with similar numbers so we're all on the same page. But yeah, it's a balance of those. You get up to 45 points if you totally control the match and destroy the other bot. But generally it's, somewhere in the 20s to 30s for your score, because it's 3 judges with 15 points. the combat box is made out of 1/4-inch thick polycarbonate, and we just had it's the same box we had with the new floor from VERRF last year, but we also added the polycarbonate kick plates because the box were actually knocking chunks out of the wood structure that's around it, and we have lots of Mars also from the big weapon bots jumping and hitting the ceiling and things like that. So polycarbonate doesn't last forever either.
So Jason, tell us a little bit more about these bots and what the rules are behind creating them, and I assume that there's information at your website that people can look up as well, correct?
Yes, on the MACRObot .us website, the URL is at the bottom left of the screen. We have construction specifications. These bots are all 3D printed in materials that can be printed on basically any printer. We restrict it to PLA, PLA+, PETG, ABS, ASA, and TPU, so that it stays affordable. And we all exterior surfaces of the bot have to be plastic, so no metal weapons. Again, to keep things affordable and so that everyone can compete and have fun. Again, this is a fun and messy fight. You have to keep also within 1 pound. So that's 453 grams, and that includes all of your electronics, your batteries, and hardware and everything. So it's pretty restrictive weight-wise. I'm within 1 gram of that, and struggling constantly to keep under the weight. Other bots, there's a little margin of error, but everyone tries to hit that weight amount, and it's difficult to fit it in there. Bots obviously have to be controllable. If you can't control it, it's not really usable, and that's one of the weaknesses of a ring spinner, and why there are so few on the big bot TV shows. He decided he didn't want me to destroy any more of his bot. So, like I said earlier, the articulation on the lifter on this bot is really amazing. But he's fighting against, like I said, one of our former champions, Black Ice. And it was all print in place too. I don't know exactly how he did it. And I believe he also casts his own tires out of silicone. Some of our people do that, and other people use pre-made robotics tires from places like FingerTech. But the internal components of these bots are mostly RC, hobby grade stuff, drone motors and brushed gear motors for the drive systems. And we use the aircraft radios, most of us, the stick radios, like there was a Fly Sky i6, and we also have people that use FR Sky and Spectrum radios. We've kind of set it our rules so that you can get involved for about $100 for all the parts except for, of course, your 3D printer. And we have people that don't have printers that go and use libraries or their school's print area to print their bots. And the radio is actually a big chunk of that, $40 to $50. But some people have a little more when you into the bots with drone motors and things like that. But really, everything's we try to keep it so that you can be really competitive for less than $100 in the box. So it's not too expensive of a sport compared to the I think it was $1,000 a pound. A friend of mine told me for the bots at on the big TV show.
Wow, that's crazy. One of our usual Earth participants, Mitch of Mitch3D, he's actually down at the filming of that other big TV show this weekend, and he's on the team below. I'll say it in different terminologies, below zero temperatures.
Yeah, I don't think that too many of them are bothered by having their team names mentioned. One of our normal competitors is a person from Team Malice, and their bot that they're competing with right now is Malice, which is a horizontal or a vertical spinner like Black Ice is here. And no, I'm sorry, it's a horizontal spinner. And the driver of Mini Malice is really good, and it's a very competitive bot. And does well in our other competitions. And, she's supposed to be back for our December event, hopefully. And there's another driver from a different team, and I can't remember which one, who might be coming to that event as well. But I mean, we have people, like I said, the driver of the Black Bot here is a high school student, and that's his second design ever, although he's done some iteration. Most people are using either Tinkercad or Fusion 360 to design their bots, and we have an active forum where we discuss design strategies, and also a little bit of trash talking, but also electronics and everything, and we all work together to hopefully have fun.
Now, Jason, I know at one point you guys were at least talking about creating a type of a kit type thing. Is that still out there, or?
Yes, we were planning to launch it at the US Science and Engineering Festival this year. Launched a Kickstarter with bot kits, and because of COVID, that was canceled, and Robot Fest, which is another venue, was canceled. But we are going to be launching the kit, launching a Kickstarter for a STEM kit, so people can build robots and play with them in their own homes safely, or start iterating to build a bigger bot with some of the other materials. And we do have resource links on our website as well as to where you can get the parts now if you don't want to wait for a kit. And we are always willing and happy to help and talk bots with anybody. Yeah, that bot got stuck, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. Well, in any case, they got him unstuck, and they're back fighting again. The bots without active weapons aren't quite as exciting, but the active weapon bots are also a little more dangerous. So it's better to start with the control bot in general. Oh, yeah, that's P-Pop, but he put a different front on this bot for this fight. The blue bot is the driver from that, actually has the second longest commute to our events. He comes from Massachusetts all the way down to Maryland to come fight with us. The longest commute, of course, well, not of course, but Team Malice or Team Mini Malice has a longer commute because they come from California to come fight at our events when they can. But we host them at a hackerspace in Severn, Maryland, called Unallocated Spaces, or Unallocated Space, and they have a lot of other events like 3D printing nights. We're doing a STEM event this month. Of course, everything's limited because of the current health situation, and masks are required, and spots are limited. But we're doing a STEM robotics night with them this month, and are planning to continue events like that, especially after things are a little safer. And the red bot is Floor Scraper, and the other bot, which is Danish Inquisition, lost his flipper in the fight versus me. Couldn't get it back working, but he wanted to come back and then try as a control bot. He can still self-write, obviously. The problem with big active weapons like that, as you can see, you often can do as much damage to yourself as you do to the other bot, if you don't balance things right. But he managed to get a wheel. There are advantages and disadvantages to having exposed wheels, which it depends on your design. Obviously, the farther out your wheels are, the more turning radius, or the more turning power you have. But having protected wheels like Floor Scraper does, X-Pro King, allows for that vulnerable piece to not be hit as easily. I'm not able to see the chat, so if there are any questions, I'll try to scan through after and then answer them. We were planning on having one of our other officers here monitoring chat, but they actually
There's
went
a
out.
question for you.
Okay.
MidKnight Giant, is there a set of rules for the builds?
Yes. If you go to our website, MACRObot US, there's a construction specifications PDF and rule set, which comes from a community built set called Spark Rules, or the 1 pound plastic ants. Ours is slightly modified so that, like I said, people can compete with a bot that costs less than than some of the plastic ants. But the 1 pound bots are called ant weight. I should have said that. And there's the open ant weight bots, which have which allow metal and metal weapons. And then there are plastic ants that have to be made out of plastic, obviously. Some of them allow metal weapons with the plastic bots, but we're an all plastic and all 3D printed league, which lets iteration happen, and it makes it a lot less expensive than having polycarbonate parts water jetted. Most people don't have water jets at home.
Yeah, you'd be surprised nowadays. Now, do they have, I have a silly question. Do they have different weight or size groups?
Yes, actually, the smallest size group is called fairy weight, and that's a third of a pound, 150 grams. And it goes all the way up to heavy weights, like on the TV show, which are 250 plus pounds. So the heavyweights, like I said, are about $1,000 or more a pound. So if you can imagine $250,000 on that TV show, each of those bots, and some of them don't make it past the second round. It's an expensive sport when you get to that level, but it's a lot of fun when you can 3D print your own parts.
Now, is it mostly individuals, or do you have groups or schools getting involved in this as well?
We have a team that's from the University of Maryland Robotics Club, but they come as a team, but the drivers are individual. And we have other teams, but mostly there's a father-son team. Mostly you have individuals, but some are, like I said, high school students. Our youngest driver is 12, and he's driving the low wedge there. And our oldest driver is 51, but that's me. We started MACRObot 2 years ago because my son was really into the TV show, and one of my co-founders and I were talking and said, well, why don't we start a group? They had fought at local events, like there's one in Pennsylvania called Motorama that happens generally in February. Hopefully they'll get a chance to run it this year. But they fought with about 10 years ago in the beetle weight class, which is 3 pounds. 3 pounds. Okay, let me explain. 3 pounds means if you're a wheeled bot, have tires and wheels, you get 3 pounds. If you have a different mechanism, like I showed a shuffle mechanism yesterday, which doesn't use just a rolling wheel, you get an extra 50% added to the weight. So that a bot with a shuffler would be, for a 1 pound class, would be 1.5 pounds or up to. And then if you use a true walking bot, like a hexapod, you can get an extra, you're at 200% weight. So you could have a, in this class, 2 pound hexapod bot, or any other bot that uses legs that have at least 2 articulation points. But you need that extra weight to do it. I'm working on changing my bot Squirrelicane to being a shuffler, which is why I haven't modified it so much. I'm on version 9 now to turn it into a shuffle bot. And if I can get that to work, the extra half pound will give me a lot of advantage, because more gravity is more better. He got stuck again, but he got free. Cruella, the other spinner, doesn't have quite as much of a heavy ring, so obviously wasn't able to do as much damage. In this fight, I managed to find a weakness of my robot. It'll come up pretty quick. It's a short fight. A third of my weight is actually that weapon ring, which is printed out of PLA Plus, and it's driven with a direct gear attached to a 2300 kV drone motor. So I'm spinning at about 5,500 RPM if I use full speed. Yep, there we go. But it's time to tap out when you explode yourself.
Yeah, I think so. It's a sign.
Yeah. But there will be more Squirrelicane fun later. One of the reasons I chose to make a ring spinner, this is Kerfuffle again versus the interestingly named Finger Butt. You can't really control the names that people give their bots, unfortunately. But the design of both of these bots is pretty interesting, and they both have, well, Kerfuffle has come with several different iterations over the last year, and this one is a new popular design with the downward plastic saw on the top of the bot. But he also has a modular unit, and he can switch it out for a flipper, or he has another active weapon unit. And he's out right now filming in I think it's Las Vegas is where they're filming the big show with Team Malice. But he's one of the people that's on the University of Maryland robot team. I believe they were at Earth last year as an exhibitor. With with the robot kits that we're going to be offering, we're working on a couple designs, 3 or 4 designs that people can just download off of Thingiverse and print it and put the parts in if they want to just play. Oh, and then they can iterate from those designs because we'll include the step files so that they can load it to their favorite CAD program and make modifications and show us how we can make our designs better. We love the community aspect of this. And even though we're competitive, it's still friendly and we're all having fun. The people are outside. We live stream these, and the people are all outside watching. And after the fights, people are shouting from pit to pit about how much fun it was to watch a fight. As always, just a little bit of happy, kind trash talking, but we encourage good sportsmanship at our events. It's kind of wouldn't be fun if you didn't. I think, you can see that the lifter on the other bot and how it's articulating, and it's more than in one direction because it's kind of an S curve the way it lifts, and he also has on the back a mechanism to self-right his bot. But those sorts of bots come down to and especially these sorts come down to judge decisions because you can't really see a lot of damage, and it's rare for one of these bots to break because they're all about control and matching and things like that. Although you can get stuck, and if you're stuck, you're stuck unless someone wants to let you free. Help you get free, which often people do with our group. I should mention also there is a website called Builders Database, which is an event site which lists all the events and where they're located. And the URL for that is buildersdb, all is one word, .com. And they're very kind, and for small groups with lightweight bots like these, you can list the events for free, and they do signups and everything. And that's where people sign up for our events, although we talk about it a lot on the Discord server. In next year, in 2021, we're going to be introducing the ferry weight class, and so we'll be running 2 classes instead of just 1. And I mean, you might think, smaller bots are easier to build, but they're actually harder. There's kind of an economy of scale, and things like bearings, you only have so many bearing sizes available, and trying to put bearings into your bot so that your axles work correctly becomes more difficult when you're working with smaller components. And things like screws, we use a lot of the M3 screws and M5 screws, and or some people use the English hardware or Imperial hardware, excuse me. But in any case, the steel screws add up in weight as well. So building a ferry weight that's effective and fun is pretty difficult. There's a YouTuber, Team Panic, on YouTube, who does a lot of bot demonstrations, and he's part of the Adelaide Robot Club's community out in Australia, and does a lot of tutorials on how to build bots as well. In this case, they decided, since they were stuck, that they would unstick and go back and continue to fight. And he got stuck again. Swiss Virginia is being nice and trying to get him free. Trying not to get stuck himself. There we go. We normally break up our videos on our YouTube channel into single fight videos, and although we do live stream the fights as well, our next fight is scheduled for December 5th, and will be live streamed on our channel, and which is a Saturday, of course. And we show clips from other fights during the combats between fights, because an event actually takes about 8 to 10 hours, so people have a chance to fix things when they break, like the weapon on floor scraper this time. So this becomes a control fight with a bot that wasn't designed to be a control bot. The other bot, Sir Thwax-a-lot, is actually supposed to be a what they call a thwack bot, and spin around, but he got his tires kind of stuck there, and had some other problems. He glued his bot back together after I destroyed it in the earlier fight. But as long as your bot can move more than a bot length away from where it was, and there's a way to do that with even just having one tire by crab walking. It's a difficult technique to get used to, but it's or to learn to do. But you can see him moving, and as long as you can keep translating, which is what they call it, you can keep fighting. I believe that there was a problem with the print on the weapon ring from Floor Scraper. It normally does a lot better than it did in this fight. But he actually disassembles his brushless motors and uses a press to put the weapon ring inside of them. And he does a lot of work on those. He's one of our experienced competitors. And those the teeth on the bot are actually pressed in, the white parts, so they can be replaced between fights. Hopefully that's what gets damaged. One flew out in an earlier fight, and you can see the one on the one side is out of alignment as well from an impact. This was just an unlucky day for Ty, who's the driver of that bot. Sir Thwax-a-lot, I believe, fights in other weight classes at other events, but this is his first plastic ant, if I'm remembering right. And he's also a high school student. It's actually surprising how hard it is to drive around in this box. It's a 4-foot square, and when you're maximizing for effectiveness, sometimes you lose a little bit of driving control unless unless your goal is to make a control bot. And this is a fight between Kerfuffle and Black Ice, and they're both event champions, so they're very good drivers. The Kerfuffle, which is the one with the saw, like I said, is from the University of Maryland combat robotics team, and Black Ice is a high school student, the Black Ice driver, and has shown a lot of creativity and good use of materials, and does a great job. And this is only his second design. We normally also have mass melees at the end of the events and grudge matches, but for time's sake, we took the grudge matches out, and we couldn't have a mass melee in this event because, of course, you had to limit the number of people in the building at one time. All of the pit areas where people can repair their bots are outside of the event space to keep it as safe as possible, and we limit the number of people inside the building to 10, and they have to maintain a certain distance from each other, 6 feet. Although our judges are a little close, but 2 of them are a family, so. Our cameras are all operated from a remote position. That camera is actually inside the arena, and I believe all the audio footage is coming from that one. As you can see, Kerfuffle is doing a really good job of controlling Black Ice in this fight. That front wedge is really good for getting under things. And he has his really low to the ground, which makes it very effective. The one thing we're missing right now from our organization is an announcer slash commentator. I'm doing my best. I'm normally behind the computer running the live stream. And of course, we are we are always happy to have people come join us, and if people want to volunteer to help, especially after the environment becomes safer. This is an exciting fight. After the environment becomes safer, we'll be looking for people to be more involved. So, one side of his weapon and one of the wheels already, and I was asking him if he wanted me to continue. Another wheel. The blue bot Michael Bolton has a has a tendency to lose his wheels in place. There's third wheel, his other part of the weapon. And I actually blew up one of his motors in there and ripped the gearbox out. And one of his gears got stuck in my weapon ring, which actually destroyed my my drive gear as well. But I'm still driving, and he kind of gets stuck here in a minute. Still able to drive, but you can see I can't run my weapon. So and there's a little bit of magic smoke there. I cooked some of the insulation off of the motor windings. And he's stuck on his own wheel. But I knocked him off. Unfortunately, he didn't notice and he tapped out. So. And this is Swiss Virginia versus Floor Scraper again. He has his weapon working for a moment. Swiss Virginia is hard because it's pretty much a solid plastic front wedge. And all of his weight is in his armor. And of course, Floor Scraper manages to lose a tooth and then pop his weapon ring off. I don't think we're going to be able to get to the video in its entirety. I scheduled it to be exactly an hour long, and it looks like we only have about 6 minutes left. But it is available on our publicly on our YouTube site as of a minute after I started it for you guys, or after we were scheduled to start, and people are welcome to come. And I'm also going to be breaking these videos down into individual bite-sized pieces, so you can come watch an individual fight. And of course, if people are interested in learning how to fight with combat robots, the best way to do it is to build one. And there are actually on Thingiverse quite a few designs. Like I have Squirrelicane up on Thingiverse on my page. If you search for Squirrelicane, which is spelled how it sounds, the design version 7 is up there right now. I'm going to put version 8 up, but version 9 I've got to test it first. Version 7 has a flaw in the chassis design. Unfortunately, I still have parts of Michael Bolton in my my weapon ring, and this is a short fight. Even though Squirrelicane is invertible, it can be driven on either side. It is really difficult to drive when you're upside down because you have to reverse your steering. And you can see how much damage Swiss Virginia can take, because with that solid PLA front wedge. I should have remembered to floss Squirrelicane's teeth after it ate Michael Bolton. Well, I really should have changed my chassis up. I melted the motor mount, and I didn't, unfortunately, have another chassis to run because I had just managed to get the one print done in time for this event. In particular, the ring on Squirrelicane is actually uses V-wheels, the same sort of roller bearings that you would find on an Ender 3. That was the motor gear that popped off because my motor got too hot and melted the PLA. It uses the same V-wheels, and I had it in the design. That's why, well, you can see on this one where the ring splits into two pieces so that it can fit on top of the bearings. It locks in really well. It's really difficult to actually pop the center section out like I did with the Black Ice fight, but when I was trying to get myself back flat on the table, I goosed the throttle too hard and deformed the ring, which is, I'm a big guy and pretty strong, and I can only barely flex it when I try. I mean, the impacts, the teeth are going at about 200 miles an hour. And the impacts are that it can withstand is quite serious. So it's surprising what you can do with PLA. Although I'm actually using PLA Plus, but still basically the same. No, chemically not. After this event, we made a rule change, which is now reflected on our website. The Swiss Virginia was determined the winner by points on that fight. This is the fight for second place. The first place by points already has gone to Kerfuffle, and Black Ice and Swiss Virginia are fighting for second and third. So we are getting to the end of the video, actually. But if we don't get to the end credits, we were very thankful to the unallocated spaces for sponsoring us and hosting our events, and we're also very thankful, of course, to the wonderful people at East Coast Rep Rap Festival. You're one of our sponsors on this event. You gave us the opportunity to present it to all of these wonderful people that are attending, and we really appreciate the hard work you guys do, and look forward to continuing if people are interested, and come back next year with some demo bots and maybe even do some live fighting if things work out. Black Ice, as you can see, is actually managing to do some damage to that front wedge on Swiss Virginia, which it really is very hard. The driver of Black Ice was the champion at our second event, and Kerfuffle, the driver of the bot with the saw on it, has won 2 events. The winner of our first event, which was in February before the pandemic, was a bot that actually went to Motorama the week after our event, and its name was Darth Snugs. There are fight videos up on our channel that show that one. He was designed for a metal weapon and tried to 3D print one, and kept breaking his weapon blade. But he actually was such a good driver that he still managed to win that event. And Black Ice came in second there. So actually, Black Ice has 3 second, or Glacierist has 3 second place wins, because he was just icebreaker at that event and knocked off the big chip there. So he has 3 second and 1 first place wins, and Bran has with he's I'm trying to remember the name of his team, but in any case, the Bran, who's the driver of Kerfuffle with College Park, has I think two or three first place winners. So, and we made it to our credits. Yay!
All right, perfect. All right, so if you can just exit out of the screen share, I'd like to thank you for organizing that and having that set up for us. And I don't mean to rush you. It's just that we're running a little bit behind. I need to get the next group up. But if anyone needs to reach out to you, they can go to our Discord. You'll be available in there.
Yes.
And you're also available at MACRObot.us.
Yeah, I'm available by email at jason@macrobot.us, or you can go to our website. We have a Discord server. If you want to get the link, it's on the Discord channel this event's on the Earth Discord channel. And
perfect.
We have a YouTube channel too. So thank you very much.
Not a problem. It was a pleasure having you. Sorry, it was a pleasure to have you on the show. You have a great one now.
You too.
Thanks. Up next, we have Proto-pasta, but their cameras and microphones are muted. Let's see what I can do here. Oh my goodness. Hey, you.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. How come I see you every time you're always working long hours?
People love to torture me, I guess.
You love to not sleep.
Yeah, what is that magical word? What? Well, I thought I would get a good night's rest, but apparently my body decided no, so I got about 3 hours of sleep. There we go.
Yay.
Okay, so right now this is going to be your time. So I don't know if you've been watching throughout the show, but basically what's going to happen is I'm going to hit a timer. It'll appear on my screen, and for that amount of time, the show is yours. And I will take myself out of the picture, and just so you guys have a side-by-side view, okay? And then when your time's up, I will pop back in. I will be able to hear you. I can turn my mic on if you need anything, or however you would like. Please feel free to let me know, okay?
Sounds good.
All
Thanks,
right.
Shane.
You're quite welcome. You guys have 25 minutes.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having us. Sorry, Amy, you're stuck on here with me through the whole thing.
Should be the assisted tour guide.
Cool. It'll be good because you'll point things out that I won't pick up anyway. So cool. Well, I'm Alex for everyone that's watching, and I've got Amy with me here, and I'm hanging out at the at the shop at the Proto plant where we make Proto-pasta. Where are you at, Amy?
I am in Dallas in my office, and if you hear snoring, it's my dog. Sorry, it's part of the working at home life.
Nice. I have to tell you all, I walked out in the shop and the air compressor came on, so I'm glad to say that I turned that off so we won't all just freak out when we walk through the shop here in a minute. It's pretty loud. So I'm Alex, and if you don't already know me, I work for Protoplant. We make Proto-pasta, and I'm hanging out here at the shop today, which I already said. But I want to tell you a little bit about the company, the brand, the filament, and take you around our building. So Proto-pasta started about 7 years ago. We kickstarted, and we brought 3 new materials: carbon fiber, PCABS, and our original HTPLA to the marketplace. And we had 500 people who thought that was pretty rad. And it was really great to start off with that community support. And since then, we've added a lot more materials. You can go to protopasta.com to find out just how many materials we now have. We started with some really core, like functional materials. And if you're more of a recent fan, you might know us for more of our like aesthetic-based materials, but we have a nice mix. So I'm going to go ahead and take a walk here through the shop. I need to find out how to switch my camera here.
Do you feel like Willy Wonka right now? Like we get to go into the chocolate. Yay!
Right, Amy. So do you want to pick which way we go?
Oh yeah. Which way does Alex go? Choose the game. Through the middle. Through the middle.
Through the middle. All right. Woo! Cool. So we're walking through our stock area for finished goods here, but we're going to start over on the wall of raw materials. These racks are where we store our pellets and our various powders for pigments, for color, or for
Glitter.
adding metal.
That
carbon
entire
fibers.
container is glitter.
Yeah, what is our biggest container of glitter? I don't know. A little glitter goes a long way, I'll say that. So we take our raw materials, and most often we have to get those into the plastic somehow. So we have some machinery here in this room. We've got walls on this room to keep the dust out of the rest of the facility, because if you can imagine working with like fine powders that make color or put the metal powders, you don't want them everywhere for everyone to breathe. Once they're encapsulated in plastic, all is good, but we don't want them floating around. So this machine we've got, back out again a little bit, is a mixing machine. Basically, it's a compounder, and it takes multiple ingredients, takes pellets, it melts those, and then it drops in dry ingredients as well, and mixes those together to make them into one. It's like a giant 3D printer extruder. And here we have a couple nozzles, and then we come off into this conveyor where we need to give the material the combination of plastic and color or metal times cool. At the end, we get here to a chopper, because we've extruded filament down this track really, but it's not filament you're going to print with. It's filament that we turn back into pellets. The reason we do that is it really helps give us a higher quality product to separate the mixing from the making of filament. So once we have some ingredients or color, metal into the plastic, we may use that 100% in the way that we've made it, like the High Five Blue there, or we may do some mixing. Here we've got a repurposed paint mixer, and we've got a station where we weigh out our various ingredients to create our recipe. In this case, we've got some blood of my enemies, got some nebula, and we take one of these mixes, we would scoop it and bring it over to an extruder. I'm not going to pour these in because I'm going to mess up things for folks on Monday, but this is a filament extruder, and the pellets go into the hopper. There's a screw as well. Only one screw in this machine instead of two like the other mixing machine. With the motor, the screw, and heated zones, we then push a round profile of filament out the die or nozzle, and we catch it in a track where we bring it along, give it enough time and length to cool until we grip it to measure it. Well, until we measure it, and this is how we grip it and pull it along. And by this point, it's solid enough to grab it. After we've grabbed it, as well as grabbing it there, we're pulling it along here in our winding. And if I can back up enough to give you a full view, there's a screen and keyboard, all the things you need to operate. This is actually where we operate the extruder from. So we've got all these different tabs to run our software.
Y'all wrote that too, right? That's like an in-house program. I remember you guys talking about that when we were there.
Exactly. So the hardware and the software, and I think probably the firmware, not my thing, but that's all done in-house. My co-founders, Dustin and Aaron, together, they just love building machinery, and they made the extruders from scratch. That was part of the original Kickstarter, and we've evolved the design over the years. The other thing we make from scratch here that you'll see is the spools. Now, Amie reminded me that one feature that's super cool on these is the fact that you can just slide your 175 filament into the corrugation to hold it when you're done using it, because none of us want those filament tangles. Couple of things that are really cool about this spool. Well, one, it's all cardboard. We have them printed locally and cut locally, and then we glue them together. Amie was reminding me just how cool the spools were. So I grabbed a couple examples of how we actually got started in the Kickstarter was with loose coils. We wanted to ditch the spool 7 years ago, and we found that this wasn't the best experience. So everybody was like, hey, you need some spools. So we grabbed the off-the-shelf version to start. So this is, another, you buy, I don't know, these we had 750 grams on. You buy one of these, and you were also buying another almost 400 grams of plastic that just went into the waste. So we gave cardboard spools a try. We overbuilt them with about 200 grams of cardboard. And these things, you could probably run over it and it would be fine. Chuck could build a cart out of this and race on these, I think, if we could find 4 of them.
Ooh, that would be cool. Save those.
And this is our current design, which is less material to waste. It's also less material to ship and move around. We're only adding about 80 grams of material to the plastic you're buying, and it's recyclable cardboard. Wherever you are in the world, you can recycle that cardboard.
And it's heavy duty because it's actually wound up on those rolls, right? So I'm sure that was kind of like a learning process, right? Because where do you start the roll, like when you spin it up? I actually don't know if I've paid attention to that. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. We notch these in-house. There's little notches. We have a little notch machine. Before we glue them together, we notch them. And that's where the filament threads in. And yeah, the sides, corrugation is great, structurally. It adds rigidity without needing to add all the weight of the chipboard on the old ones. So we get a spool that's strong and holds its shape and does what we need it to do. Honestly, we only need one use out of it. And a lot of people, they just like the spool so much that they end up reusing them for like loose coils or whatever. But anyway, whenever it's, at the end of its life, you can put it in your recycle bin. And my wife, who works in sustainability, tells me that cardboard is one of the better recycling processes. So yeah. Here, after we've wound the filament, we've got some we keep like a sample of that lot of filament. Here's some Blood of My Enemies. This was actually just made last Friday. We seal up each spool into a bag and we put it into a case pack. And from the case pack, it comes over onto the shelf. Here you'll see a lot of Blood of My Enemies.
Like a battle zone.
And we stock all the Proto-pasta filaments you love. Oh my gosh, your mug is awesome.
Good job.
That's great. And then we have our shipping table back here and stuff goes out the door.
And then the little gnomes deliver.
The little gnomes deliver. Let's see here. I'm just going to walk back into the room I was hanging in. We were going to talk a little bit about one of the more recent filaments. So the last Proto-pasta has a subscription that we started about a year ago. Amie, you've been a part of it twice, and the only filament that's featured twice with Blood of My Enemies, which you actually made in a workshop. And people love that filament. They missed it because it was just in that one subscription box. The sub is changing every 2 months with different materials in it. So this time around, when I reached out to you to ask if we put that in again and give people what they want to get more Blood of My Enemies, we caught up about like what's your recent inspiration and tried to find something new to put with those filaments you made in the workshop as well. So here we ended up with Nebula, which maybe some of you experienced. If not, go to the website and check it out, because it's cool. It's we've done a couple transition filaments over the years. They're really painstaking. Brought some inspiration. I mean, the colors that you get in like a galaxy nebula kind of thing are just so cool. And these are some different prototype blends and some of the different colors you get in a single spool. This is actually a development roll with less color in it. So what was really unique about the nebula material is rethinking the way that we make multicolor or transitioning filament. Normally, you see here, there's not too many colored pellets. Normally, we're putting more color in. In the case of High Five Blue here, you know, it's fully compounded. But you can make a filament red by putting some red pellets and some that aren't red. In the case of Blood of My Enemies. If you put several colors in and you put them in at a low enough amount, you actually get variability in the color, which normally you try to avoid, but in this case, you can turn a bug into a feature and make something entirely new and beautiful without all the labor of pouring in like a Dixie cup at a time of pellets to try to get the transition you want. So we're able to mass mix this and get this really cool result.
Now, how do you keep that bug consistent when doing the filament? Did you know the actual, like, because I know like that's something I was really surprised, like when we were there doing the workshops, to make like the translucent colors, you only need like, I think it was like less than 10% of actually this red. It's so concentrated. And I thought that was like kind of like really interesting.
Yeah, well, you do have to control the process. Like your pellet size starts to matter, right? Because each pellet is like a pixel or a voxel. And if all of a sudden you make the pellets smaller, then there's going to be more, and they're going to be more distributed, and your color is going to be more consistent. So in this case, like having bigger pellets that create like a higher high and then more space in between to create the low works out really nice. So we control our pellet size. We're using a different scale than we would normally use to weigh, because we're only adding like 4 grams of each color to a 1 kilogram spool, instead of like usually we're adding like 50 grams is as little as we want to add to a 1 kilogram spool usually. So we're like an order of magnitude less colorant. And we have it's a pretty high concentrate color. So again, you get that like high and then the low and just enough time in between. And it's kind of cool because like one color will come in and one will go out, another will come in, another go out. And I guess actually to answer your question about making it consistent, we embraced the inconsistency a little bit too. When we did like a 4th of July color, we wanted to create the same sequence over and over so that each spool started with the same color and went through the same transition. This time we decided that would be madness and you couldn't do that in this way. And we just like let it be a little bit more random. Each spool starts and ends differently and there's something different inside. So.
And I think that's like, so like the inspiration was like that notebook thing you had that was like the nebula for the color. Do you have that?
Right.
Where'd it go? Where is it? Show it. So I guess like when I think of like the nebula too, like in the sky, you think of like this black night sky and then all these colors added. But with creating the filament, you're not like having a black color and then adding like sparkles to it, because it would like dilute it almost, I guess was I think trying to grasp that concept, like when we were at the workshops, was like was interesting. Like say I have a black color and I want like a neon pink sparkle. It doesn't quite work that way when it's mixing, right?
Right. Like, I mean, black is pretty overpowering and will just take over and turn everything dark. White will not only like make something lighter, but also cuts on like the opacity. So you lose the depth. Yeah, the colors just like they do more than just bring color, and they don't all like come in and come out at the same rate, if you will. Like it's really hard to get black out. And so it would just take over the colors. I'm interested to try this. I haven't tried this with technique with anything else, but I'd like to do like more of a, I don't know, ocean colors or something like blues and greens or I don't know. I don't know if it works out well for other things. It was kind of just
inspiration of the
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's
when we
kind
were
of something
talking-
I wanted to make for a long time, but like I didn't want to make it in the way that we make transitions. Like I just was like, it was like, no, we don't want to do these. It's just too labor intensive. And I don't know, there was just some spark. I can't remember exactly when. I mean, we were talking about like something space inspired. I'm like, I think maybe I know how to do this. Like
it was like the end of July, because I'm on a satellite hacking team. So for DEF CON, that was like around that time. And a lot of inspiration kind of comes from like whatever I'm reading or playing or watching at the time. Just interesting how like inspiration changed. And I remember when we were at the workshop. So was the workshop last year? Has it been a year or is it 2 years? So Proto-pasta has these workshops where you can go in and you can actually like make your own filament color, and you go through like the entire process. So from, you know, like formulating, weighing it out, going in the back. They didn't let us open the glitter bins. We tried. And then pouring it in. And I think everyone that was in the workshop had the question about the transition, because once you mix it up in the jug, you pour it in the hopper, or not the hopper, I guess that's what you call it, and then it feeds through the assembly, or the assembly, the extruder. And so I was like, oh, if you want to make a transition, could you just like pour in one container of one color and then the next one? But then that's such a manual thing. And then I know someone else was like, oh, you could make like a little like automated hopper thing that would like release, you know, whatever colors. And I just love the engineering like minds of everyone of like a different way to solve the problem. And then like your solution was, oh, we did this one time on accident, but it would work perfect for this color. So, which is pretty amazing.
It's
so I like, what led Proto-pasta to have workshops in like letting us like normie people come in there and run over on a Saturday and make our own colors? Like because it was an amazing experience. Like I went out there with a few other friends who also made filament colors, and it was a full day and you get to make 2 colors. It was amazing. And there was a trial one. So if you mess up on the first one, which I feel like they know what they're doing, because everyone, I think I still kept my first roll, but it was questionable.
I mean, it helps once you start creating a data set, right? So having done like the more colors we make, the more we can kind of like reference and get in the ballpark of another color, unless it's like totally different. For me, I guess I found my way to Proto-pasta sort of being tired of making the same old like white nylon 3D printed parts. I was like in industrial 3D printing for 10 years. And I thought the new materials that we brought in the Kickstarter were really interesting. And then I started playing with color. I like cars, I like paint, you know, car finishes. I like beautiful things. And I like color, so, and texture and all the intricacy of it. So there was a long time playing sort of back in the room with pigments and pearls, and it took Joel Telling finally to come over and just like kind of like make something together, and then give that push to be like, okay, well, you're gonna release that, right? So people can buy it, that thing that we just made together. Like, oh yeah, I guess we could do that. And so I had this, I don't know, it was really great. I don't make the machinery. I don't know how to make the machinery. That's not my talent. That's not my interest. But to have machinery and have access to extrusion as a technique and a tool, and to be able to like use that as a basis to be creative, for me, I just like, I don't know, it just like clicked, and I really enjoy making all the different colors and, you know, so many experiments with that. but also, you know, in doing that for a few years for myself, you kind of like, okay, well, I've tried most everything that I can think of. Like, I want to give this power to somebody else and let them explore and have them bring new inspiration. And so it's really just like sharing and giving others the same opportunity to be creative. And it's also really cool to like not start from scratch, like to be able to share knowledge to like give you a jump start to get to something, you know, and just the design process of understanding, like, I don't know, what's interesting to you, and like, I don't know, what would you like to express, or like, and then, you know, bookending that with like what might be possible with the ingredients and the process that we have. So
that was one of my favorite things about the workshop, is like realizing like what's possible and like how you can actually create that. Plus like everything that goes into making the colors to make the extrusion for the filament is fascinating, because you could add like pearl or glitter or what is it that makes it like, so you have a matte filament, what is it that makes the filament matte? Is it
cellulose.
the absence of something, or the, okay, so that was
right. It's like plant fibers, and it like fractures the you know, roughens the surface and like fractures the melt a little bit and makes it matte.
And you've had, what was the other filament that you guys had? It was like a bacon one or something.
We did put bacon bits in an extruder with Joel at one point. And we tried different aromatic. I thought the idea of like making the experience more interesting for the user and like having the filament have a scent would be cool. And we did coffee and pine and cinnamon and yeah, it's cool. Is a neat thought experiment. I mean, what, you know, having a 3D printer in your own personal space, like, you certainly don't want it smelling nasty. Might as well make it smell good. It's like,
ooh.
Then everyone's gonna be eating bacon sandwiches all day long.
Yeah, so I guess
that's it. 25 minutes goes so fast.
I know, we figured it would. We'll hop on the Discord too, and then we can kind of like go over like some of the ways that we like have used like some of the filaments, and yeah.
Hold on one second. I just need to stop someone's screen sharing. Okay, so thank you both for joining us. Thank you very much for the tour. It was great. I know the people watching chat was going crazy with it. Now,
Awesome.
You guys are going to be in the Discord group after this. Yeah. So if anyone has any questions for either one of you, they can go in there. And for those watching the replay, how can they find you guys?
On the internet.
Yeah. Proto-pasta.com and AmieDD.com.
Yeah.
Right. Guys, thank you so much. It's been great. And if we ever do this again, hopefully it'll be in real life where we can actually sit there and spend more time with you guys. Exactly.
All right.
Guys, have a good day now.
Bye.
We miss you guys too. Ciao, ciao.
All right. See you.
All right. One quick update for you guys. Augustine / Floralistic, he was scheduled to be on. Unfortunately, he had to back out at the very last minute for something unexpected. And very quickly, he was going to talk about a project that he's working on, and he was asking the community for a little bit of help on it. He created a form, and it's for people in the 3D printing community. And what he asks people to do is to possibly take a look at it. And for those people who are, if they can fill it out, and it's going to help them a lot. There is a little bit of an introduction on the form itself as far as exactly what it is. So I'm going to put that up in chat. And then if you guys, I'll also have it up in the Discord as well. So if you can take a, couple minutes, it's a very short Q&A type of thing, and just fill it out for him, and it will help him in an upcoming project. Up next, he's already there, ready to go, is Josh from Alien 3D. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. So I already seen this. You know the drill. I'm going to hit the button. You get 5 minutes, and I'm going to go hide for 5 minutes.
Sounds good.
All right. Sir, it is all you.
Where's the share audio? There we go.
Yep, and make sure you hit the, share audio.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yep. I'm just gonna go hide.
Hey everybody, it's Josh from Alien 3D. Dang, it's hot out here. Anyways, some of you may know me. I was in an alien costume last year at VERRF. Tried to get people to do the chicken dance. And during the chicken dance, I told people that, you know, next year at VERRF, I'm gonna hire a flash mob and come in and do some dancing. Unfortunately, that didn't work out this year. Thanks, COVID. So for the next 5 minutes, well, 4 minutes and 30 seconds now, you're just gonna have to deal with me dancing. So let me get this phone put down. All right, y'all ready? Wait, Alexa, go. Yeah. What do you mean the flash mob's here? Alright, well, I guess send them on over. Yeah, so that was a thing. I want to thank everybody who participated in my flash mob. It was a last minute thing. I had something else planned with my Tesseract. Unfortunately, the Tesseract is not as ready as I wanted it to be by this time. But you can find out more information at alien3d.us/Tesseract and see what that's about. So thank you guys, everybody who participated again, and I really couldn't have made this video without you. I hope you guys enjoyed it and had fun. As for the rest of this video, I do want to get a little serious for just a minute. I want to thank everybody. There's been some things going on in the last couple months and some stuff was made public, and I just want to thank this community for being so amazing and having my back. I love this community more than anything right now. And they're just all amazing, and thank you. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of VERRF, and yeah, I hope to see you guys next year. If anybody wants to chat, I do have a Discord channel in the VERRF Discord, so hit me up if you have any questions, want to find out any more information. I sell all sorts of 3D printing related accessories and upgrades, and I've got my staple product that I started this company with, the UFO monthly mystery box. Oh, and really quick, if you go to alien3d.us, I have a VERRF care package. It's free, you just have to pay shipping. I'm getting sponsors and exhibitors to send me stuff so I can send it all out to you, since VERRF is virtual and we couldn't pick up swag this year. All right, peace out.
Okay, Josh, you need to stop screen sharing for me, buddy.
How do I do that?
move the mouse button up to, and then, I'm sorry, move the mouse very top. It should sit there and say stop screen sharing. Or if not, I can do it.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I got it. I got it. Okay. Yeah. I can't look at anyone. I apologize. All right, sir.
Sorry, I didn't mean to make people cry, but you know.
No, you're fine. You're fine, sir. All right. So as you said, you're going to be in the Discord group?
Yes. I am in Discord.
Awesome, sir. All right. So if anyone has any questions or anything else, they can hit you up on there. For those of you watching the replay, where can they find you, sir?
Alien3D.us.
All right. Thank you very much. That was great, sir. You did awesome.
That was awesome, Josh. Thank you for the purple.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Next up, we have Marshall from Nano Materials and Processing. Marshall, are you there? Marshall? Your microphone and camera is muted, sir.
There we go. Okay, we're unmuted.
And your camera.
Yep. Come on, turn on.
Almost. All right. How you doing, sir?
Oh, getting ready to go watch my grandson play basketball.
Okay, we'll make this quick for you then so you don't miss that, okay? I'm going to press a button. There's going to be a countdown timer, okay? You're going to have 5 minutes. Yep. And at that time, the show is going to be, it's all yours, okay?
Okay, is my screen shared yet?
No, not yet. You were sharing it before, but I had to turn it off because it was during something else.
Okay, so when I turn on screen sharing, that'll take my image away, correct?
Yep, and it will show you a screen, okay?
Sure enough.
Okay, and you're on.
Will you be turning on the screen sharing or should I?
You would have to do it on your end.
Okay, that's fine.
You got it?
Got which?
The screen sharing, because we can still see your camera.
No, I see the button. That's fine. I'll turn it on after I introduce.
Okay, and now we have Marshall from Nano Material and Processing. The show is yours, sir. Okay, you're on.
You're live, Marshall.
Good. Hi, I'm Marshall, Nano Materials and Processes Incorporated. We specialize in producing some nanomaterials, and we have moved well into the 3D printing realm. I'd like to tell you about some of the things we're doing and show you some of the things that we're making and are currently available in our store. Okay, so we have products for 3D printing, and illustrated here is one of our nanodiamond chromed nozzles. We've been making them for several years now. They are virtually indestructible. So we coat them with nanodiamond crystals that we produce and chrome plating, and nobody's ever produced anywhere on one, and that's including using metal filled and carbon filled materials. We've extended the warranty for 3 years. We might even do it longer. They produce an extremely fine print. They resist clogs. We have them available in all the major styles, MK7, MK8, E3D compatibles, volcanoes. They all come in orifices from 0.2 millimeter to 1 full millimeter. And this year we're introducing tool steel nozzles. We've produced filament with nanodiamonds in it. We call it nano PLA. It's as strong as carbon filled. It resists abrasion. It has incredible layer-to-layer adhesion because of the surface tension of the nanodiamonds. Our rolls are bigger than standard. They're 1.18 kilograms per roll. And we have folks using them to quote them, when only a perfect print will do. It's a wonderful material to use. Our vice president of engineering, created a bed coating last year. It's for glass beds and PLA. We use the nano diamond crystals to create surface tension to hold the print. It's a perfect hold and it's an easy release. It's really inexpensive. And a single coating, if you care for it properly, is good for 80 or more prints. I know our engineer's gotten over 100. Each bottle is 4 to 5 applications, and that's for a 300 by 300 millimeter bed. One of our new products is our automatic bed leveling sensor. We saw the one that Touch MI produced and saw that it needed a bit of work to be up to our standards. It's been completely re-engineered, simplified for 3-wire installation. We have produced new code for it that will be downloadable. We have them available with a full mechanical release and also a magnetic lock and release. They can be right or left hand mounted, and they're even compatible with older limited IO motherboards. Other things we're making now. We have a cooling fan enclosure for a 92 millimeter fan. It's compatible with existing middle framing, and there's no modifications required. It's just bolt on and run. We've created X carriage mount assemblies for Prusa compatibles. They're lightweight carbon fiber shafts. They're lighter and stiffer than steel. Your carriage will move better. It's not pulling nearly as much load. We have an X-axis motor mount for the CR10 with a sensor mount attachment. And we have a cooling fan mount for Creality's J-head. In fact, we have a video of how to install it. We'll be putting that up shortly. You can find our stuff by going to our main website, www.3dnozzles.com. You can also get it in our store. The address is there. We are offering a 15% discount on all of our 3D products through Sunday, October 31st, if you use the code VERRF2020. And one of our more interesting projects is we are working on a college course in 3D printing. We are working on the course content now. It's for a major Eastern U.S. university up in the Boston area. And that pretty much covers what I got to say for today. Oh, incidentally, we also are doing manufacturing of commercial replacement parts. We have a large 3D printing shop with more than 20 printers. I'm not going to tell you how many, but there's several rows of them in a large space.
All right.
So we can do production as well.
All right, great. And are you going to be available in the in our Discord server? So if anyone has any questions, they can reach out to you.
I can make an appearance only for a few minutes because my grandson's expecting me at his basketball.
That's right. I'm sorry. Well, they can leave you messages, and if you can come back, or they can reach you through your website.
Absolutely. Well, sure.
All right, perfect. Okay, thank you very much for your time today, sir, and go enjoy the game with your grandson. All right.
Good to see you again, Marshall.
Thanks. Take care.
Have a good one.
What's up, Pooch?
All right.
What's going on? Man, that's a tough act to follow, John.
And you just muted yourself.
How
did you mute
yourself? I think I muted as soon as I was going to say it's a tough act to follow. Well done. Good flash mob. Look forward to actually seeing the real one in person next year, buddy.
Absolutely.
All right.
Let me get out of your time. Thank you for having me on here.
No problem, man. You have a good one. Okay, Mr. Repkord, sir, you are up.
Mr. Shea.
If you've been sitting there following along, I get to press a magic button that gives you a countdown timer. And during that time, the show is all you, okay?
Put me on the clock. That's intimidating, but I'll do my best, you know.
And you're on.
Greetings, Earthlings. I'm Alan Puccinelli, owner, founder of Repkord. Many of you affectionately know me as Pooch. I also co-host a web show every week with my buddy Jim over at The Edge of Tech on his YouTube channel, where we take a lot of this stuff that you see at VERRF, the exciting things that you guys, the makers, are making and sharing on social media, and we distill it down into 1 hour and share it with you guys. So if you're interested in that, follow Repkord on Twitter, follow Edge of Tech. We can talk about that. But a little bit about Repkord today. My apologies. Originally, I was really hoping to be coming at you from my new shop space. I am fresh out of my garage. 3 months ago, I actually, bit the bullet and, took the plunge. Of course, nothing is going as planned this year, but that's standard for 2020. So I'm gonna wing it the best I can from my home office this morning, just due to scheduling issues with kids and stuff like that. But I appreciate the flexibility. A little bit about Repkord. I started this back in 2016. It was kind of a side hustle at the time. I was doing filament and nozzles, a lot of Amazon stuff, as a kind of a part-time thing. And this year was going to be my year to make the leap. So I got away from just accessories and stuff. And about 2 years ago, I started actually making my own product, which has been just an amazing roller coaster of a ride. Many of you see it, know it, own it. This is my flagship product these days. This is the Rep Box, or one of them. This is an acrylic version of it. So what I like to say these days is I make furniture for your filament. And it's like I said, it's been a wild ride. We're on kind of like the 6th iteration, even though I call it Rep Box 2.1. I'm all about continuous improvement and modular design, taking feedback from the community, and it's really evolved into something really, I think, nifty and useful. We've seen a lot of use, sorry about that, from people that are getting into more multicolor MMU. Obviously, the palette people are going to be up next. There's a lot of the people that own the Rep Box or the Prusa MMU use the Rep Box with it, because it's a nice compact way to store your filament and feed those multi-material solutions. One of the other things, I have this set up at my print farm at the shop as well, but I run Rep Boxes over pretty much every printer these days. And on the far end for like the Mini, I'm actually feeding up from the bottom. So it's kind of versatile in the sense that pretty much any way you want to run filament, you can run out the top of the box, the bottom of the box. It wall mounts. It can go under a desk. And while it's been a crazy year, I've been caught up in a lot of the minutia of learning how to actually operate a business, dealing with hiring, workers' comp, that stuff. But 2 days ago, I said, VERRF's coming up. I want to have something new to show. And so I did some silly stuff. I spent the last kind of 48 hours just doing what I really love, which is like some product design stuff. And so I kind of teased this on Twitter yesterday, but I don't know if I'm actually going to make a Rep Box that's as long as this guy back here. It's just 4 feet long. There's no banana for scale, but it's pretty long. But what's awesome about it is it shows off the modularity of the design. And so it's very easy for me to make shorter version, longer version. The current version holds 6 kilos. That one there holds about 16 and a half, which is quite a bit. But I'm actually impressed with how well that worked, given that I whipped that up. One of the things that I will be releasing that I'm announcing today, and I'm gonna try to pan down here, is the Rep Box stacks. I get a lot of requests from people that want to be able, they own more than one. And I turned it into kind of a filament cabinet. This is a standalone 3-stack high. And you can see you can store quite a bit of stuff in there. And I have a double stack, and I actually have a quad as well, although it gets pretty tall. But I went with the sizes that I did because the double fits very nicely under a table. And then this is like bar height. So if you have a lot of standing workspace, this could be a good option. I'm going to have more pictures of this and show off how I'm using it in my workspace, basically underneath a lot of the printer surfaces that I've got to feed or to just store filament. So that was kind of a new, thing that I tried to whip up quickly. I don't even have pricing and stuff on the website yet. That is my next mission. The other big news is we finally released a Prusa edition, which I'm really excited about. Joe himself gave us his blessing. And so If you want one that matches your Mark III, I'm a big Prusa fanboy. Everybody knows that. We've got custom sides now, and we use official Prusa mint orange so that it matches, or black if you go with the black edition. So kind of a lot happening. I know that's a lot all at once, but I'm going to just wrap it there because I know you're running a little behind, Shane, and I know you want to get caught up. And I want to say thank you guys so much. Thank you to the VERRF organizers out there, Chris, Vicky, Nick, Shane, Lauren. You guys are the best. You know, I know that it's sad that we couldn't all be together, but you've done a phenomenal job at giving us the next best thing. So kudos to you guys.
Aww. And admit it, you kind of, you know, displace things because someone was up very late last night, weren't they, sir?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's just kind of the nature of the beast these days, but you know, it's totally worth it.
Hey, well, it can't be a rep festival unless there's some type of after event party, whether it be in real life or virtual, correct?
Yeah, we had a good time on the VERRF stream last night, and you know, any opportunity I get to hang out with my people is I'm all about it.
All right. And I would like to thank you. Are you going to be available in the Discord group?
Yep, I'm going to go jump on the Discord now. If you're interested in my stuff, thank you so much for the support. Repkord.com. That's REPKORD. And follow me on all the socials. Twitter is where you'll find me the most. REPKORD at Repkord.
All right, awesome. And nope, you just took care of that next little bit.
Trial version.
What was that?
Well, I don't know.
I thought I just heard something in my ear.
Trial version.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. So, no, at my age, I'm just like, are the voices becoming audible? Like, you know, beyond my
Did you hear that? Is that in my head or are you hearing that?
Was that your head or my head or whose head or anything? All right, sir. You have an excellent day. Enjoy the rest of the show, talking to the community, and have a great day.
Will do. Head into Discord. See you guys. Thanks.
All right. Ciao. So let's see. Who do we have next? Schedule. Who's got the schedule? Hello. How are you, my dear? Right now, both of your mics are muted, and I am going to go with
trial version.
Okay, yes, I can hear you. I can also hear trial version. Okay. Okay, I'm not even going to try to figure that one out yet. All right, so how about this? We're going to go with Busa first. Did I say your name correct?
It's spelled Busa, but it's pronounced Boosie. It's really weird. So I literally answer to both.
I murder people's names like you wouldn't believe. You know,
no, that's
you
fine.
Could have I apologize.
No, this was an exception. Yeah.
Okay, so if you've been watching the show, basically, I press a button on my screen. There'll be a countdown timer for you. It'll be 5 minutes, and for those 5 minutes, the show is all about you. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you. And I have a presentation, so I'll just.
Yep.
Can I share my screen now?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Alua Busayo Oni. I also just go by Boosie, and I'm here to mainly talk about my Etsy shop, Dreams to 3D Things. So if you want to follow me on Instagram, it's at Dreams to 3D Things, and then just my socials everywhere. It's at Bubblegum Boosie. That's like Twitter, Instagram, all of that. So a little bit about me. I'm a 19-year-old student at the University of Florida, and I'm majoring in biomedical engineering. So like, for example, one of my favorite classes that I'm taking right now is with Professor Dr. Radysyuk, and it's called Medical 3D Printing. So it's been really cool to kind of like put those two worlds together. So the type of printer that I have is an Ender 3 Pro, and I usually use like Tinkercad and then Ultimaker to print stuff out. And then of course, like a million YouTube videos. And in the future, I hope to go to med school. So, okay. So some of my best sellers are Spotify keychains, which has really blown up on social media because people just love to gift them. I have an example here. And then they have like words on the back. It's really cute. You can scan them on Spotify. It plays like any song, album, any of that. I also do custom earrings, which I'm kind of wearing my diamond earrings right now. They're really cute. And basically I just get people send in ideas on Etsy, and then I turn them into earrings. And then I also do custom keychains, like, you know, Among Us. That's kind of like the end thing. I have some UF earrings, like, you know, just whatever. And then I turn it into earrings or keychains. So those are like the best sellers. So I've had so much support. I like cannot thank everybody enough for just making this like possible. I've been able to fund a lot of my education through Etsy, which I never thought could happen. And the whole reason I made an Etsy is because my friend suggested it. She said that I should stop just giving things away for free. So it's been really cool to be able to, find another kind of source of income to continue my education. But another really cool thing that I've been able to do is donate to charities. So I have some items on my Etsy where 50% of the proceeds go to different charities. And I know Mental Health Awareness Day was just yesterday. And one of my favorite charities that I've been able to donate to is the Loveland Foundation. And they fund therapy for Black women and Black girls, which I feel like is super important. And then, Black Lives Matter, especially in this climate, it's really important that we're like supporting those things and like the Bail Project. And then Project Hope, which has been really helping families out during this whole pandemic, which is different almost every day. But yeah, my future hope is to hopefully create a 3D printer fund for female students of color, because 3D printing for me has really been like life-changing almost, because you really get to see things online and then turn it into physical things. And as someone who is really bad at visualizing things, it's been really great to continue like the design process and all of that and just like bring it to life. And I feel like the whole point of 3D printers is to make things more accessible. And I feel like that's a really big area that hasn't been accessed yet. So I'm hoping that if anybody would like to help me kind of do stuff like that. I was just in the build chat, and Dr. Lawrence Nightingale was speaking and about diversity in 3D printing. And I feel like that's still an area that needs a lot of work on. So if anybody would like to contact me, please do. I'd love to like maybe have this be a thing, maybe have like some of my products go to funding this if it's possible. So yeah, thank you. If you have any questions, you can message me on Discord. That's my Instagram right there, and my email, basically the same thing, dreams3dthings@gmail.com. And then I'm at Bubblegum Boosty literally everywhere, so you can follow me on there. I'm on Twitter, Instagram, all of that. So thank you so much.
Wow, you actually have been the first person to come well under your time.
Yeah, I was like, I've been practicing. I didn't want to go over.
You went under. You're perfect. Don't worry about it. All right. So are you going to be able to join us as well on the Discord? So if somebody has any questions or anything else, they can shoot you a message.
Yeah, I've been on there like all day trying to win some giveaways.
Perfect. Yeah. And for the replay, for those of you, you can just rewind 10 seconds. You have all of her contact information there to reach out for.
Thank you so much.
You are quite welcome, my dear. Is there anything? I'm just going through to see if there's any quick questions. Great to hear the Etsy success stories that are made possible through 3D printing. Never let the machines win. What someone else is asking is, what is her Twitter handle? It is at dreams to 3D things.
Oh, that's my Instagram. I don't have a Twitter handle for the Etsy. I do have like a personal Twitter. It's at Bubblegum BUSA. So yeah, BUBBLEGUM BUSA.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's been great to have you on today.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Especially shout out to Vicky. She's been awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Vicky's been an angel. She's our favorite organizer. Okay, up next we have John, who I think has that person saying, temporary or a test or whatever, trial version. That's it. Okay, sir,
Luke.
Are you ready?
Luke.
That's what I say.
John.
I'm sorry.
Luke. I mean,
Luke,
how can you not get
apologize.
Luke right, Shane?
Easily.
You kind of look
Bob?
like
Trial
a
version.
variation of Luke.
See, that is you. Okay. I've been hearing that for the last few minutes. I'm
Trial
like,
version.
Where is that coming from? Okay, Luke.
All right. Can you hear me?
Trial
I can
version.
hear you. I'm going to press a button. There's going to be a countdown timer. All right.
Trial
and it's going to be
version.
for 5 minutes. And then after that 5 minutes, the show's
Trial
going to be all
version.
yours. Okay.
After the 5 minutes?
Yep. It's starting now.
Trial version.
So I can start talking? Am I online?
Yep.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Well, I can hear myself
Trial
in the
version.
chat, so I'm going to kind of like take this out. But basically, my name is Luke.
Trial
Molinari,
version.
And for those of you who don't know me, I've been going to Rep festivals for
Trial
a few years
version.
now. I'm 18 years old. Just graduated high school this year. And
trial version.
Today, I am here to introduce something that I'm very excited about. This is
trial version.
Project OpenFuse. This is an open source SLS
trial version.
And okay, I have about a minute, 4 minutes
trial
left,
version.
So
yep, hold on.
Let me start a print on this.
Okay.
Trial version.
All right.
Look, do you know what
trial version?
What keeps on saying that? Is there a way you can kind of turn it off? Because it's cutting into when you talk
trial
and people
version.
having a hard time, hearing you. Because it keeps saying trial version. It's coming from your side.
Oh,
trial
really?
version.
Yep.
Okay, that's not good. Is it really
trial
annoying?
version?
Yeah, unfortunately, because it's pretty loud and it's coming through on the YouTube stream, and
trial
then people
version.
in the chat were saying, what's the trial version?
Okay.
trial
I'm not sure
version.
what that is, to be honest.
Yeah, it's playing like every 10 seconds.
Okay. Let me see.
Trial version.
If you, I don't know if it's coming through my video or through my
trial
audio,
version.
to be honest.
How about this? Do you want? I can quickly switch you around.
Trial version.
Venturi is on. I can switch you and him around real quick.
That'd be perfect.
Is that okay?
Trial
just
version.
do me a favor. If you can, just mute your mic. So hopefully that will kill that from coming in. Mr. Christopher Lane. VERRF calling VERRF2020. Can you hear us, sir? Chris. Okay, so let me do this and that, and
I wonder if Chris got up for a moment because he thought he had a couple.
Yep.
He might have run to the little boy's room. So
and
sorry, I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all good.
No, you're fine. We had to do a quick change around because the voices in my head were coming through YouTube. Sir, would it be possible if you can go a little bit early?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how it works. I'm going to press a button. It's going to have a countdown timer on my screen. And for 5 minutes, the show is all yours, okay?
Okay.
All right, and you are on, sir. Your camera is off, but your microphone is on.
Okay. So if you can hear me, that was my presentation.
We can hear you.
Is my video working?
Right, your camera is still switched off.
Let me try this again.
And it looks like you're still in.
There it
There
is.
you go.
So
how are you, sir?
I'm great. So I've been working, I think many people, when these festivals come up, you think you have plenty of time, and then before you know it, it's like a week later or a week away, and you have to rush to get everything finished. But yeah, this is the nearly completed next core tool changer. We had a different version at VERRF last year that was still in prototype phases,
and this one is about 97% finished. We went through about 7 different frame designs over the past several months, and every time you change one thing, a lot of other measurements also get changed. So it's just a matter of getting all that set up. And it is designed for 3 tools instead of 4. However, that also gives you a wider size to add different things like a bigger fan for him arrows or different types of tools. So we're still finalizing a couple of minor parts, but for the most part, it is pretty much done and almost all fully functional. We're just getting the programming for the multicolor prints and everything set up. And we will be offering, when you order it, it'll be a kit. We will have full instructions, pictures and videos of how to assemble it. It should be very straightforward. Some of this stuff will be pre-assembled just to make the process a bit easier. And it will come with the 3D printed parts for everything. I know on the regular E3D one, you actually have to print a lot of the own parts for the mounts, but we're going to be including that most likely in PETG or CFPETG to do that. So that's the basics of it. Pre-orders are live now. If you want to go and pre-order, and we are expecting, hopefully, to have orders out by late November, early December. But of course, with everything going on, it's always difficult to get an exact amount of time for shipping. But that's the estimate right now, as soon as we get everything coding-wise finalized.
Perfect. And you're going to hang around the Discord all day? Are you going to be back in there if anyone has any questions?
Yes.
And for those who are catching the replay, if they want to reach out to you, what's the best way to get in touch with you, sir?
I'm on Twitter at Venturi3D. Also on just Venturi3D.com is our website. We have contact information there. We also are on Facebook. Those are the main things. And we have a YouTube channel. And this is on our YouTube at Venturi3D.com. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome, sir. And you just almost hit it right on the head with that one. All right. Thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing that great bit of news and all that goodness with us, because I'm sure people in the chat were going crazy over it. All right. And we're going to you're quite welcome, sir. We're going to try to check back with Luke to see if the voices in his speakers stop saying trial version. Please tell me they did.
Is this good? Can you hear me?
So far, so good. If you hear me whip off my headphones, that means I just heard the voice and it's making me paranoid.
I'm so sorry about that, guys.
No. You're fine. Hey, you know what? If it wasn't a show that if it didn't have hiccups, it wouldn't be something I was involved in. So you are fine. All right. So same spiel as before. I'm going to put a timer up on the window. You have 5 minutes, and then I'll pop back in when that's done. Okay.
All right. Awesome. I appreciate it.
All right. The show is now yours.
All right. Like I was trying to say earlier before the trial version hit us all. My name is Luke Cunningham. I'm 18, and I am here to introduce my new project, the Open Fuse SLS 3D printer. It's something I'm very excited about. I literally just finished it in the last few days, or I've just finished most of it, a little parts of it. I've had parts of it done for a little while, but this is a fully open source SLS 3D printer that comes in at a very affordable budget for what it is. It has huge possibilities in terms of powders and what it can use. Everything from sugar, which is what I'm printing in right now, to PLA, PCL, nylons, anything that can be melted and grinded into a powder can be printed on this machine, theoretically. I've tested sugar and I have seen some very promising results with PLA, and within a week, I bet I'll have it figured out. Let me get some test prints on the screen here. This is just this is literally like the second one that I made. This is out of normal table sugar right here. Here's the latest thing that I've done out of sugar. This is like a diamond lattice. The detail's pretty good right now. And this is this is something that would normally need support. It doesn't need any support for those overhangs using SLS printers. Basically, let's see. What inspired me to do this is the Open SLS project by Andreas Bastian. and also other projects like what Scott Ziv did at MRF with his glitter printer. I just saw somebody mention it actually in the chat. But this is different. This is a fully dedicated SLS machine built from scratch. It's different than the Open SLS project because it's not built into a laser cutter. This is a dedicated machine. And basically, the goal is to get this into as many hands as possible and to create a community around this printer and around SLS 3D printing. Yeah, we all know that SLS is kind of the thing that everybody's been waiting for. And you know, you kind of see it in chats. It's like, well, we can't wait till SLS comes out. And I felt the same way, and I just thought I'd give it a try. And let me actually just take you over here and show you the machine. So this is it printing right now. The speeds are tuned down a little bit for sugar. For PLA, it prints very fast, up to 500 millimeters a second, with very high acceleration and jerk speeds as well. But there's a feed piston right here that actually lifts up to push powder. Then this wiper is about to come over, just like this. And it wipes a brand new layer of powder onto the feed piston. There's still a lot of bugs to figure out. And this is, like I said, very early stage. I just finished this literally a few nights ago. So I'm very excited about it. But basically, what I want to get across is that this is an open materials testing platform. You can use, like I said, anything from sugar to some type of engineering plastic, and even chocolate. I've powderized chocolate right here with some liquid nitrogen, which is how I intend to make the rest of my powders as well, actually, in like a ball mill grinder. But I guess, so I have about a minute left. I guess the call to action right now for what you can do, if you can go to projectopenfuse.com, that's going to be the central hub of this entire project. It's where a wiki is going to be located, documentation, all the links to build guides and things like that as it comes out. And yeah, if you go there, it'll redirect you to a page to put your email, and then you can get put on kind of the quick updates list, and it'll give you a spot. There's a Discord for this dedicated that I made, and things like that. It's going to be coming out really soon in the next few weeks or months. This printer is going to be very well supported, and I'm going to have a stable release soon enough. I'm working as hard as I can to get a stable release ready and into the hands of the community. So I have a little bit of time left. If anybody has any questions, maybe I might check the Discord. I think I covered everything I wanted to. Like I said, I even built the website last night in like really short notices. So yeah, it does smell kind of like sugar, like caramel. Sintered chocolate, I still need to do tests with. But yeah, the liquid nitrogen is right behind me right there. I have a few of those. Yeah, so guys, just go join that website. Go join the Discord. I'm really excited to have people who are excited about this as well. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Because I know chat went crazy. I know a few of the event organizers were thoroughly impressed with that, sir.
Awesome, thanks.
And you already got all the information out there as far as getting everything, as far as, you know, Discord, how to reach you for those viewing the show, everything else. But sorry, viewing the replay. But I'd like to thank you for your time and showing us that. That was awesome. And I'm glad you got the mic situation worked out and we were able to have you on without problem.
Yeah,
right?
Awesome. Thank you.
You have a good rest of the day. Enjoy the show.
You too. Thanks.
Hello, ladies. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Hello. Hey.
Perfect. How are you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. And I'm doing all right. And you guys are with Mosaic, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just trying to figure out how to do it, because is one of you presenting, one of you talking, or are you both going to be on camera at the same time, or?
We're both talking at the same time, if that's
okay. So what I'm going to do is you're going to have 7 minutes, and I'm going to have to mute. I'm going to have to take out my video feed, so that way you guys are side by side. When that 7 minutes is up, I'll pop right back in. Okay.
Sure. Great. Thank you.
So You're quite welcome. You have 7 minutes starting now.
All right, guys. So this is Alina and Addie from Mosaic Manufacturing, and we're both customer success representatives. And today we just want to tell you a little bit about Mosaic and what we do. So we've built an ecosystem for multi-material 3D printing. We create the technology that allows 3D printers to create a wider variety of parts and the software to allow makers to customize and create content. So our main product, which is Palette, takes up to 4 different filaments, which can be any color or material, and splices them together into one filament strand to then be inserted into your extruder. And in this way, Palette allows you to print using up to 4 different colors and or materials, which has really expanded the capabilities of 3D printing.
So it's been about 2 years since we've released Palette 2, and after going through some of the discussions on our Palette Facebook group, one thing we wanted to actually show you guys today is how to use more colors in a print. And so any of our existing Palette owners may know about this already, but what we wanted to particularly demonstrate is how to time your pauses. So with Canvas, our multi-material and cloud slicer, what you can actually do is add your pause into the print without having to edit your G code after the fact, and you don't have to linger around your printer when you're expecting to do that color change. So I'll go ahead and quickly demonstrate by playing a quick video for you guys. Just a second.
And remember, if there's audio with that video, select the play computer audio checkbox when you do that.
Thank you.
Of time. And today we are going to show you how to use printer script in Canvas to add pauses ahead of time and how to change filaments to use more than 4 colors in a print. Let's import our models and then scale them up to be a little bigger, and we'll just move the hat on top of the crewmate's head. Let's begin painting the model. Each of these 4 color swatches in the toolbox corresponds to the 4 filament inputs on Palette from left to right. Once we know which drive we would like to swap out for another color, we can paint the model to cover the regions that will be the first color and the regions that we want the second color to appear. In this case, we will be swapping out drive number 2. So we're going to paint this backpack region and the body of the top hat the same color. We'll open the project settings and just make a couple of changes. For this project, we will add an extra perimeter to help hide any surface artifacts from painting, make the layer height 0.3 millimeters to help with the tower size, increase the infill, make the extrusion width 0.4 millimeters so it won't over extrude, increase the temperature to help with the flow, and add custom supports. To help make the supports break away a bit easier, I'm going to make the vertical and horizontal gaps 0.25 millimeters and paint the supports just on the underside of the hat. I'm also going to lower the transition length. Save these settings and we'll return to Slice. We're using M0 in the G code to pause unconditionally. This gives us an opportunity to change filament on Palette without having to watch the printer. When changing filament, the pause should be entered before the new color is expected to be visible. The new filament will be spliced next time that drive is used and will have to travel through Palette's outgoing tube before it's seen on the part. Ideally, there may be some areas of infill where the new color can be printed first before it's visible on the exterior of the print. Timing filament changes can be easier with the short tube used on Palette because the filament won't have to travel as far to reach the nozzle. In this example, the backpack is completed around layer 130 and the top hat is where we want the color change to occur, which is layer 163. We will enter the pause at layer 130 to swap our red filament for a different color. Between where the red ends and where we expect the new color to occur is about 33 layers, which should be more than enough printing to get the new filament to the nozzle. Let's move on to customizing our sequences. We're going to edit our printer profile and head to the sequences page. To enter a pause, we're going to enter a conditional statement into our layer change. We want a pause when a certain layer number is reached. To do this, we enter an if statement like this. If layer is 130, pause unconditionally. We place quotes around the G-code command that will be outputted in the file. You can add an OR operator after the first condition to add another pause if you would like. For now, we will keep this as is. Save and return to the project to reslice. After slicing, let's download the file to see where our pauses are. Let's search for M0 to see if it's there for the layers we need the pause. Here we can see the M0 command for the correct layer. Let's start the print. The pause occurred at the right layer and gave us time to swap out one of the spools. To do this on palette, go to the menu and change filament. This will unload the existing input drive and prompt us to insert the new filament. After doing this change, the print will continue. This is one way to take advantage of printer script in Canvas and the change filament function on palette to increase the number of colors used on your prints. Give it a try and share what you make. Thanks for watching.
So that was one of the ways we wanted to show. Actually, here it is right here. So normally you can use 4 colors, but we thought we wanted to share a different way. You can time the color changes a little bit better, and then you can use like up to 5 or even more colors in a print just by swapping out one of the drives. And you don't have to linger around your printer in order to make that possible.
And Canvas is free, so you are welcome to try it out at canvas3d.io. And if you want to learn more about Palette, you can visit us at mosaicmfg.com.
That is great. Thank you so much for jumping on today, ladies of Mosaic. It was great seeing that. And you taught me a little bit something new that I'll have to try out with my palette. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thanks so much for having us. Enjoy the rest of the festival, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so up next, we have Terrapin Works.
Terrapin Works.
Okay, perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press a button. You get 5 minutes that comes up on my screen. And once I do that, the show is all yours, okay?
Can I share a screen?
Yep, you can. The show is yours, sir.
Okay.
If you go to the bottom where the Zoom meeting is, it will say share screen. Click on that. If you have audio, make sure to click on share audio.
Okay. And cool. Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rick Clinton, and I work for the A. James Clark School of Engineering at the University of Maryland. And I'm going to walk you through some of the making capabilities at the University of Maryland. There are currently 14 makerspaces on the College Park campus. Most of these spaces are associated with a specific department like history or the English department. As you'd expect, some of these also are part of the library system. In general, the makerspace on campus will have some basic hand tools, maybe a 3D printer or two, plus some additional equipment that is usually associated with, some special twist that the makerspace for that department. So for instance, the book lab, which is the English department's makerspace, In addition to having some hand tools and some light power tools for students to work on their projects, they also have a pretty large collection of typesetting tools that are used on a couple of manual printing presses so that they can help teach students how to print and bind books. While there are many maker spaces on campus, our goal is not to make everyone look the same. Instead, we are here to help each other out and share all of the different successes and celebrate the special themes and capabilities of each specific space. For example, I specifically work with Terrapin Works, the makerspace for the College of Engineering. We are the largest makerspace in the lab system, and we have 17 locations and manage about 28,000 square feet of fabrication space. We have equipment that covers nearly every type of manufacturing done today, ranging from consumer-grade 3D printers like the Prusa that you would find if you bought off of Amazon, all the way up to industrial-grade CNC machines that you would see like on a Boeing manufacturing plant floor. To do this, we have 5 full-time staff and usually about 75 to 100 students that we employ that are paid to run and manage all the equipment on the system. And when I say manage, I mean manage. Students who work for Terrapin Works learn not only how to operate, but they also learn how to troubleshoot and perform maintenance and even repairs on equipment that can cost upwards of $750,000. Now let's take a look at a couple of the labs that are specific in what they do. So as you can see here, I have we can start here with the Advanced Fabrication Lab. So the Advanced Fabrication Lab is currently the flagship of Terrapin Works. This single space has the ability to make products from scratch. The space itself is broken down into 3 areas. The first is the design studio, and that's up front. In this space, you usually have a couple of staff members that are available to help you with any project that you're working on and help you to find answers for any questions that you may have. In this space, we have everything you need to be able to create a model, regardless of whether the thing that you're trying to model is a physical thing or whether it's electronics based. From different types of different 3D scanners to really powerful computers for making your computer-aided designs to a small sample of 3D printers to help you cheaply and quickly test your designs and make changes. The mechanical prototyping area of the lab has several 3D printers that also are intended for industrial use. And so these are typically more used along lines if you have a venture capitalist and you are trying to have a final presentation model, or if you're trying to have a functional model, working model. These printers usually are reserved for later on so that because the operation cost is pretty high. The electronic prototyping lab has the ability to take you all the way through into being able to do complex circuits, as well as create circuit boards from scratch. Moving into the instructional fabrication lab, as you can see from this space here, this is a typical machine shop that we also have, and it has everything that you need from basic hand tools along the back wall, you can see there. And then there's also more of your standard manufacturing capabilities like tube bending, sheet bending, CNC, lathe, welding, all of those capabilities as well. Students, staff, and faculty are allowed to come in and use these spaces. And our job here is to help and train. For over the summer, our COVID-19 response, we were able to pivot and make a bunch of PPE for the campus and for first responders and hospitals in the area. And we were really proud to be able to do that. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions.
Actually, you actually nailed that right on the spot, sir. If you could, can you cancel out of the screen sharing? Thank you. All right, and that was spot on, perfect, sir. Now you're going to be available within the Discord group. If anyone has any questions, they can reach out to you. And for those catching the replay, how can they reach you on the interwebs? Do you have a social media account, a website?
Yes. So there's Twitter accounts. There's also you can always catch us at terrapinworks.umd.edu is the primary website. That it has links to all of our social media accounts and emails and everything there. So awesome. Again, terrapinworks.umd.edu. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us today and for bringing us that great information, sir.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Up next in the pipeline is Martin from Vernon, New Jersey High School FRC team. Martin, your microphone is muted.
Okay, there. You can hear me? Yep. You can see me?
Yep, we can hear you, sir. We can see you. And if you heard from before, I'm going to press a button. There will be a countdown timer. Yep. You already know about that?
Yes.
All right, then. Perfect. So 5 minutes starts now, and the show is yours.
Okay. Share screen.
On the very bottom, it says, if you shake it on the Zoom window, it says share screen. You press on that. If you have something that has audio, make sure you tick on share audio.
I can see the screen I want to share.
All right. So if you in the Zoom window, okay, it says share screen.
Yeah, then I
Click
get
on that.
then I get the windows up.
Okay, and you select the one.
Yeah,
You
the
select.
one I want is not on.
Okay. Do you have it open on your computer? The screen.
Yeah, it's full. Maybe I can have it full screen.
Shane, I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. I got you covered, Martin.
You got me covered. Thanks. I appreciate that, because for whatever reason, I can see that I have it running on my screen. I can share any other screen, but not that one. Yeah, run me.
Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see the screen. Just share. Run this.
I didn't. Let me know if you got video or audio.
Go ahead.
Did the audio come through, Shane?
Nope.
I didn't think so. I know I screwed something. Hold on, I got this for you. Share computer sound screen one. I forgot to click the button that we tell everybody to remember to click. So here we go with sound.
Hello, we are Team 1989. We are the robotics team of Vernon Township High School that introduces students to the world of STEM. Our club provides basic life skills through creating a robot that participates in competitions against other regional robotics teams. This school-organized club is an advantageous opportunity to introduce young minds to the world of STEM, thus utilizing and improving their teamwork and communication skills. Our robotics team has access to state-of-the-art tools such as 3D printers, which offers young scholars the opportunity to be introduced to technologies that are visibly becoming our future in engineering. In fact, we utilize 3D printing for a myriad of reasons, including building a competitive robot from scratch and taking the step to help our community. In response to the current COVID-19 pandemic, Team 1989 took the extra step to create 4,000 pieces of PPE to support hospitals, nursing homes, first responders, and essential workers in our area. This took well over 100 kilograms of filament to accomplish. However, we were able to create Montana masks with a filter insert and comfort strap, Prusa face shields, Vernon face shields, and BVM filter units. For the 2020 Infinite Recharge competition, we made our robot primarily out of 3D printed parts. Although it was a challenge due to the time restraint, we managed to accomplish to create a very functioning and durable robot just in time. This includes the frame, the climber, and the conveyor belt. Here's our climb at work. Also, we made a 3D printed skateboard robot, also known as Bumblebot. This is created by a group of former freshmen who, through their hard work and dedication, they were able to learn how to create a durable and efficient robot primarily out of plastic. As a test for how durable plastic is, we decided to use it for an off-season competition. Throughout the competition, as we collide against other robots and buildings, we proved to ourselves that using our 3D printed plastic, it is the most logical way to win a competition, thus making our robot out of 3D printed parts for the 2020 Infinite Recharge competition. During the off seasons, we invest time in other projects as well. We have created the VERRF2020, which is an impact resistance tester used to test the strength and durability of various types of plastic. This includes the way the different layers of plastic are printed and the types of plastic used. We use a scale behind the machine that measures the amount of strength each piece of plastic has on a 10 scale. We are also currently working on a robot for the restaurant Smokies. The SmokieBot's purpose is to greet the customers and take their orders as they enter the restaurant. As you may notice, this robot is primarily 3D printed, which has taken many hours for our teammates to accomplish, but ultimately it is turning out to become a very exquisite robot. With our robotics team, we also incorporate business and public speaking aspects, such as speaking to the Board of Education and hosting fundraisers such as the Mario Kart competition. We finance all of our projects 100% through donations, so we spend a lot of our free time fundraising. Our team is known for instructing prospective members the foundations of engineering. We also educate scholars to expand the horizons of their imagination and essential life skills for them to be successful in their lives past high school. In fact, many prestigious colleges search for outstanding and achieving scholars that prioritize the expansion of their academic knowledge, which can be attained through STEM foundational extracurriculars, such as robotics. It may also spark an interest or even offer the scholar an early jump-starting career opportunity to explore the aspects and functionality of STEM-related careers. Long-term wise, these scholars associated with this passion will bring our community and society a potential advanced development and progression for future generations to come or thrive in. Now, here are our sponsors. If you would like to support this team and become a sponsor, you can contact us via VERRF2020.com. Thank you.
You had a bunch of people in chat saying, we didn't have this and when I was in school. So I think you impressed a lot of people with that, sir.
Yes, we try, and it's a great program, and we have sent at least one student to a Ivy League school for the past 11 years every
Awesome.
year. So that is this one, as I say, the kids did that for this show. And if you want to reach us, I'm going to be in Discord, and you can go through our website.
All right, what's your website for those who are going to catch the replay of this?
Robotics.com.
All right,
Robotics.com. It's in the video.
Perfect. All right, sir, thank you very much for showing us. And that was absolutely amazing. I was very impressed with that robot.
Well, unfortunately, we couldn't run it once. We got told the season is canceled when we were done loading the truck to leave to the first competition.
That's a shame. Well, hopefully all this pandemic will settle down and we can get back to some sort of regular day life, I guess.
I hope I see you next year in person back at
as do I, sir. As do I.
Okay.
Okay, so next up is a person with a much better voice than I and who does a much better job at hosting. He is Pooch's partner in crime, and he was also being, I don't want to say naughty because it carries or something else, who is also living the Rep Festival life to the fullest. Even though it's virtual, he did attend an after party event, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you talking to me?
No, the person behind you.
This guy? How's it going, Shane? How's it going?
It's going great, sir. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I really appreciate you guys having me on. And we were up late, like almost to the very end of VERRF After Dark. And you were there, and I was like, man, he should be sleeping.
Yeah, I know. My mind was saying it, but my body was saying something else. You know, it was like, no, you don't need sleep. Right. So yeah, I already did a bunch of 5-hour energy shots, so I should be good for the next 15 hours.
Well, I got to tell you, I really appreciate the plug about hosting, but man, you're doing an awesome job. We've been watching almost all day, as much as we could, with the exception of a little nap for the little guy. We had to put on some fun music for him, but otherwise, you have been doing an amazing job, and everybody in the back end, Chris, Vicky, and everyone in the back end. Thank you guys so much for putting this on, because I know there's a ton of people watching, and there are a ton of people just pumped about this event this year. So
yeah, it's great. I mean, it was an awful lot of work and everything else, and they asked me to come on. I was very happy to, with Chris and Vicky and Lauren and Nick. And then, like I've been saying before, then there's also the guys who are running and taking care of our Discord group. you know, if it wasn't for those, you know, Discord admins, that option wouldn't be there, you know,
Right.
and it's just absolutely amazing.
But Discord's
Oh.
awesome. I'm not the best at Discord. The problem I have is I have so many channels now because everyone invites me and I love going and seeing what everybody's doing. But then I get about 4,000 notifications a minute, you know, so I turn
Same
off
here.
the notifications and then I
Yep.
forget to go look. So that's,
Yep.
you know, I got to work on that. But you know, Discord's awesome. I see a lot of people on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. So you guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. And I know we've seen some just amazing stuff. That sugar
Right?
printer, he's printing with sugar.
Oh,
Man,
yeah.
I need to lose weight already. I would be like, hey, I need a sugar pretzel. Let's print
Oh,
myself a
please.
sugar pretzel.
I would end up diabetic, so I would just be
Yeah.
eating all the mistakes.
Well, I'm
So-
thinking pixie sticks. It's already powder.
Hey, you never know. It might be cheaper. Now,
Right.
for those of you who don't know who you are, do you want to give us a little bit of a background on you
Sure.
as far as what you do?
My name's Jim. I have the YouTube channel and all the social medias at The Edge of Tech. I really appreciate in the chat people are saying hi and a proper mic and everything. Thank you guys so much. I do videos from everything from how to build to fun ones, and I'm getting into lasers now, so that's going to be a lot of fun with the lasers. And then Monday nights, I actually have a show with the Pooch, and he's on Repkord. He was on just a little while ago. And we do a show called Hot Makes. And if you're not familiar with Hot Makes, check us out Monday night, 6 p.m. Central US time. You can go on Twitter, post your stuff and tag #Hot Makes. And then we find that every Monday and we show everybody's stuff, or almost everybody's stuff, as much as we can get to every Monday. And we kind of feature you guys as a community, and we do stories, and we do news, and we talk about all sorts of fun stuff. And you know, we just have a lot of fun. And as far as myself, I've been 3D printing for almost 2 years, and I love it. It's a blast, and I love doing videos. I love being live is my favorite, but but I love being out in front of everybody, and I really miss ERF this year. Last year was my first ERF, and this is a throwback for you. I did not have a table, but this may have been left on one when the exhibitor left. And I asked, and they said I could have it. So thank you guys for letting me have that. But this was made for, I believe, for all the tables last year. And that was pretty awesome. But I love Murph. I love ERF, and I'm sad this year we couldn't make it happen, but maybe next year. But I got to say, this has been amazing. I'm super impressed with the turnout here. So.
Oh yeah, I've been just floored by it. Just something real quick. You're not allowed to say what you said last night over and over again when you were on with Makers on Tap. No.
Which part?
No. No.
Well, it wasn't. It was moved. Is that what you're talking about?
Exactly. It moved venues.
Yeah. No. And what's funny is a lot of people were like, "What are you talking about?" It's like, well, it really was like an unspoken rule. It started with Murph this year because they did a After Dark for that. And anytime you said the specific thing I was saying when I was on, After Dark is a little different. You can drink on that stream, so it's unwritten rule, and everybody had to drink when someone said that. And so I had to jump on there last night and give them a hard time. We were an hour away. We were like the last hour of the show last night. So
yeah, you said it about like 10 times.
Oh yeah.
All right, sir. So you're gonna join me on hosting duties, and have you seen how we've been doing it?
Yeah, I was watching Walter earlier, and I've been kind of just watching you guys all day. So
okay. So we will. 1 second.
By the way, I love the timer. I told Pooch behind the scenes yesterday that I need to put one on myself for Hot Makes, like right in the corner, just let it fly.
Well, if you want to after the show, I can show you how I ended up doing it. So
I love it.
Right now, hey Mike, we're gonna have Mike from Auto Drop. Okay. So Mike, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna press a magic button. It's gonna have a timer. You're gonna have 7 minutes, and the show will be all yours. Okay.
Okay.
And sir, it's all yours.
Okay, so sorry. First off, I missed the end of the build platform. I was supposed to go up on there, and I got confused with the times and thought it was this one. So, a little bit of fun there. Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see your screen.
Excellent. Okay. So I'm just going to go through a little bit of some of the cool stuff that we've been working on and basically take through what we do. So with AutoDrop3D, we have a basically a fully autonomous 3D design, printing, and manufacturing platform. And it's really designed to run all inside a web browser. So in case you didn't notice here, I run exclusively on a Chromebook these days. So this is the way we have to operate in order to really test everything. So this right here is a traditional 3D printing workflow where you have to go through all sorts of steps, and like if you have more than one person who needs to use a machine and only one person who's qualified to use it, you know, you got all this stuff that somebody has to do, and it kind of sucks. The way that we do it is we have a browser-based workflow where you just simply upload your models. You select your material and request a print, and then you go and you pick up your objects. So it's really easy, and we integrate like billing and stuff like that in, so you can like make your printer public if you want to, and basically immediately monetize that and get your printer on the map. So this is what typically happens at the end of a normal 3D print job. The print just sticks there, and this is actually a video. I took a video of what happens normally when a print finishes. Then you have to normally have somebody go and scrape it off the bed and whatnot. What AutoDrop does is we actually have a printer available, also in addition to the cloud platform, that supports automatic part ejection and removes the parts and then keeps on printing for the next item. And the video that we have here is a really old one, but I think we have a good one on the website, which has a like a time lapse of just parts piling up. I'm not going to be talking too much about the 3D print queue, just because there's an awful lot that we can explore there. I am going to be talking about the web-based CAD that we have built into our platform. We'll get to that in a little bit, but I do want to talk real quick about something that we recently did, and this is Aldo. He's the guy who did the black belt slicer.
Hi, I'm Aldo Huben. I created black belt Cura to support belt style printers in the.
I don't know whether you can hear that.
I'm now working with.
We can hear it. It's just going through your speakers, but we can hear it.
Oh, let me fix that. What do I have to check off as far as audio goes?
You would, sorry, when you're doing the screen sharing, it says use computer audio. Make sure that's ticked on.
Screen share. Okay, I guess it should be. Okay, but yeah, this is the guy who did the original black belt slicer, and he's working on a command line version of that for us. We've gone and funded him to go and do that. So that is something that's really awesome. That's going to be coming out here soon.
I'm Aldo Huben. I created black belt Cura to support belt style printers in the Cura we all love. I'm now working with AutoDrop3D to bring the same functionality to command line and cloud-based services as well. I'm very excited about that.
So that's something that we're pretty excited about. And, you know, basically when you have a 3D printer that has an automatic ejector, this is kind of a simplified illustration of what you can do with that, especially with a cloud-based 3D print queue. If you enable your printer as a public printer, this means you get yourself shown on the map, and now anybody can send prints to your machine. The idea is that you set the price on your filament based on the amount of quantity that people are using, and when they create their order, their credit card automatically gets charged, and at the end of the month, we basically mail out checks for all the 3D printing that went through your machine. So it's not quite like you can just 3D print money. This is just a simplified illustration, but it's kind of like that. So if you're not aware, Fusion 360, which is a very popular CAD program, recently rolled back a whole bunch of the features that they had gotten all the makers hooked on. And it's kind of the feature apocalypse right now for Fusion 360. So we wanted to kind of highlight the alternative that we have built into our platform, and also emphasize that the software that we have built into our platform is open source. You can actually download and run your own server for the CAD software if you want to, and we provide mechanisms for exporting and stuff. It is in the early stages, so it's beta software, but we would like to encourage people to kind of get in, start using it, maybe take a look at the source code, contribute if you like. But this is some illustrations of what you can do with the system. So right here, we have datums, and this is creating and manipulating datums and moving them around. And this is all software that runs inside the web browser. I'll actually pull it up here after I kind of go through some of the features. We also have the ability to create planes to sketch on and attach them to different surfaces, whatever you want. So this is very similar to most standard kinds of CAD software. We have the loft and revolve commands, which you can see kind of demonstrated here. You can take a couple of sketches and turn them into a loft operation, or you can go ahead and do a revolve. This is the features that we have out of the box right now. With it's got full part history, so it's very similar to your SolidWorks, Solid Edge, Fusion, that kind of CAD software. We have fillet operations, so you can go and put edges on things and stuff like that. So just the kind of the standard software features you would expect out of a CAD program. And keep in mind, this is all running inside a web browser. I actually prepared all these little videos and snippets on my Chromebook. So this is it's really exciting to be able to do that in a machine that doesn't cost more than a couple $100. Of course, we have intersections and Boolean operations that you can do that are, the standard hallmarks of any CAD tool. And we have a two-dimensional sketcher. So the two-dimensional sketcher has constraints. It allows you to create geometry and draw it in there and go and extrude it and whatnot. You can create reference lines, all sorts of the kind of standard fun things you would expect out of a CAD tool. So with that said, I think I'm going to pop back out of this and stop sharing my screen. Did I stop sharing?
Yep, it looks like we lost you though, so maybe bring back your camera.
Ah, there we are.
Awesome.
So yeah, I mean, we got all sorts of cool stuff that's happening, and I would invite anybody who wants to learn about it to pop over into the Discord and stop by our virtual booth, it's great this year with the East Coast RepRap Festival. That whole virtual booth thing is excellent. So yeah,
it looks like you guys came a long way from last year. I saw you. I loved your stuff last year, and we even did a video. And it looks like from this, you guys have come a long way.
Yeah, the CAD software has gotten really much better. The automatic ejection, we've had the row stock machines that we sell with the automatic ejection. We've had those running for a long time, and it's been real good. So yeah, I've been pretty happy, and hopefully we can get some more people to hook up even their existing printers to it. I know Rob Mink has an automatic ejector, and that one's pretty awesome, and we did some work to get that printing out of the system. So
I have one quick question for you. Do you approve the prints, or is someone just blowing up your printer anytime they want?
So you have the option to turn on moderation if you want. I'm not going to say what the first pile of prints that we got off the system when it wasn't moderated was, but you can imagine.
I definitely can. Nice work. That's awesome.
Okay, Mike. So are you going to be available in the Discord group if anyone wants to follow up with you?
Yeah, we're going to be hanging out over there on the Discord. I do want to apologize. We were supposed to be on the end of the build platform, and I got my time slots confused. I thought it was going to be this one, and yeah, I got myself all mixed up.
That's okay. And for anyone catching the replay, if they want to reach out to you on social media, it would be at AutoDrop3D.
Yeah, at AutoDrop3D. That's on Twitter, and then AutoDrop3D.com. You can reach out to us there, and yeah, we're more than happy to talk with anybody who's got, cool 3D printing technology and wants to hook it in and start monetizing.
All right, sir. You have an excellent day. Thank you for your time, and thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Next up on the chopping block is Mr. Harry. No, I don't want to say Harry Potter, but I mean, from your pedestal back there, it's from the universe, I guess you could say.
Yes, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Perfect. Yes, I can hear you just fine, sir.
Excellent.
So
excellent.
speaking of Harry Potter, I'm going to hit a magical button.
Okay.
On my screen. There will be a timer, and then the show will be yours for 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Ready, steady, and go, sir.
Hi, this is Gabriel Miller from the Historic Haven. We're going to play a quick video for you. Hope you enjoy it. Is our video playing?
Yep, it is.
I'm Gabriel Miller. I'm one of the makers here at the Historic Haven, and behind me is the Wall of Wonder. Being a maker is all about creating the things from TV and movies that I enjoyed as a child. That could be the helmet from Spaceballs, or a proton pack from Ghostbusters, or even the fertility idol from Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Perfect. My name is Missy Cooner. I run a 3D printing shop on Etsy called Dicey Propositions.
Hi, I'm Velmut Sisson. I'm one of the makers here at the Historic Haven. Before I joined the Haven, I knew nothing about 3D printing. And now I've learned how to create all sorts of things, especially useful things, which is what I like to do. Things like a working loom, or a stand for my phone, or even a working kazoo.
My name is John Halfcock. I got into 3D printing primarily to print terrain for miniature games. The miniature games that I print it for are primarily Marvel Crisis Protocol and some Malifaux. Whatever else may pop up too that interests me. 40K, fantasy, sci-fi, whatever.
Hi there, my name is John and I'm a crafter here at the Haven. 3D printing lets me do things that I don't have the skill to do myself by hand.
hope you enjoyed our video. We've had a great time this virtual VERRF. I want to thank all the organizers and everybody that made this possible and gave us this venue to share. And if you're interested in finding out more about the Historic Haven, please go to our website, historichaven.com. If you want to come and find us, you got to find us by the riddle that's on the website. We don't publish where we're at in Frederick, Maryland. You got to come find us. If you get too lost, just call the number. We'll help you in, though. All right. I'd like to thank everybody.
Nice. It's great to see you again. I was on with you last night.
Yes, it was a great time. Great time.
And you're in front of the real wall this time, which is awesome.
I could touch this wall, so I can come back here and I can pick up, whatever I need to pick up and look threatening with.
So I know we don't have a ton of time, but I know you said something last night that stuck with me. I actually told my wife today, this is an amazing idea. The place you're in is actually a gamer lounge kind of thing. Yes. And a maker space all in one place.
All in one place.
And I love that idea where you can have a group of people playing and a group of people making at the same time. And these guys could even make what they're playing. I just love that mashup.
It's if you want to do it, you want to dream it, you be it. This is the place to be. It's a very unique venue. Sure, if I brought the owners in, they can tell you other places are like this, but in my opinion, this is the only place like this.
Nice.
Okay, so yeah, I know I got to talk to you guys after the show as far as proper behavior after events, because all you guys stayed up late and everything else, and I was just sitting back just keeping notes as far as who's being naughty and nice, because after all, I am Santa.
I think we've been to your 24-hour events. We know what really happens.
Recorded. All right, so up next we have Paul from SnoLabs. Paul, can you hear us?
Yep. How are you guys doing?
We can hear you.
How's
Good.
the audio on this guy?
You're perfect. You're crystal clear. Now, you have a video. Do you want me to play it on my side for you?
That's fine. Can we talk over it? And feel free to jump in with questions, whatever. It's a walkthrough of SnoLabs. We're a makerspace in Northern Virginia, so we just want to show off everything we can do here.
Do you want me to play it with audio or without audio?
With audio, if you can do it low.
Okay.
I like having a little music on.
Okay, let me start the timer and I'll do the camera stuff. Okay, where are you?
I'm coming to you live from SnoLabs now.
Actually, I meant on my screen because I have a whole bunch of monitors. Because I have
all of them.
monitors. Whoa.
You guys see and hear that?
Yep.
Might have to play back.
So we do have drones. We are all. I'm hearing myself on echo.
Okay. Might have to turn either just turn down your speakers for a minute and just you can talk. We won't say anything.
Yeah, this is SnoLabs. Starting with the crafters. This is the Orange Bay general meeting area. We had a ton of people in here making masks during the pandemic, and also our 3D printers all went from our building out to our makers to get as many of the Prusa face shields done as we could. We're starting to open back up where you do need a reservation to join us at SnoLabs, but it's getting to be pretty popular, and we're starting to fill up the spaces in terms of maximum COVID occupancy. Right now, we are only open to members, so we are accepting new members, but we can't do tours or have visitors in the space for our current policy. A lot of our 3D printers are rep straps. I've been doing this for about 12 years, 3D printing that is. I'm actually the 3D printing steward, so like the homemade printers, although these guys are getting a little long in the tooth and we'll be buying some Prusas just to have some more robust, more reliable machines around. We do have the laser studio and fly back to the actual workshops. Right now we have 2 laser cutters, planning to add a 3rd one. We're located in Reston, Virginia. It's about 10,500 square feet space for making. in the middle of a major reconstruction, rebuilding. We took and expanded the actual shop areas and removed some office spaces that were in here. We also annexed another building, which we'll see at the very end of the video, in order to do more entrepreneurs to have actual office space. Do a full metalworking and blacksmithing area. Poor guys have to drag all the forges out of the building to do their forging, but they can come right back in, have that storage space. Machine, or the nice Matsuura that's older than most of our members. And every area has its own steward and classes on how to use every tool. The real big thing about Nova Labs is the community of makers that we have here. Trying to get as many people to use as many things as we can. Fly through the wood shop, which is probably our most popular area. We do have a couple of wood CNC machines as well, a shop saver. Always working to repair things. There's that guy. And the latest thing we started up, we did go to the Baltimore Kinetic Sculpture Race and the cardboard boat regattas. Some of my favorite things to do is getting out there. All the, that's me. Yeah. Thought I should put my face in there at least once. Did also start up a maker school with the the Virginia schools being shut down. So now we actually have 3 different pod classes available. Right at the end, Nova Labs Innovation Center has just been opened. We're trying to attract co-working spaces and entrepreneur sites. We already have 5 different businesses being run out of the space, streaming classrooms, and we have just got this clean for the video, so we have that. But if you guys have any questions, I'm gonna put this link up further, and I'd like to pop on, our website is nova-labs.org. All of our classes are posted on the Nova Makers Meetup, so please come check us out, join up. Love to have more makers in our community.
Awesome. That place looks absolutely amazing. The chat blew up when you were playing that video.
Sorry, I was trying and look at the chat, but I was just...
Yeah, it takes a good amount of time to try to figure it out. And remember that you gotta, kind of keep track on it, because if you don't, then they get mad and they start yelling at you, and you're trying to focus on the show for them, but you're getting yelled at. And you're broadcasting from your space right now, correct?
Right. So this is our current 3D print corner. And if I spin around the rest of the Orange Bay, the light I'm trying to use to make myself look better. Sorry. Not a lot you can actually see with that, but like if you notice in the video, the electronics section is now over here. And the video is in the middle of the 3D printers. So we are still reorganizing and updating.
Okay, awesome. And you're going to be available in our Discord server if anyone has any questions.
Yep.
And for those who are going to watch the replay, how can they reach you on social media?
So we do have Nova_Labs on Twitter and Instagram. We also have a Facebook page. My personal is Painian, Paenian. You can always reach to get in touch with Nova Labs as well. Main portal is the nova-labs.org website, though.
Awesome. Thank you very much for your time, sir, and for sharing that. I mean, that's an awesome space, the whole entire setup. I'm just like, wow.
Right.
I'm gonna make sure to go back and watch it a few more times.
There are definitely parts we missed, so.
All right, man. Thank you very much. You have a great rest.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say, I wish there was something like that in my area. We have a makerspace, but it's like 50 minutes away from me.
Yeah.
We don't have maker spaces around here. All right. Next up on the chopping block is Jeff. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say your first name.
Don't worry about it. Jeff Dimage.
I butcher everyone's name. It's kind of my thing, unfortunately.
Nice.
Okay, sir, if you've been watching, you know how it goes. I press a button, there's a countdown timer on my screen. During that time, the show is all yours, okay?
Okay.
All right, ready, steady, and go.
Let's do it.
Hi, I'm Jeff Dimage. I've been working on a pellet bed 3D printer for about 2 years now. I don't know I don't really have a good presentation set up for it, but I've been printing large scale things with it. Like this is one of my favorites. This is about 600 or so millimeters long. This is a clear ABS, which I have been mixing in randomly colorized pellets. And I don't know, I thought it came out pretty nice. I'm still working on some of that. And I've also been making parts out of carbon fiber based materials. This is, I think it's 3 millimeter wide beads, 1 millimeter layers. And I just print it thick and fat and it's out. I don't know, I think it's about a couple hours to make this. I don't remember how heavy it is. I will see if I can share the video. Let's see, my other webcam. That's a live stream of my printing. This is printing a stool. Actually, the outer edge of the stool, banana for scale, so you can see what that's like. I've got that set up. You can kind of see what my pellet head is. It's about 5 kilograms, including the hopper. It's about 450 watts of total power, water cooled. I have it in a machine that I custom built kind of with this in mind, but I didn't know what the head was going to look like when I started designing it. Another big thing I like is, I'll switch video here, and I made stools. Carbon fiber infill PET G. I have an internal structure there. I don't know how easy it is to see on your screen. It's got a Baltic birch plywood seat, nice rounded out and stained black to kind of match the stool.
Looks good.
Here's a bigger stool. This is actually what I intended to make. The other one was actually cut a little bit too short on print time. So yeah, I mean, I really like this. I could actually sit on it. Hard to, it's extremely stable. I'm really impressed with how it came out. This is a design I came up with for a contest for the Woodworking Guild. They only cared that the seat was wood. Anything else, was up for grabs. So I wasn't able to actually compete because I had frustrations with the machine, which have been addressed since then. And now I am, I'm kind of continually refining the machine and trying to experiment and changing out certain parts of the design or making upgrades and such. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, construction bricks using the same ABS clear with mixed in colored pellets. So I could take this apart, put it together. And each brick is about 200 millimeters long on this kind. It's a 1x4 style. Behind me, you could see all sorts of large prints. Some of them may be up to about 660 millimeters tall. I have, if you could see the Ada Aria Dragon by Luby, that's there. I got a couple of those. Then I had the DNA, and then I have a giant Lego figure, and then I have let's see, I've got the bottle. I posted this on the Alternative Materials Photos Discord channel, or Discord sub channel. Well, this is actually a failure. I should have brought up the one that was that I actually made well. Right. So did that come out okay?
It's still impressive. What was that made of? It's almost clear.
This might have been, I believe this is PET G.
Okay.
And then plus, if you want to show any other, photos or anything else, you can always share them in the Discord group for others to take a look at. Now,
Yep.
will you be joining us in the Discord group?
I've been there. Alternative materials set of sub channels. See a lot of my posts there already.
Nice.
Awesome. All right, sir. If someone's watching the rebroadcast and they want to reach you, how would they go about it?
Well, I have a YouTube channel, Jeff DM, David Mary. That you could find that from videos in those Discord channels we've already mentioned. Jeff DM at Jeff DM for Twitter. I don't have anything else yet.
I'm sorry. There was a funny comment in the chat. It says his failures are 100% better than my successes.
Oh wow, I appreciate that.
So that's a good compliment, sir.
Yeah. Well, this is a failure because I ran out of pellets.
Yeah. So it's really not kind of your fault on that one. Call it the chaos factor, I guess.
It really looks impressive. I've even made organizing tubs or trash cans. I put this on shelves. I can have like 2 or 3 next to each other on a shelf. And then I've actually used them as lunch tubs too.
Nice. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your time. We are going to move on to our next person, who I cannot mess up his last name because it's fairly easy. Mr. Luke Ashley. Luke.
Hey, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes. And I won't make any Star Wars jokes. Okay.
Oh, go for it. My older daughter was born on May the 4th be with you. So like it's a thing.
Nice. My son was born this year on May the 4th.
See, it's perfectly fine.
Nice. You know how this works? Shane is going to pop up a timer on his screen. You're going to sweat and freak out because you only have 5 minutes, but you're going to show us everything you can in that time. How about that?
Okay.
I'm just joking. Shane, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Go.
All right. Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Luke. This is my first convention that I've been able to go to. I was hoping to come to MRRF this spring, but we all know how that went. So I'm happy to be here today and share some of the things that I've been doing. I've been printing stuff for about 7 years now. I started off in college. I actually used it to pay for rent and food. Throughout, I came up with a couple car parts that were hard to come by for my fancy German car that were real annoying, but made them cheap and affordable. Since then, the hobby's kind of grown. I'm at 11 3D printers. My 12th comes on Tuesday. I snagged a Elegoo Saturn, so I'm really excited to try out resin for the first time. But recently it seems to be the common theme that everyone's doing some COVID-19 printing. So for my contribution to it, I printed enough material for 21,000 face shields using simple small clips that can be printed on a large nozzle. They attach to just a simple laser cut plexiglass sheet and then attaches to hard hats. And this was actually used for meat packers this year. So if you enjoyed a hamburger in the past couple months, those workers were probably wearing one of these as they packed the meat. So that's probably one of my favorite things. But the main star of the show here is the thing behind me. I call it the StableBot Core. My first custom printer was a RigidBot. The frame I still can test to this day. You could roll it down a mountainside and it would stay the same and print the whole time. And I kind of wanted to dedicate that here. So what makes it unique? Obviously, you can see that it's pretty big, right? We were just, it's perfect that I was paired with the pellet printer because now we get to talk about the same thing. So this one doesn't use pellets yet. It could. Because one of the cool features of it is that I currently have a E3D tool changer on it right now. So I have enough space on the back rack for up to 6 tools at any given point. Hopefully I can make them either smaller or come up with a different method to add more, but I'm pretty happy with it so far. The bed size here's an extra one, is 2 foot by 2 foot, and I can build about 1 meter tall. It sits on triple Z leveling screws, so I can get my nice 11 kilogram aluminum bed nice and level here. So there's a nice thick piece of mix 6, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. The design is such that the extrusion. Hold on, I gotta check my timer here real quick. Oh, great, 2 minutes. I designed it with the purpose of being able to scale it to whatever size you'd like. So all of the pieces that join the frame together and hold the motion components are all made out of laser cut aluminum. So when I release this as open source, you'll be able to go get these cut at any local shop or online. I got mine from Oshcut. for pretty cheap. And then all you have to do is resize the aluminum extrusion, resize the bed, which can be cut square, and then resize all the linear rail and lead screws, and you can build this whatever size you want. So you could have a machine like this, or you could have the, I'm going to be doing a build that I call the StableBot Small, SMOL. That'll only be the 400 by 400 build on Clipper. So I'm pretty excited once I'm confident with this design to release it and let others build it. They can use systems like a pellet extruder, or you could do a tool changer build like I have here. So pretty excited. In the future, I hope to finally get the little assemble on it here and start doing large milled prints, so I can finally add some reliable super volcanoes and machine it down. But yeah, it's been quite the adventure. I've definitely had my own share of problems as well. From just making sure that tool pickups are accurate and reliable, and getting large nozzles tuned in. I've definitely snapped a few heat breaks on my first super volcano attempts when I was printing out massive quantities of face shield clips. But I'm pretty proud of what it's become, and I can't wait to share it with everybody once it's ready. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Awesome, man. That thing is awesome, and it's got the tool changer on it.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yep. This one's running on the Do It 3, so it can expand all the tools via CAN with the tool boards, etc. And then for the Clipper version, I even have Clipper CAN-based tool boards on the way as well. So we can do a Clipper-based CAN where you can only simplify it down to a pre-made 4-conductor wire instead of the massive bundles that we have here.
Very cool.
Yeah. And then for the second segment, you can reach me on Twitter, Luke's Laboratory. Otherwise, I'm in the Discord as Luke's Lab for the VERRF, and then I'm very active in the Jubilee Discord as well. So big shout out to Jubilee. For the StableBot Small, I'll be building with that version of the tool changer as well. So
that's awesome. You've done a ton of work on that thing. That's amazing.
I'm pretty proud of it so far. I can't wait to share.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming. We really appreciate you showing it off, and I hope in a future video we get to see a little more of this, because I know 5 minutes is not a lot of time, but I mean we could probably spend 30 minutes at least on that. So
yeah, nice. I did actually write a blog on my website, so if anybody asks in the Discord, I can link you to it as well, where I kind of talk about it some more. So thank you, everybody.
We'll see you on Discord.
Yep. Bye.
So Shane, who's up next? We have Don up next.
Yes, we do.
Awesome.
We have Don.
How you guys doing?
Don is Thaddeus. Okay, now it all makes sense.
Oh, I should put that in my name.
It's okay. We've been doing rapid fire guesswork today, so it's fine.
Okay.
That's okay. So you're with Thaddeus College, right?
Thaddeus Stevens College of Technology in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Awesome. And you've been watching for a little bit, so you know how this works?
I have.
All right. Well, we'll cue the maestro. He'll cue the time up, and the floor is yours.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay.
Let's do
Ready. Whoops. When I hit that wrong. Ready, steady, go.
All right. How's everybody doing? My name's Don Dagan, and I've been teaching at Thaddeus Stevens College of Technology for 7 years, and I've been part of the RepRap movement. I got to know Matt Gordon way back when, and some of the other earlier players, went to MRFs, and love that we have an ERF, even if it's virtual. It's better than nothing. And I'm going to share my screen, or I already have my screen shared. I assume everybody can see that. Am I good, host?
Yep, you looks good.
All right. So yesterday I was part of an education roundtable, and I touched on a couple of things. So just in case anybody missed that or wanted to know more about some things I mentioned, I'm going to try to tie in a lot of different things in these 5 minutes. So prototyping, I think, is a big important part. And you look at some of the amazing stuff cosplayers do, or I like Joel. Joel telling a lot of times shows you the mistakes along the way, and other people do that, but not enough people do it, in my opinion. But here are a couple of ways that I've seen and been influenced of how to get better at doing some of the really cool stuff the big players are doing that you're seeing in these 2 days. So if you're watching and you haven't stepped into something you want to do, I think there are ways to learn how to do it and not be too worried about your failures along the way. One of the things that I think really comes out when you think about education and the RepRap movement is how critical spatial awareness is to so many job fields. And it can be the things that are obvious, manufacturing and engineering, the STEM stuff, but on the arts side and military, simulation, you name it, CGI, being able to create a Minecraft world is incredibly valuable. And for the parents that are stressed by how much time their kids play in some virtual world, if you can get them to become creators of that, I think that's pretty huge. Whoa, I just blew my, so let me get back on track. Sorry about that. So I tried to find something I thought was relevant. I know I can't think off right now. I think Dustin, there's a couple of people I've seen in social media saying they're job hunting. I really want you to consider going back to college, especially if you're already way deep and you're making the sugar 3D printer. You have so many skill sets that so many employers in your area need relative to robotics. So just as a way of introducing some videos, try and get you to change your mind. Look up 721, 7 degrees beyond high school, and find that intersection. I just think RepRappers that are job hunting probably don't realize all the resume worthy things they have on their resume. My school issues associates, very affordable. And I should have done this first. In the prototyping vein, a guy named Justin Pop, one of my students, did it in cardboard. Another student that won a national competition last year. And I'm just not going to show the video. But I'm always trying to get my students to fish for a lifetime. So this is a 3D printed bracket for one of the temperature guns that we have to measure the temperature of all of our students on the way into the classroom. So Brandon Myers is one of my sophomores, just got hired by Pepsi. Good for them. They hired a winner. But he spent the first couple of weeks of the semester, and I had to put a mask on, a visor, and check the temperature of all my students. And eventually we got this guy going with the googly eyes and the mask, but he made the face or the display forward facing is what I'm trying to say. So Brandon was relentless, and he's the kind of student that educators love because all you got to do is give them a challenge and get out of the way. And you're like, I never taught him all this stuff. And then you're like, maybe I don't need to be around, but all you got to do is give a student like Brandon the right kind of challenge. And 3D printing is a canvas that has very few limitations. There are some, and there are other ways to do it. But hopefully I've opened you and your eyes up to looking at 3D printing as a career path and not necessarily YouTube, social media.
That's awesome. I love when students, especially students, just take off and you don't have any sort of, you don't tell them to do it. They just take off. And I love seeing all the makers in our community, or a lot of the makers in our community, do the same thing. It's a lot of like-minded people like that. So
yeah, once the fuse is lit, man, there's no stopping it.
Yeah. That is motivation. And when you have it, you just got to roll with it. Right. So I think,
I agree.
I think we have you on for another 5 minutes. So you were with the college, right? And are you going to have 5 minutes for yourself now too?
Okay. Actually, I want to show a video if I can. Is that all right?
Yeah.
It's just going to pull in some 3D printing into some of the coursework we've been doing. I guess I got to start it from the presentation. I thought I had it open. Yeah.
Just make sure that you selected share your computer audio.
Yeah, it's way easier when you're in charge of the whole Zoom room. That's been one of my adjustments, to not be And you can't turn audio on until after you start the video. Share computer sound.
Yep. That's the important one.
Hello, my name is Brandon Myers. I'm a sophomore at Thaddeus Stevens, part of the electromechanical program. And I created an Arduino robot. So there's 6 3D printed parts on the robot. We have end of arm tooling. We have the end of arm tooling, 2 arms, base, a base servo mount, and a base plate. So each of the parts were sliced in a slicer called Kira. There you can change layer height, you can change the infill, you can change the supports, and we used a iMade3D Jellybox 2 printer for each of to print out each piece. And then we used 4 micro servos. They don't have 360 degrees range of motion. So when attaching each of the parts, I had to try to find the middle balance so that the servos weren't maxed out when they were moving. And then
to lessen. So that was Brandon, the student that did the temperature thing for me for no grade and worked hard on it. Eventually I had to tell him to stop making it better and give it to me so I could use it every morning. I didn't have to wear 3 masks and stuff. I showed quickly the cardboard I call paper doll prototype. We have a couple of mills we're working on, an old Shapeco and a new Carbide Labs mill, or new to us, Nomad. But we didn't have those operating when they needed to do this at the beginning of the semester. And this is Justin, the student that created the cardboard model. And then he basically bandsawed this out, I think.
The amount of friction. The end effector in this case is an electromagnet. We also chose that once again for simplicity. It's not something that we've used yet in this program.
So not necessarily 3D printed content, but definitely, I think valuable experience, and that iterative thing to get the cool stuff that Joel puts in a video, or Chuck, Hellybuck, any of the big guys, Angus, they're working a lot behind the scenes, and sometimes they show a lot of those steps, but sometimes we just see the end result and we don't realize the work that goes behind it. And I think that giving a lot of exposure to that is a really kind of invaluable thing. So I lost my window. Is there any questions in the chat, hosts?
I don't. Let me double check, but I think a lot of people were saying that's some cool stuff. And the little robot was really cool.
They're like 6 in that video. So, and not all of them had 3D printing content. So I wanted to show that. So we had a really crazy semester due to COVID, and having 3D printers and having our students worked with them last year, they really aren't constrained by a lot of things that I think typical students would be constrained by. So
awesome.
Using 3D printing in our lab was definitely a game changer and saved the day. So,
well, where can we all find you? Are you going to be in the Discord after this?
I never learned to use Discord. Sorry, I created the account and then it started throwing a script error on my computer. Tweet at Don Dagan is the best place to find me. Perfect. Or my last name at stevenscollege.edu.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here. We really appreciate you showing everything, and maybe someday the little temperature thing will be standard in a lot of places there.
Yeah, we're definitely planning to do an Instructable on it.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you so much for coming.
You bet.
I think up next we have Exoslide, right?
Yes.
Is it Giles?
Giles is correct.
Giles, how you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
I am doing great. Have you been watching for a little bit? You know how this works?
Yep.
All right. Well, Maestro's going to throw 7 minutes up on the board, and it is yours, my friend.
Okay, great.
Okay. Ready, steady, and go.
Let's do it.
Great. So I'm going to share my Fusion screen here. Is that working for you guys?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, great. So basically, so I'm Exoslide. My name is Giles. So I started ExoSlide a couple of years ago now. I think I launched it at VERRF 2019. So we make ExoSlides, which are a solution for linear motion for extrusions. So you can kind of see on the screen, there's 4 ExoSlides around a 2020 extrusion here. And they can, they can be just one, or then you could add a second one to control more degrees of freedom. And then you can have 4 per rail, and then they just fasten by through bolts. Yeah, so we make ExoSlides, we make exo brackets, we make kits for 3D printers, and then recently we've been selling brackets that are used in our kits as well, just to make it easier if you want to build a kit on your own or anything. So what are the problems solved by ExoSlides? First off, the wheels are only rolling on the rails as opposed to V wheels. It's opposed to rolling and rubbing. So because of that, we use plastic wheels and plain steel bearings as 2 options. But even the plastic wheels should almost never wear out once you have them set with a bearing tension. So basically the wheels should last not forever, but very, very long time. Also, it's a modular system, so we have different sizes of ExoSlides. You can put like a 20mm ExoSlide with a 40mm for a 2040 rail. We have a modular bracket system that bolts to these special mounting pickup points. And then the last thing is it's supposed to be just easy to use. So if you're designing a printer or a motion system, the idea is you could just quickly grab an ExoSlide, quickly make a bracket, and then design your own little bracket to adapt it to whatever motion system or whatever you're trying to mount to it fairly easily and quickly. And it's also easy to assemble as well. So we sell the bare slides, of course. And as of today, we have a new size. We have the 30mm size. Lots of people have been asking for it, and we finally got around to making it a reality. We have a 60mm slide size as well, but unfortunately there's a bit of an issue with the bolts, so that'll be another 3 weeks. But 60mm is coming, so you could do 30-30 and 30-60. And then of course we offer 3D printer kits. So one of the most popular kits we sell is the, try not to spin it around too much, but the Ender 5 kit, our Ender 5 Plus kit. So we have our 4 ExoSlides as an XY carriage here. We have 2 ExoSlides on each Y rail. And then we have all our brackets, just our metal brackets that you can buy individually on the website now, just tying it all together. So yes, we have the Ender 5, and then recently we've just brought out the Artillery X1 kit. This is kind of made possible by having 40mm brackets as well. So that's kind of something that people have been asking for, was brackets to mount up a 2040 rail instead of just a 2020 rail. So we use a 2040 rail for the X gantry instead of the 2060, just because 2060 was really overkill and 2040 is very, very stiff with the ExoSlide setup. And so we sell the X1. We also sell the Ender 3 and CR10 kits, which are quite similar, minus they use a 2020 on the rail. And a note on that is that users, if they want to mount a really, really heavy hot end to it, they can switch to a 2040 just by picking up a couple 40mm slides and a couple of 40mm brackets. So that would work on the Ender 5 Plus as well. If you had a really, really heavy hot end direct drive extruder setup, or maybe some sort of IDEX setup, you could mount a 2040 rail instead of a 2020 rail here. And then, so these kits offer, this is called an XZ kit. It's X for the hot end gantry, and then it's a Z. So the Z is kind of shows a nice feature of the ExoSlides is it doesn't overly constrain the the motion. So on almost all Z's of printers, they have two semi-parallel extrusions. And a lot of the issues is if you're using linear rails, like MGM rails, you can get binding in the Z or V wheels. And so the exoslides on the left side here is bound with two slides to kind of capture the motion in the, what would be, say, the X and the Y. And on the other side is only one exoslide. So that just captures the motion rotating around the Y axis of the left rail. So this setup basically can't bind. This right side just floats. So kind of a nice feature of the slides. And then trying to keep an eye on time here. Lastly, we have our own printer kit, which we've been developing for about a year and a half now. So lots of new improvements. So this printer kit is a Core XY. It's got a moving gantry as opposed to a moving bed. And then lately we've brought out some new corner brackets that are exoslide friendly. So the exoslides can travel almost all the way up to the top of the corner bracket. But they really tie the printer together to make it super, super stiff. And so, yeah, this kit's on our website. All the STLs and step files, if you want to modify things, are on the website as well for all the printed parts. So yeah, we have lots of new things planned for this printer, but
nice.
That's the idea.
You did have one quick question that said,
Sure.
Mike Taylor says, does it need V slot or is T slot good enough?
Yeah, so V slot or T slot.
Awesome.
Either will work. Yep.
Man, I'm playing with an Ender extender kit. You can kind of see it over my shoulder here.
Yep.
And this might be an awesome addition for a video on that. So I might have to dive in. Would you guys make a? Oh, it probably would work, right? Just on the extrusion.
Yep.
Nice.
Just a longer extrusion. Yep.
Oh man, that could be fun.
Cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, where can we find you? Are you going to be on the Discord?
Yep. So I'll hop on the Discord after this. I'm on exoslide.com. Under the contact section, I read and answer all the emails. So
awesome. Well, thanks so much for showing up, and we love seeing it every year. I remember I think MRF was it last year, and then VERRF. I think you were both right.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yeah, so.
Well, good to see you, and we hope
Great.
to see more of you soon.
Yeah. Thanks. You too.
See you later.
All right. Bye.
I think up next, if I remember right, we have Capricorn. The guys from Capricorn are with us. How you guys doing?
Yeah. Hey, we're doing great. How are you, Jim? Can you hear us all right?
Yeah, we can hear you. You guys look good. I love the banner in the background there. Looks like the green screen, but I like it, right?
Yeah.
So you guys know how it works. You've been watching for a little bit.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'll let the master Shane behind the scenes. He's going to throw the timer up. We're going to give you this floor and take it away.
All right, gentlemen, you have 7 minutes. Okay.
All righty.
Ready, steady, and go.
Okay. So yeah, first of all, thank you for having us. It's really great to be here. We've been watching all weekend, and it's been awesome to see all of the projects that everybody's been working on and everything. It's too bad we weren't able to be there in person, but we're looking forward to definitely seeing everybody next year, hopefully. So I'll start out by introducing us. We are Capricorn Premium PTFE Bowden Tubing. I'm Steve, and this is my co-founder, Buzz.
Hi, guys. How you doing? Jim, it's good to see you again, and it's kind of unfortunate not to see everyone in person this year, and Eric and Murph, and with all this situation that is going on right now. Hopefully next year will be a better situation that we can actually meet you in person, everyone. This year it was tough for everyone because of the COVID, as everyone knows, and actually the community showed really an amazing effort to jump and help the world with the shortages that happened with the healthcare equipments and stuff. So I think we have a surprise for everyone now.
Yeah, so we've been just amazed at how the 3D printing community has come together around the world and helped out with what we've been going through. People have been printing PPE and so forth. We've seen that this weekend. And so we wanted to do something really special in our time slot here to kind of give back to the whole 3D printing community. So we'll be announcing a very special surprise in just a minute.
Yep.
And we wanted to share our screen here for a bit. Let's see. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Yep.
Okay. So if for everybody that's on the stream right now, if you go to our website at captubes.com/shop, we're offering for the next 10 minutes a special bundle that everybody can get absolutely free. We're going to give you some tubing, some fittings, and a tubing cutter so that everybody can try out our product. Those who many of you already have our products, but those who don't can try it out, and they can compare to the competition for themselves, and everybody will get a chance to get a free meter of tubing within the next 10 minutes. So go to www.captubes.com/shop, bookmark it, like it on Facebook, etc. And if you'll scroll down to the bottom of the shop, you'll see this free offer for everybody.
Yep, and that's actually, I'm trying to post the links as well on YouTube.
I believe we posted it a couple times in the YouTube chat. So
yeah, thank you very much. And as actually, if you are trying to buy that while you are there, for those who doesn't know, the cap tubes and the Capricorn PTFE tubing, that we came up with the product a couple of years back when we were trying to design and build a printer, and we noticed that we are in a need as a community for a specialized PTFE, just for a 3D printing application. And we came up with the XS that you actually can get free right now, and you can actually test it yourself. The XS actually has an additive in it that makes it lower friction and makes it have a longer life as well, with the resistance to the high temperature that would not deform easily as the regular PTFEs, as well as we have the TL that would have consistent diameters as well as consistent quality. Both are made of the best quality raw materials, raw virgin PTFE. As well as I want to mention that you can also have, we have partnered with Luby, and we also have, and maybe you already saw this before, I can't actually see if you can see it or not, but this is Inky. You also can find it in my mini factory, that you can actually have it in a single material like this guy over here. And you can download it for free, print it with no support. That's why we love Luby. Maybe you also saw her yesterday actually streaming. And we also have the multi-material one that you can print with multiple multi-material printers.
Now we can see it.
Oh, you can't see it now?
Yep. Sorry, I was trying to wait. I didn't want to interrupt you guys, but yep, we can see it now.
All right. Thank you very much. And I think, I don't know if you have any questions for us. We want to pose if you have questions.
Yeah, we thought we'd take the rest of our time and maybe do some questions and answers. Otherwise, we can just keep rambling on about our product all day long. But
well, I got to say, I definitely love the cap tubes. I remember meeting you guys at MRF last year, and you guys gave me a sample, and the cutter. The cutter is a lifesaver. I'm telling you, yeah. If you've ever tried to cut, any tubing at all, you want to make sure it's very straight, and that cutter, it really helps a lot. My question would be, do you guys still have the tricolor filament?
We do. We've got lots of it.
Nice.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do a sale. Let's put it on.
We have 25% off actually.
Okay.
If you use VERRF2020, we can actually have the code coupon on the Discord channel, so you can.
Perfect.
To get.
Yeah, I love that stuff. I actually made a bunch of those like fidget cubes with it, and I started handing them out to people, and they're playing with them at one of a maker events, and they're like, "Wait, it's turning colors," and I was like, "Yes, this is perfect."
It's always been a pleasure to talk to you over in MRF and ERF, Jim.
Yeah, and it was awesome of you guys to throw this out for everybody. I know you said for the first 10 minutes. I'm not sure how long we have left on that. Anybody else in chat? I know they got about a minute here. If they have any questions, throw it out. And this is the XS, right? If I remember.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, what I think is you're gonna have a lot of people trying to fill that out online, so they're not gonna be asking you questions. But yeah. There's a couple people were mentioning it. For shipping, is it free shipping within the U.S.?
Within the U.S., it's already free shipping. For international, it's not. If you can actually send right away, like within half an hour to on Discord that you want it, even international, we can ship it international for free.
All right, guys. So because guys in the chat, because they were getting some weird numbers, and so guys in the chat, did you hear that? Of course you didn't, because you're too busy, typing away.
Can we post their Discord? Well, it's on your Discord, right? You're talking about the Discord channel in VERRF.
Yep.
So if they come meet you and say, "Hey, we're international. We'd like to grab a kit," in the next 30 minutes, you guys will hook them up.
Yeah,
for sure.
Awesome.
It is.
Do you hear that?
So
Because there was a whole bunch of questions about international, and I think you're going to make a whole lot of people happy real quick. Do we have I think someone out there in moderator world might have the link perfect for the Discord, just in case someone that is watching on YouTube doesn't have it. Maybe we can throw that out there, Shane.
Yep, not a problem.
Awesome.
Okay, gentlemen. Well, since you already did, the whole Discord thing and everything else, I don't need to sit there and say where people gonna, where can they find you. But for the people who are watching the rebroadcast of this, if you're not around in the Discord, where can they reach you at?
At captubes.com or Facebook, Twitter, captubes as well. We have also Instagram too. And for whoever actually watching this recording, tune in for the Black Friday deals as well. So we'll have a good deal as well for trying to try our product.
But you have to set it up right. Black Friday for 2020, 2021, 2022.
2020.
Yep,
definitely.
2 years from now, someone's gonna be like, "Where's the sale?"
They'll probably still be there. Hopefully, we'll still be around 2 years from now. So,
amen. That's right. Well, thank you guys so much for coming. We appreciate it. We'll check you out on Discord right after this. And thanks for helping. Throwing back to the community with the free offering there. I know in most cases it's like a 5-minute switch to do the kit that you're offering, right? The tube and the Bowden couplers, it look like, and it makes a big difference. You guys will like it out there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
I want to interrupt here. Between Mike and Devon, I'm going to pick Devon first, just because I've seen Mike way too much this weekend, and apparently he moved up to New York within a matter of 24 hours. So, Mike is a New Yorker from now on, and I'm going to go with Devon. Hi, Devon. Your microphone's muted.
Oh, yeah, I know it was muted. I didn't want to accidentally interrupt them.
Sorry, Chris, did you want to say something?
Shane, tell me when I was supposed to have that accident with Mike's screen. Oh, he's already on.
Oh, no. It's not the accident with the screen. It's the oops, we lost the connection. And Mike just kind of,
Oh, I accidentally clicked the kick button. Oh, no.
Oh, no, I actually did that to someone on chat yesterday by accident. I was going to screen cap it, and then I actually booted them off of chat. Well, I put them in timeout. So, Devon, very quickly, because I'm just going to ignore Mike. You're going to have 5 minutes. I'm going to press a button. It's going to be on my screen. Once that happens, the show is all yours, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
I am ready.
Okay. Ready, steady, go, my dear.
So I'm Devon. I'm known on Twitter as Gear3D. I put my tag here. I'm most known for props for the most part. Recently, I've done a keycap project and then a spool holder project, which I'll get into for a second. But the most recent prop I've done is for the Cake is a Lie project that the Geek Tech family were talking about yesterday. This is the Portal Radio, which is actually a Bluetooth speaker. I do have it set up so I could play a little bit real quick. So it's a fully operational Bluetooth speaker. It took me, I want to say a couple weeks to do. I can't entirely remember. I know I streamed Sanding the Shell at one point, but that's just only one of the projects we're doing for the Cake is a Lie project. We have many bigger projects in the works, but I think one of the things I really want to talk about today is my spool holder. I'm calling it the Forbidden Spool Holder, pretty much based on the amount of dumb issues I ran into trying to make the spool holder into reality, and it pretty much fought me every step of the way into becoming like an existing object. But basically, this is a very modular spool holder that can be used in any orientation. And I've also made ways for it to like attach to printers. But essentially how it's used, or how I'm going to be using it, is going to be mounted at the top of my cabinet, and you can line multiple of them up so that when you want to take your spool off, you pull this. It's a spring-loaded knob, and then you can pull it and lock it out so that you can then remove your spool without it hitting the spool next to it. Because when I was making my keycaps, I was running into a problem where I needed to switch my filament a lot, and I ended up dropping filament twice on my printer and ruining my print. And then I ended up making a bar where multiple filaments would fit. And that was just a pain to deal with, because then the bar would end up being like 5 kilograms, and it was just very annoying to deal with. So I figured there'd be other people who have this problem. So this is version 13, and this is the final version I'm going to be doing. I just need to finish making the like final ones to make the bill of materials and stuff before I sell the models. But it's a very modular system, so you can actually take this arm off, and then this would be a mount that you could put on a V-slot extrusion, or actually you could put it on any extrusion. And then this is the filament guide that I've had attached to this, so it's multi-use. But I made it so that the arm can attach, so you can bring it to events. So like if I was going to ERF in person, I could just take the arm off of my cabinet spool holder and put it on my printer and take it to the event and have a working spool holder. I also made a mount for Prusa frames. So you would just like glue this onto this part and you would be able to connect it to a Prusa frame. I also made a part so you could mount it vertically, or the piece would be vertical, whereas this one's meant to be put on like the top of a printer. And I also made like 2 different versions of like axles for the spool to ride on. So this one's straight and this one has a curve, so it's auto centering. I've also put PTFE tubing on the filament axle, which ironically it is Capricorn tubing, so it's kind of funny I'm going after them. But it's to reduce friction in the spool holder. So I worked on this for about, I want to say a month, maybe a month and a half, and I'm very proud of it because it's like my first engineering project that I've done by myself. So that was the main thing I wanted to talk about.
Well, you still have a minute. Any other projects or?
Oh, I can show the CAD files.
And you have last year's shirt.
I do have last year's shirt. I put it on specifically.
See, and you're so much better than Michael.
Here, wait, I can show this.
So where can we, you might have said this already, where can we find that file? How do we get it? How do we get our hands on it? And how do we print it?
So it's not available yet. I'm going to make it available once I make a video about how to like actually assemble it and like the bill of materials and everything, because I want to make sure the instructions are clear enough for people to understand how it goes together before releasing it. I am going to be selling it. I don't know where I'm going to be selling it yet. I am working on that, but I will figure that out eventually. But this is the CAD file that kind of shows more on how everything's put together. And now we're out of time, so I filled that time slot pretty nice.
Nice work. It looks awesome. I know Geeky Faye was saying that she has beta tested this and it is top notch.
Yeah, she helped me test the Prusa mount because my Prusa does not have the original frame anymore. I changed to the bare frame, so I needed someone with a normal frame to test it for me.
That's awesome. Well, very, very cool. Where can we find you on all the things?
I mainly just have a Twitter, so I'm at Gear3D_official on Twitter. I tentatively have a YouTube channel, which is the same thing. I have posted, I think, one video, and that was of the radio working, and I did a live stream of sanding the shell of the radio for a couple hours. But the instruction videos and everything, the plan is to put it there.
Nice.
But I will post on Twitter when it's available and everything.
Well, it's obviously great to see you because I was just like, yes, you're in. Because I mean, I haven't seen you in ages since last year, and I just love. I loved your props. I remember like last year, I just kept going by your table. I'm like, can I just borrow this? I just want to walk
Yeah,
around.
you just kept stealing. I mean, I knew you would bring it back, so I just let you take whatever you wanted when you came by.
Yeah, I said, I let you steal it. I mean, just borrow it. I knew you were coming back with it. You're not going to steal anything. See?
Well, I mean, I use steal and borrow exchangeably, which when I'm like in a joking manner, so.
Not a problem. Jim, would you like to deal with this individual?
Excuse me?
Yeah, I think I probably should. It seems like the history here is a little, well, you know. Mike, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm sad I can't see the giant display like last year. But I tell you what, just the display behind you is awesome. And I think I speak for everyone but Shane in saying we love seeing you on.
Ah, well, even though Shane doesn't like seeing me, I like seeing him still. Just a little bit to the left, though.
Well, you know how this works. We're going to throw a timer up. Shane's going to cut it in half because he's, for spite. And then we're going to give you half your time.
Okay, go.
All right, take it away.
All right, I am Mike, also known as MidKnight Giant in the printing world. I am responsible for making these stupidly big and large swords and knives and making the BFG for one thing. Last year I always bring a giant display with me. I can't go small scale or anything. I have to do over the top every time. It's actually in my family when they do their own shows that they have. I'm mostly known for swords, knives, and daggers, but this year around, I'm actually switching over to more of the shield type. I've noticed I don't do much of it. I've always had an interest in different groups of shields from different time eras, and even in the fantasy world, there's just so many beautiful shields out there that never really go noticed because everyone's looking for the big sword or the on fire dagger, and so that's why I'm turning myself over to that. I actually have 2 shields that are in the works right now. I'll give the names for them. It's Electro Iron Maiden that comes with a cool, a funny feature on it that people won't like if they're trapped in it. And then I've also got the Revenge of the Insects shield, and that one will leave people stuck, shall we say. I know Shane will love those 2. I'd love to test that out on him. As for other swords and daggers, I mean, I actually got a resin printer myself recently, and MACRObot made a joke saying I should print all my little swords and daggers and stuff, but in miniature form. So I printed everything in 25% scale, and now I just keep them in this little cup here. Aside from that, I'm also still playing with a lot of the metal infill stuff, trying to see what I can do with it, how far can I push it, just make it look more and feel more realistic with it. Like the iron fill stuff is pretty nice for the weight, and it does polish up nicely. Recently, I had to go on a trip to Georgia for one of my companies that I work for, and of course, you have to wear a mask at the airport through the airlines and everything. So I decided to come up and print out one of these guys. It's an Oni mask. I found it on My Mini Factory. The name of the creator actually excludes me right now, but all I did was I modified a little bit to make it fit my face, and actually have a removable inline mask with it. So that's actually machine washable. That was with FDM printer and also resin printing, polishing up the things so they actually become clear, so you can see through them. Aside from that, I am a little sad I don't get to see everybody. I'm very sad I don't get to see everybody. It's one of the more fun things to do is be able to hang out with everybody and exchange ideas. It's actually where I got started in one of these events. My first event was everyone's like, oh, you should print the BFG. That'd be funny as heck. And I said, yeah, it would be. Huh. And about a couple months later, I'm holding a giant gun going, oh God, what am I doing? No, that's really all I'm about.
Nice. Well, and last year at ERF, how tall was the sword you brought? I know you brought a huge sword there.
I believe that was 16 or 18 feet. I think it was 16 feet.
Awesome. I know we
that was all a little revenge thing because I saw I saw online someone trying to go for the world record of largest 3D printed sword, and it was very simple. It was just basically a long stick for the blade itself. And I said, I can make something different than that. I was trying to set off of actually being able to kind of like one arm and hold it over my shoulder, anime style, but it was just so massive and heavy. The whole thing, even with a 1-inch square tubing through the center of it, was still bowing way too much. So I ended up just sitting in the center and being able to see anywhere in the building. The joke was, if you get lost, we'll all meet up at the sword.
That's right. And you were kitty corner from NAC, I think, last year. And so if we couldn't find you, we could find the belt printer. We were fine.
Oh yeah.
I know we only got about 50 seconds left here. Are you in the Discord chat?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. And where can people find you after this? Looking back.
Best way to do it is on Twitter. Just look up MidKnight Giant.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to everything you're bringing out. I can't wait to see more pics. Don't forget Twitter, #HotMakes. We want to get more of your stuff on the show.
Will do.
All right. I know we're a little bit behind, so trying to remember who is next here. Shane, you got me on that?
Yep, it is SnoLabs.
Oh, perfect. Let's bring them in.
Hey.
How you doing, sir?
How are you guys?
We're doing good. So, if you've seen the show throughout the day, I'm going to press a magic button. On my screen will be a countdown timer. And during that time, the show will be all yours, okay?
Alrighty. Okay. Sounds good.
All right. So you all set?
I am all set.
All right. Ready, steady, and go.
Hey everyone. This is Noman here from SnoLabs. I've been working on a dryer project since like January of this year. So I was going for an industrial dryer or printing out more exotic materials, anything carbon filled or your nylons, polycarbs, even your PETGs. Like sometimes you'll notice those bubbling. To stay within our time frame, I did create a video for us. Let me know if the sound comes through.
No problem. Don't forget to check that button to allow sound when you share your screen.
Share screen. Copies. All right.
Here with you. So, what's the biggest challenge with 3D printing performance materials?
Are you guys able to hear it?
For those of you who guessed wet filament, you're right. Have you ever dealt with stringy carbon fiber prints, or couldn't find the source of random accumulations, blobs, or layer artifacts? Or maybe had an impossible time with printing flexible materials like TPU? It may very well be wet filament. You may see excess stringing, extrusion or print defects, and weak interlayer bond adhesion. You may have spent hours of tuning, only to realize it was wet filament that was the source of your issues. Ultimately, this does not meet industry standards. Certain materials such as TPEs, PC+, nylons, and peaks may start to exhibit signs of filament adsorption even within a 24-hour period. Especially with deadlines to meet, your costs can add up quickly. You may be asking if this affects everyone. The answer is yes. However, certain areas like coastal regions will face the issues to a larger extent. You may be asking if there's a solution. Well, we couldn't find a solid solution, so we've come up with one ourselves. Introducing SnoDry. We aim to create lasting performance for years of continuous usage. As such, the dry is designed to last at least 3 years of non-stop usage. Meaning, whether if it's a year or 3, the dryer will perform reliably. We've come up with a custom convection style circulation system with a top-mounted AC heater. That's right, an AC heater that'll last you for years to come. We wanted to make it really straightforward and easy to use, so we've pre-configured drying temperatures and times for popular industry materials. To ensure reliability during the printing process, we've included 4 one-touch Bowden fittings to secure Bowden tubes. SnoDry also features easy filament loading and frictionless feeding for an optimal printing experience. With quality in mind, SnoDry is built out of thick 18-gauge steel. It has a 600-watt AC power heater to ensure temperature stability up to 75 degrees Celsius for long duty cycles. It fits 2 1kg rolls and comes with universal power capability from 110 to 240 volts AC at 50 or 60 Hz. Diving into the technical specifications. For comparison, the SnoDry is built a little smaller than the Prusa MKS and weighs about 7 kilograms. Each device comes ready for use and there won't be any consumables required within normal usage. By the time of shipping, we're aiming to get UL, RoHS, and REACH compliance. Because we're utilizing AC components, we went a bit overboard and added multiple safety features. Physical interlocks and software redundancies were created to prevent any harm in the event.
We just lost the audio.
Yeah, let me refresh.
Hi guys. Time of shipping, we're aiming to get UL, RoHS, and REACH compliance. Because we're utilizing AC components, we went a bit overboard and added multiple safety features. Physical interlocks and software redundancies were created to prevent any harm in the event of a malfunction. SnoDry was designed, tested, and will be manufactured in the USA to ensure superior build quality. Now, let's take a look at SnoDry. Starting off with a 360-degree angle, we've added active electronics cooling to ensure longevity in all of our components. SnoDry offers a latching lock with interlock, which means the door must be closed and the lock must be secured for the heater to turn on. Our screen includes a 160-degree viewing angle for easy visibility at any height. SnoDry offers pre-configured material presets as well as a manual operation with active and hold cycles. The idea behind this separation is that if the chamber is heated to proper temperatures, the material only needs to be dried for a few hours. And then it's a matter of keeping excess moisture out by having a slightly elevated hold temperature. You might be saying, all this sounds great. How quickly can I get one and how much does it cost? We're looking at a March 2021 ship date for pre-orders and then general availability around Q3 2021. As a very special thank you to you and the VERRF team, we're offering a super early VERRF pre-order special at $2.99. And if you order it before Tuesday the 13th, we'll include a roll of carbon fiber polycarbonate with your dryer. We're also planning on hosting a Kickstarter in November at $3.99, and then general availability around Q3 2021 at $4.99. So if you were to pre-order today, you save $200 and receive a roll of carbon fiber polycarbonate at $55 value for a total savings of $255. Visit SnoLabs.com/SnoDry to pre-order yours today.
All right. Awesome. So that's been something I've been working on for quite some time now, and we're very close. I was hoping to have a physical prototype to show off at VERRF, but we hit us a little bit of a snag, and I'll be updating the website with all the details in a few weeks. And my time is up. I hope you guys enjoyed VERRF, and stay safe, guys.
Sounds good. Are we catching you in Discord after this?
Yes.
Awesome. We can't wait to ask you some more questions. There's a lot going on in the chat, but we'll catch you there. Thank you so much for coming out and debuting this for us.
It's my pleasure. See you guys later.
All right. Who do we have up next? Is it John or?
Let's see. It is.
I was just looking at my schedule.
Nope. She knows that I can never. I almost have like a little stroke if I try to say her name, her online name. So it's Aura Welsh.
Perfect.
So Aura, you know the drill. I know you've been watching us all weekend long. I'm going to press a magic button. You get 5 minutes and the show is all yours. Okay.
All right.
All right. Ready, steady, and go.
All right. Hi, I'm Synthetic Ephemera. I know some of you know me. A lot of you probably don't because I kind of keep on the down low. what I do is I print props for dolls. And you're probably going, dolls? What sort of dolls? They're called BJDs, and that stands for ball jointed dolls. And they are, see if I can get her in frame. They are made out of resin or ABS or vinyl or porcelain. And that one is a rather large one. She's 72 centimeters. But they can be as small as 5 centimeters, or like what I'm doing, our little 15-inch, or not 15-inch, sorry, 15-centimeter dolls. These are prototypes, or even larger. And in doing all these props for the dolls, I have wanted to expand out of the normal resin that is used in resin printers, your basic colors, clear, white, gray, black, things like that. And I said, you know, this is resin, right? Why can't we put glitter in it like you do with poured resin? And I looked and I looked and I looked and I couldn't find anything. The only thing I could find was an April Fool's Day post from Formlabs all the way back in 2015 where they had rolled prints in glitter. It wasn't actually a glitter print. So much to my husband's protests, I took a bunch of glitter and mica powder and just dumped it in the vat of our Moai printer. And it worked. It didn't work great. The first print was kind of lackluster. And I figured out a few things, and that's actually what I'm here to talk to you guys about. And hopefully I can get it all out in the remaining time. But I'm going to share my screen while I finish talking so you guys can kind of see what I'm talking about. Share. So, I think it's sharing. Is it sharing?
Yes, it is. Just
Okay.
no audio, but
Yeah, there shouldn't be any audio. So my very first glitter prints, this isn't actually the first one. This is the second prototype that I did. The first one, the glitter was only really in one area, which was the bottom. One of the things that you have to do with glitter printing is you have to account for settling and your layer orientation. So you throw everything you know about printing out the window. You don't try to print things vertically. You print things horizontally because you have to have the glitter on the layers that are at your viewing angle. So if you want it to be seen from the front, that means your print has to be printed with the front side facing into the vat, which I know is usually seen as a big no-no. I've done everything from mica powder, which is a lot of what you're seeing here, to larger chunk glitter, which you can kind of see on the horn. There's a little bit sticking out. This is small particle glitter, no mica powder. It's just holographic, really, really fine particle size. I believe it's 1/360th inch particle size. It's from solar color dust. This is all mica powder. It's clear Ceratec resin, fast Ceratec resin with some dye and mica powder in it. This is the print that resulted from that. When they come straight off the printer, they're kind of dull, but I shine them up and you can see all the different hue shifts and everything. They look great. This is another, this has holographic, that holographic glitter I just showed before, plus mica powder in, again, clear dyed Ceratec. This is a doll that was printed in dyed and powdered mica mix that I did. And I can't get to my other ones because there it is. This is, again, holographic. This is just straight holographic with no dye in it in clear. This is another dyed doll, or another glitter print doll with holographic. This one has, you can kind of see it maybe, it has tinsel glitter in it. The problem with the larger glitter is it sticks out of your layers. So you've got to do a lot of sanding to get rid of that, but it looks like I'm almost out of time. So I'm going to wrap this up and come back. Stop share. There we go. Tried to get through that as fast as possible.
That's super cool. I love that idea.
Hey, did great.
So,
Now, you've been hanging out all weekend. You're already
Yes.
in the Discord group. And for those watching the rebroadcast, if they want any more information, talk to you about this or anything else, how can they reach you?
I am on Twitter at Mirror ADA. I know it's not my actual business name. And then on Instagram, I'm Synthetic Ephemera. On Facebook, I'm Synthetic Ephemera, and then I'm in the VERF Discord as Synthetic Ephemera. So it's pretty much where I can be reached. Twitter and Instagram primarily is where I am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for, I know you put a lot of hard work into your presentation and everything else, and it came out great, and I'm so happy for it.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Very cool.
Wow, how long did she talk for? You have a baby.
Yeah, it was the fastest resin print. She was talking about printing dolls. I thought I would whip one up quick. Lifelike, animatronics, everything.
Awesome.
I think next up we have John, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. Can we hear you, John?
I hope so.
We can. So I think you know how this works. Shane's going to throw a timer up, and you can rock and roll. Tristan says, let's do it.
I'll give it a try.
Okay, ready, steady, go.
Okay, my name's John, and I'm here to talk about 3D printing progressive stamping dies for stamping sheet metal. There are a lot of people who do this where they're just bending the metal like this. What I'm interested in doing is stuff like this, where I'm actually forming the metal in 3 dimensions. I'm actually putting convex curves in it. So what I've got is I'm printing in PLA with about 70% infill, and I build sets of, let's see how this looks. Here's a set of stamp dies. So I start at this end and work along this way. One of the things I learned in metalsmithing class is if you start with a shape like this that is just a nice circle, and that's what you want in your steel, all the contact point is right here, so it will crush your die and it'll punch a hole in the metal, which is probably not what you want. So what I built is something called a spring fuller that looks like this, and it holds 2 dies, one on either side. You can put your piece of metal in between these two, put it in the vise, crunch, and progress along this set of dies, and then you get this nice shape out of it. These guys were really useful for blacksmiths. They are the people who invented this, and they're just nice when you need to align things on either side. So this is a piece that I stamped in steel. This is a piece that I stamped in aluminum. This aluminum is reasonably thick, 1.3 millimeters. So my intent for doing this originally was as patch panels for cars. And this is much thicker aluminum than cars use in their body panels. So I am definitely in the area where I need to be. So the point behind doing lots of dies like this is that what you want to do is clamp the aluminum around the outside, the metal around the outside to support it. And then you start progressively dimpling it deeper and deeper. And the reason you do that is because you support the metal in the middle here, and I've got a screenshot of this. I don't know if I can manage to get this up. I'm going to try sharing my screen and see what happens. If it works, great. If it doesn't, oh well. So I've got a die that is this red shape. I've got a die that is this red and orange shape together. I've got a die that is red, orange, yellow shape. So you can see how I'm progressing up this. If you did a naive design, it would look like this with this sharp point right here. All the stretching would happen at this point right here, and it would punch right through the metal. That can be useful. That's not what I want to do. So what I'm doing is a design like this one down here, where this supports the metal, this outside supports the metal, and the stretch is a progressive stretch along this yellow section right here. And it's worked really well for me. And so one of the things I've noticed is that if you've got aluminum like this, sometimes you'll punch a hole right through it because you actually stretch the material enough that it hardens. So I end up having to anneal the aluminum. I don't have to do this with steel, and I'm not quite sure why, but with the aluminum, I will punch 2 or 3 layers, and then I'll hold it up in front of a plumber's blowtorch for about 15 seconds, dip it in water, and then it'll be all nice and soft again, and I can continue my punching process. And like I said, it's worked really well. I'm not sure that this is going to be visible. You can see that here at the edge, it's about 1.3 millimeters thick. In the center, it's about less than 1 millimeter thick. So I'm getting a 30% reduction, which is a very significant reduction in the thickness of the material. The material is stretching quite a bit. And I've been really pleased with this process. If you want to do more complex stuff, let's see if I've got one around here. What you end up doing is progressive dies, where you've got a die that has a hole in the back, and so you clamp the material between this and a second die, and then you have a second die that presses in here as a second clamping process. And that way you won't get the wrinkling that you see in this right here. So if all you want is the center section, well, then you don't need a single stage die. But if you want to get rid of all this wrinkling around the outside, you probably need a double stage die. That will support the material around the outside, where the material on the inside also manages to get pressed really nicely. And you come out with some really good results. And the final process of this that I don't have a good example of right here, is where you have one that the final pair of progressive dies have all sorts of shapes in them. So when they come together, they can actually form like faces in the metal and stuff like that. That's where I'm aiming for. I haven't gotten there yet. And I'm about out of time. So I'm going to switch back, and you can see my contact information on this right here in case you have any questions. And that's all I have.
Wow, that is awesome. I know the chat is blowing up, and that's super cool.
I'm glad you like it.
Are you hanging out in the Discord?
I did not manage to get in the Discord, so this is the only way people can really contact me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So we see it on the screen there. And well, I believe we have a link that, we put a link in the chat too. So thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. And thank you for showing that. That was awesome.
Cool. Thanks.
I think next up, I think we have Micro Swiss hanging out with us. Is that right, Shane?
Correct.
Awesome. How you doing?
Doing good.
Awesome. I think you've been watching for a little bit. You know how this works. Shane's going to drop a timer up. We'll let you do your thing and take it away.
All right.
All right, sir. 7 minutes. Ready, steady, and go.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, I'm Alex from MicroSwiss. And first, I want to thank you guys, all who was organizing this event. It's really, you guys did an amazing job. It feels like you're at the actual event. I mean, we've been watching the whole weekend, and it was really well organized. So yeah, since it's all virtual this year, so we can have we prepared a little video of our shop. It will take you on a little tour, show you all the machines, how all the products are made. So I'll try to share the screen, make sure it works.
Make sure to click on shares computer audio.
Okay. You guys see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, then I'll play the video.
Hello everyone. So we would usually be packing our bags right now to go to VERRF, the East Coast Ripper Festival, but unfortunately due to COVID we cannot meet in person. We were really excited about it. But this gives us a really good chance to show you guys our shop, to show you guys how we manufacture our hot ends, how we manufacture our direct drive extruder, how we manufacture our nozzles. So let's go for a tour. So today is Saturday. We don't have too many guys working here today. We moved into the shop about a year ago. We had plans. We had plans to release our direct drive extruder, and we needed a lot more room. We needed a lot more machines. So we moved in here. We loved it here. It's been really great for us. A little about us. So in 2015, we had one Swiss machine. We gave a name, Old Betsy. We started off in a garage making an MK8 nozzle, and believe it or not, right now as we speak, it's running an MK8 nozzle on that machine. So we can start our tour with the Old Betsy. So a little about the Swiss machine, how it works. You load the 12-foot bar in this bar feeder. The bar is coming through the machine where all the drills, cutters, and end mills are working, and cuts out the nozzle. This machine is a very precise machine. It's been treating us really well. So back in 2015, there wasn't lots of wear-resistant nozzles available. We started making an MK8 nozzle. We worked with our local company to develop composite plating on it, and we loved it. You guys loved it. It worked out really well, and now in 2020, it's almost a standard to have a plated nozzle. And now we have over 10 machines, Swiss machines, that are running nozzles. So in a moment, I'm going to turn off coolant, and we're going to show you a little action how the nozzles being cut out. So I wanted to show you guys one more part, a little more complex. A lot of you guys might recognize another one of our Swiss machine makes. Let's go look at it. So we're making this gear for our direct drive. So one of our engineers developed a special gear cutter, which gives us the ability to make teeth and gears in one operation, and then the gears come out very accurate and very consistent. So next we'll be looking at our mill department. This is our horizontal machine, Morisiki. When we were developing our direct drive extruder, one of the big challenges we had was removing a lot of material very effectively. As you can see, this part is made from a solid block. It has to remove a lot of material, and this machine does a really well job. If you look inside, we have this little Christmas tree here. What's nice about this machine, as the other pallet is making parts, I can change parts on one side and the machine never stops. Let's go look at a few other machines we have. So here we have a 7-axis mill churn Tsugami. So on this machine we're making a cooling block for our hot end. It comes out complete. It runs all by itself with the same bar feeder. We're loading it with new bars, raw material, and they come out all finished. Over there we have a material rack, and on this side we have a horizontal machine that we're currently setting up a new part, so guys stay tuned for a new product. Okay, here we have another horizontal machine. We have a little Christmas tree again here. So we're making Ender 5 direct drive main bodies here. It's the same concept with two different pallets. It's been working out really well. We love this machine. So last but not least, we have our vertical machines here. They're all Haas's. We're making smaller parts on it, supporting parts for our hot end and extruder. For example, this part we're making on for our extruder lever. And you guys already see the Swiss department. A lot of people are asking why micro Swiss if the parts are made in USA. Well, it comes from a Swiss style lathe. That's what we initially had the machine, and we decided to name our company Micro Swiss. I hope you guys enjoy your little tour. Hopefully we'll see you guys next year.
That was really good.
That is awesome.
Yeah, I see a lot of people were saying the video was choppy. I'm not sure why was it. Was it choppy on the playback?
It was fine on our side. It could have been, you know, we would have to finally check the stream. But what you could also do is, if you want to, you can post it up on your own site, on your own YouTube channel, and just put like, you know, VERRF2020, just so if someone's searching for it, they can pop it up.
Yep.
Are you in Discord?
Yes, we were there all weekend, and we're going to be there for the rest of the day.
Perfect. Well, that was super cool to see how everything was manufactured. Someone said it. I have a new appreciation for how the nozzles are made after seeing that.
Yep.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you very much. And I believe with that, Jim, you're free, sir. You can go enjoy the show with everyone else. Thank you very much for joining us. It was great to have you on.
No, I
And
appreciate
it was awesome.
And thank you guys all for doing this. I know I speak for the chat and pretty much everybody. This whole weekend has been amazing. Thank you guys so much for putting it on and having me on. And I hope you guys have a great last four. We got 4 left, right? Final 4.
Yep. We're in the final 4, the final stretch.
I got to go get dinner ready, but I'm going to be at least watching on the phone. So thank you guys so much. I hope you have a great night.
All right. Have
Thanks,
a good
everybody.
one, sir. Ciao. Enjoy
See you
dinner.
later, guys.
Hello, Rob. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, so by now you should definitely know how this works. Okay, I hit a button. You get 5 minutes up on my screen. Yep. And so let's go. Ready, steady, and go.
Hey guys, I'm Rob Mink. I'm a builder slash enthusiast, 3D printer enthusiast. I was at VERRF2020 last year and did demo on MRF, the virtual Midwest Rip Rap Festival. But I've got some tool changers and some custom auto ejection printers to show you guys. So without further ado, let me switch the camera. All right. So there is a low-cost tool changer. I had this at ERF last year. It printed all the stuff on the bed. Now this varies from all the other open source 3D printers in that tool changing 3D printers, in that it needs no machined parts. The actuation mechanism is a wing nut. I don't know if you can see it in there, but it's just a wing nut bolted into a servo. And then for the parametric, not parametric, the locking design, it uses a panhead screw into a countersunk magnet and a tongue and groove slot right down there. And yeah, this one is using clipper and a couple of a ramps board and a rads board, and it didn't cost that much to make. Now moving along, continuing with that idea, I have the I'm going to move my camera real quick so it's not an earthquake for everybody. I have my bigger tool changer, which is also based on Alex's Piper 2 design. This one is using Duet. And let me switch cameras real quick. The Duet 3 control system. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heads active right now. Last year it had several more, but I haven't finished wiring up the Duet control system yet. But it uses the exact same wing nut with a servo right down here. Locking design, everything else. This print isn't going too well, so I'm going to move right along. Hold on a second as I move. Coming over here. Oops, come on, tripod. We've got a, oops, piece of wood I knocked over. A tool changing Delta. This I demoed the previous version at the Midwest Rip Rap Festival in the spring, but this is version 2 of it. This is based off of the EMT Delta, which was made by somebody else. I've forgotten his name at this moment. I apologize. But it is a tool changer. Switch the camera again. And of course the camera doesn't want to switch now. There we go. Not the trash can. There we go. It's tool changing now. Back up a little bit. So this one uses tool carousel, kind of like a CNC machine.
Video is a little bit out of focus.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how to get it into focus with this camera. It's a single focus camera.
Okay. Is it like a Logitech? Just throw your hand up in front of it and then you move it.
Thanks for letting me know it was out of focus. But there it goes. It goes back to printing. You can
Yep,
see
now
it
it's
printing.
focused.
Oh, it's too bad it was out of focus for the tool change. Anyways, and then these the 3 printers I've shown so far are all tool changer modifications based on other people's frames. This one here I'm not going to bother with switching the camera this time. So in here is one in the works. This is a Polar Mark III. I had the Polar 1 at VERRF last year. This is the 3. This one is in the works still. This is an auto ejection polar printer with custom Marlin firmware, Marlin 2 firmware that I've written. So this is the Mark III that is under development. It's open source, readily available. There might be kits if there's interest. And then we have the Mark II polar printer. This one is up on Thingiverse already. It's auto ejecting. This one's actually on the AutoDrop3D cloud. So you can push prints to it now. And then since I'm back here, that's the Duet 3 electronics. And it looks like my time's up.
Actually, you just kind of nailed it on the head there, I think.
Well, thanks.
So are you in the, have you been in and out of the Discord all day?
Yeah, I'm in Discord, just as Rob. I'm also on YouTube as Rob Mink. And then I can share my screen real quick because I have a website. Oops, roll film fell over. And that's Printceps, like concepts, except with prints. And let me share screen. And that'll go to my website. So, yeah. If anybody has any questions, feel free to reach out to me on YouTube, on Discord, or hop over to my website. It has contact information on it too. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody for open source, Adrian, and everybody else in the community.
Awesome. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out of your day and sharing that with us.
Thank you.
All right, welcome. I just need to stop your screen sharing because we have to. Yep, perfect.
All right, bye.
Hey everybody, I am going to play a little video from Atman Brahman. He unfortunately had something come up of the important nature and could not be here with us. So I'm going to go ahead and share screen, bring this up. I'm going to share computer sound, and I am going to hit play.
It's still muted.
Some really cool 3D prints. I post many of them, a couple a week actually. I encourage anybody that's interested to follow me on Twitter or Facebook. You can just go to the website and you'll be able to follow me from there. I'll start out by showing these 3D printed shoes. So these are actually, they're made of nylon. They are actually wearable. They got some sharp points on them that might not be exactly desirable, but these are some beautiful shoes. So it's more of a prototype. But these are one of my favorite prints. My wife has actually worn these before. These are a pretty nice print. Let's see what else we got here. We've got an apple, which is actually an actual scan of an apple, and you can see the geometry is actually a mesh structure, which 3D printing is really good at. So this is about 60% of the material, so the 60% of the weight. But you can see I can squeeze this. This is a very strong part. I could stand on this. It's still very strong. But it's also an actual scan and printed. So kind of just a fun looking part and kind of cool proof of concept. I think we all have seen, well, maybe the younger generation hasn't seen this part before, but Terminator hand. I wish I could have made this full size and actually metallized it and coated it in aluminum. It would have looked pretty damn cool. But this is one of my favorite parts. It's pretty intricate. I also wish I took the time to make all these joints functional. But at the same time, for the amount of time I put into this part, really wasn't that bad. So Definitely a very fun print. This is a part that is really just kind of a cool looking part. It's obviously a globe. It's hollow. It's made out of aluminum, so it was made on an EOS selective laser sintering machine with powdered aluminum, which is actually extremely dangerous. Not recommended at home. Here's another metal part, which actually it's a bell. It's made of cobalt chrome, which is a super alloy for medical and aerospace parts. This is actually probably my favorite part. It's a titanium bouncy ball, and I'm squeezing this as hard as I can. You can stand on this, but it is a bouncy ball. If you really slam this down here, it bounces like hell, but it is metal, so it really kind of comes down to the structure of it and how thin it is, but metal does flex and bend. This is a cool little print, an alien from the movie Alien. I painted this one, of course. Definitely a fun, intricate, cool looking print. Here we've got a skull. This is an actual scan of someone's skull. This was used as a diagnostic model, medical model. I'm not sure exactly what they did with it, but this is a very cool looking print. And then lastly, I will show you the Darth Vader. This is a very cool piece, especially because it wasn't just a single piece. It actually is fully functional. This is fully dense as well. So again, my name is Atman Brahman. I'm from cyberneticssemantics.com. I highly recommend, if you follow me on Twitter or Facebook, go to the website. You can follow me from there. But also the website has many interesting articles that are generated by AI. So I recommend you check it out. And thanks for listening to me. Thanks. Bye.
All right, that was informative.
Yeah, some interesting stuff in there, I thought. So
very, very interesting. We are down to the final two. And then wrap up, and then VERRF2020 is a wrap. So right now we will have okay, because my screen just went blank. We have David Perez from Build Tech. All right, David, I'm going to hit a button. You're going to have 7 minutes, and the show is going to be yours, okay? So you're going to see the clock on my screen. Can you hear me? Because right now, your microphone's muted. And we can't hear audio. Okay. David, if you can hear the Zoom meeting, stop what you're doing for a second. And then, is that video time is going to be a little bit of a problem. All right, so you need to stop the screen sharing and restart it, and make sure you select the option Use Computer Audio. Perfect. Okay. And 7 minutes is on the clock, sir.
It's great to be back at VERRF. Virtual or not, our team is always psyched to connect with the community, see all the ingenuity and works, and speak with you guys directly. Of course, we would all prefer to be there in person, but nonetheless, we've enjoyed the virtual VERRF so far and excited to see the rest. So, special thanks and kudos to the VERRF organizers for making that happen. When the country returns back to normal, we'll be thrilled to join everyone again in person for the next events to come. Wow, what a year 2020 has been. Back in January, none of us could have anticipated what was going to follow. We thought it would be good to take this moment and thank the 3D printing community for taking a stand during this time and really giving back in ways that would make anyone proud. 3D printer enthusiasts, ranging from hobbyists to experts, analyzed the growing issues and complications and quickly thought of ways 3D printing could help. It ranged from supplying PPE to improving equipment to helping with testing devices and even being used in some cases to build isolation wards. So, on behalf of the entire BuildTech team, thanks to all who have helped in the cause and who will continue to help as the country navigates through this unfortunate situation. One thing is safe to say, however, 3D printing has been growing at an explosive rate, and considering the worldwide spotlight on the industry as a result of the pandemic, will only continue to grow. For what it's worth, we're excited and honored to be part of the wild ride. So how was BuildTech affected by the pandemic? Like every business since the lockdown, we've been dealing with new challenges that inevitably resulted in manufacturing and shipping delays. We've been striving every day to find the right balance between customer satisfaction, keeping our crew safe, and managing all unusual obstacles we faced. We are happy to say, however, that we have a great and resilient team, and all of our products are available and are running at full capacity. Although shipping delays do still happen, sometimes it's an external issue caused by carrier delays, or often we experience a higher than usual demand from our awesome customers. For this reason, we will continue to mention on our website that orders may be delayed up to 1 to 2 weeks. Our support team is ready to assist though, so please do not hesitate to contact us with any questions or concerns. Since VERRF 2019, we've had quite the roller coaster of a year. It really has been busy. We've expanded partnerships, grew a product line, and connected with even more of you. 2 new products of the last year include the BuildTech Nylon Plus surface and our new larger 250mm BuildTech spatula. The new larger spatula is a new variation to our very popular 3D printing removal device, the BuildTech spatula. It's been largely demanded, and those who attended last year's VERRF may remember being the first to sample it. It's really great for printers with larger build volumes. Both the new size and our tried and true spatula now feature a new and improved grinding method to ensure the front edge is as thin as possible while still being safe for our users and for our BuildTech surfaces. We've also added a new surface to our palette. You may be already familiar with our BuildTech original surface and our PEI surface, both of which have our standard adhesive on the back that allows for easy installation and clean-free removal. They are reusable surfaces that can range from several dozen to over 3,000 hours of print time on a single sheet. The BuildTech Nylon Plus is our most recent surface and is designed for printing with nylon filaments in mind. Although we are still testing the wide range of filaments with different settings, we are confident in its success with many of the options we've tried, including Polymaker's Co-PA nylon. And yes, the surface is compatible with the flex plate system. Some of you might also remember seeing or reading about our new magnetic base design. Well, we really fully intended to have that rolled out in the beginning of 2020, but unfortunately due to raw material delays, current events, and also rethinking of some of the design, we had to roll back on that and put that project on hold. Unfortunately, our R&D was on hold for a bit with that, but we've actually been working on diligently on getting back on track with that, and we hope to release it in the beginning of 2021. Nonetheless, at the end of 2019, in anticipation of this new design, we had slashed our prices on the magnetic bases and flex plate systems, and you guys have already been seeing the savings on that. So hopefully you'll see the new design in 2021. If you want to limit the hassle, make the experience more consistent, and lengthen the lifespan of your BuildTech surface, following a few practices can make it a lot easier. For example, finding the sweet spot, which can be dictated by the first layer, can tell a larger story of whether or not you have the optimal print settings. When initially adjusting, it's better for your nozzle height to be higher rather than lower to avoid damaging the surface. Choosing the right filament for the right surface is important too. If you're looking for the easiest prints while extending the surface for the longest lifespan, printing with PLA is your best bet. So we get a lot of questions about PETG, and while many of our users have been able to get it to work with BuildTak with a lot of fine tuning and avoiding the extreme adhesion that you often get, we do recommend using our PEI sheets, which will give you a little bit better release and a lot more usability on the sheet. Colors is something that comes up now and then. Way back when we first created BuildTak, we thought about creating so many different colors of this, and the demand would come, and so we said, okay, let's start with white. So what we did was we created white BuildTak, and a lot of our users appreciated it because they were printing a lot with black filament, which you don't see as well on the black BuildTak sheets. It's very important to see that first layer and how well it looks. So a lot of the users who were printing a lot of black filament were appreciative of the white BuildTak. But then we found that most people just really do prefer the black. We could try other colors here and there. One of our users has just a gray. Gray would be a good place to start. We also have our seasonal BuildTaks, which are fan favorites, and stay tuned for what's coming in Halloween.
Okay, one moment. So Dave, okay. Hey Matt.
Hey there.
Sorry, so that was a little bit of an abrupt ending. So for you guys, you can check out BuildTak in our Discord, and you can reach him on the social media on Twitter. I believe it's at BuildTak, and we'd like to thank them for joining. So how you doing, Matt? You get the distinct privilege of being the final presenter.
Yep. Yeah, doing good, and yeah, I know how it works by now. I've seen it a few times.
Oh, but I wanted to say it's gonna be my last time. All right, so
I know,
on the
it's
screen,
sad.
I know, but I'm gonna hit a button. You're gonna get 7 minutes, and the show will be all you. Okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, ready, steady, and go.
All right, cool. Yeah, so hi everybody. My name is Matt Gordon. I am the co-owner at Box Mountain LLC. Box Mountain LLC is the company that myself and my partner Mike formed when a few years ago now, I decided to move on from doing 3D printing entrepreneurship full time and sold my share of printed solid off to David Randolph, who's been doing an amazing job with it. And, I just kind of have a regular full-time job, but also kind of keep my toe in this 3D printing community. My passion in 3D printing has really always been about kind of this intersection of engineering and functional use with my background as a mechanical materials engineer. So I really enjoy running MACRObox. So MACRObox is it's a service. It's a monthly subscription service that lets you just try different types of 3D printing filaments. And so I pick out the filaments every month. Mike breaks them down into samples, and then we send them out. And I'm running out of my house here, so my partner Mike said we should do one of those backgrounds, and I thought, no, that's no good. I should make my own background, but I didn't bring enough boxes, so I tried. So I have half a background, but I do have one MACRObox here with me that has some samples in it, so I can kind of show an example. So one of the, we get a number of different kinds of questions with MACRObox. So one of them is, well, there's not that many different kinds of filaments. How can you pick out 4 different filaments every month and keep doing it? MACRObox has been going since 2016, and we have featured different filaments every month since then. Sometimes we do repeats just based on popularity, but really there's a lot of different materials. And so, I'm in my house here, not in my shop, and I didn't plan anything at all for this. I just, when the schedule was delayed and I was waiting to go on, I thought I should probably have something in my hands to talk about. So I went in my basement and just found random samples that were just sitting around my house for whatever reason. I thought, well, like what kind of interesting variety of materials can we get beside our just standard ABS and PLA? So I picked out a couple samples. So this is Dow Evolve 3D OBC, so olefin block copolymer. It's like a polypropylene with another material mixed into it to kind of reduce some of the warping. There was a lot of excitement about this when it first came out, and we had it within the first month. So, one of the values of MakerBox is, as makers, we see all this stuff and we want all of it. And you can't buy all of it, or at least most of us can. Most of us have a finite checking account. And so, for 20 bucks a month, or a little bit under 20 bucks a month, we give you an opportunity to try it. So yeah, this is another one. This was Philo Alpha terracotta PLA. So it's a PLA blended with a terracotta material. This is just a plain polycarbonate from Plast 3D. Yeah, actually, I have the YouTube thing on my other screen, and I just saw the Hulk smash thing, and I might have my 8-year-old come in and do a Kool-Aid Man on it. Here's another one. So this is Ninja Tech. It's eel conductive TPU. So like, these are filaments that are, more, you're probably not going to buy them and use them for everything, but they're things you might be interested in trying. And so, that's kind of what we have is the value of MakerBox. Is it's just a way to try things. You may find something that's your new favorite filament. You may also find something that you thought was going to be amazing and is actually just complete and total garbage. So I don't know. The timer went off. I don't know if I'm like 2 minutes in or much longer. How am I doing?
We have 2 minutes left, sir.
I have 2 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to give a quick commercial for the other stuff we have within the company, and then I will give in to the peer pressure and I will Hulk smash. I'm going to Kool-Aid Man smash it though. Hulk doesn't smash walls. He's much more destructive than that.
Hulk smash.
So Box Mountain, so I talked about the main MakerBox plan. We also have our easy plan, which is just samples of different PLA colors every month. We are hopefully soon going to launch a PETG version of the easy plan. I just need to make sure I can find enough suppliers and colors. So every month you just get 4 different colors of PETG. You could probably combine it with our Explorer plan at a little bit of a discount. And then we also have our Pips Mountain dice calendar box. So if any of you are also into collecting dice, it's like an advent calendar of dice. And then recently we started this cryptid crate thing. So like if cryptids are these like pseudoscientific animals or creatures that people claim to have seen, but are not scientifically proven to exist. And so it's just a monthly box of different types of things. So if you're into that kind of thing, Bigfoots and Mothman and Jersey Devil and whatever, we've got that as well. You can just go to makerbox.me and use code VERRF2020. That's going to give you a discount on first month of a subscription and any of our individual purchases. So Shane, is it time for me to smash the wall?
I believe so. I mean,
30 seconds.
It's the audience who are asking for it.
I know.
Yes, smash time. Lol. Yes, do it. Smash. Hulk smash. I'm just telling you what the fans.
Hulk angry, Hulk smash.
Do you have a Stone Cold Steve Austin song lined up at least for me?
If I did that, next thing you know, the whole thing gets flagged. So unfortunately, no.
All right, ready? That was worth the entire VERRF.
And now it's going to take you, a good 15 minutes to clean all that up, sir.
That's what I have kids for.
Oh, even better. That's when I was a kid, I just looked at my parents. I'm like, you just had me so I can do yard work for you guys. Who are you kidding? And
I'm just seeing it now. Awesome. All right, thanks, Shane, and really good job.
I'm just ready for bed, to be honest with you.
I'm sure.
So Thank you
Hey, and
very
real
much.
quick, while I have Matt on screen, I'm going to embarrass him because it was his question a couple of years ago, and his phone call or email that he sent out to a group of people that all got Earth really up and off the ground and going, and it's why we're here today. So Matt, thanks for being the unofficial first member of the team. We appreciate you getting the thought process going and bringing us to where we are now. So thanks for always being a friend of the program.
Well, I mean, really thanks to all you guys, because that was just a chat in the car, right? And I didn't think it would go anywhere. And you guys have crushed it. I mean, this is amazing. Even virtual is amazing. Look at all the people there behind you. I mean, okay, never mind. But still awesome.
Cool. Well, no, just wanted to say thank you.
It has been one hell of a ride this year, especially in the last few months, just getting this all organized and everything else. And from start off to now finally being, the wrap up. And that's it for VERRF 2020.
So did everybody have a good time?
No, I want my money back.
I need to talk to the organizers.
Oh,
I want my refund. I want my money back.
Well, I'll say this on behalf of everybody. Once again, thanks Shane for being our host with the mostest. Thank you also Jim, Andrew, Walter for joining and co-hosting along with us. Thank you to all of our exhibitors who worked hard putting together their projects, getting their projects together and ready to go to present this weekend. Thank you to all of our sponsors. You help us, pay the bills, make the facility available. And thank you for all your presentations and everything you put together for the viewers and our virtual attendees this weekend. And thank you to the overall 3DP community and everybody who came out and watched VERRF 2020 this weekend. This was, I won't lie, it wasn't a lot of fun to get us here, but it was really, really fun to watch it happen this weekend. And I want to say, team, you all have anything else to say?
It's going to be one of those rare moments where I'm speechless. And not because I lost my voice on the build platform this year, but literally, Chris, I think you kind of conveyed everything that I would want to get across. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I would just say every time I go to an East Coast Rip Rap Festival, I always leave more inspired than when I walked into the building. And the same is true for the virtual East Coast Rip Rap Festival. So thank you everyone for inspiring me.
I'm sorry. I'm just. Oh wait, if we're gonna do the whole goofy thing, I mean,
Hold on, I need to make a change here.
Oh gosh.
Oh man, I need to get my props.
I gotta go like that.
Now it's just getting weird.
You can tell that we all need some
Hey, at least you
sleep.
guys
Now
don't
it's
have
just
to come
getting
on.
weird.
Wait for it, guys. Wait for it. It will be worth it.
Somebody else might have to say this. I don't know how this is going to sound, but I am going to go ahead and put up Josh's flash mob and ask everybody to flash mob us out of here for VERRF 2020. Audio is on. I'm going to start and hit play and
It's
you
muted.
you didn't put the video, the
No,
audio
he
on.
did. It's just muted.
Oh.
Hey everybody, it's Josh from Alien 3D. Dang, it's hot out here. Anyways, some of you may know me. I was in an alien costume last year at EarF. Tried to get people to do the chicken dance. And during the chicken dance, I told people that, next year at EarF, I'm going to hire a flash mob and come and do some dancing. Unfortunately, that didn't work out this year. Thanks, COVID. So for the next 5 minutes, well, 4 minutes and 30 seconds now, you're just gonna have to deal with me dancing. So let me get this phone put down. right, y'all ready? Wait, Alexa, go. Yeah. What do you mean the flash mob's here? Alright, well, I guess send them on over. Yeah, so that was a thing. I want to thank everybody who participated in my flash mob. It was a last minute thing. I had something else planned with my Tesseract. Unfortunately, the Tesseract is not as ready as I wanted it to be by this time. But you can find out more information at alien3d.us/Tesseract and see what that's about. So thank you guys, everybody who participated again. And I really couldn't have made this video without you. I hope you guys enjoyed it and had fun. As for the rest of this video, I do want to get a little serious for just a minute. I want to thank everybody. There's been some things going on in the last couple months and some stuff was made public, and I just want to thank this community for being so amazing and having my back. I love this community more than anything right now. And they're just all amazing, and thank you. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of VERRF, and yeah, hope to see you guys next year. If anybody wants to chat, I do have a Discord channel in the VERRF Discord, so hit me up if you have any questions, want to find out any more.
Your
Brent, you're
audio.
still muted.
I worked up a little sweat there. It's hot in this helmet. Let me tell you, it's hard to breathe in there. Talk about a mask. Woo!
I'm thinking I need more cardio.
Me too. Me too. I'm going to watch the replay later. I better see you all moving because I couldn't see. I was sharing my screen.
Well,
Cool.
you know, if you do, you know, watch the replay, you should maybe make the screen really, really big.
I will. I
don't
will.
think you want to do that.
Well,
Well,
you might see something if you do.
True.
Well, like Josh said, this wouldn't be today wouldn't be possible without everybody out there. So once again, thank you for being an awesome community at all the levels, all the stratas. Thank you for coming out. And we really hope to see everybody in person next year, God willing.
And the after parties are going to be amazing.
Legendary.
What's
All right.
Am I closing?
Shane, take us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is now 5:39 p.m. on the Eastern Time. On behalf of everyone involved with VERRF 2020, from the staff that you see here to the staff that is behind the scenes, to everyone who's done such an amazing job, thank you. This has been really, really amazing. And I'm just, all of it was worth it because of the community and everything else. And it's just absolutely great to see everyone and talk and share things and just forget about everything else in the outside world for 2 days and just focus in on this. The whole reason why you see everyone doing all this is for the community, for the people who showed amazing things, to people who hung out and chat and everything else. It's been one hell of a ride, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that is going to be it.